그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데. 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빰빰빰. 받아줄까지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람 불어오네. 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게 섭리의 바람 몰아쳐라. 기류를 타고 풍류운산. 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가? 바람을 부리고 구름을 타고 날아 도를 주는 자. 너희들은
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. If you guys are here, then you guys know exactly what you're here for. Did I even update the stream title? Yes, we did. We are set to go, which means we are ready and set. Guys, welcome back to another weekend of Eternal Return Masters. And if you guys were here last time, a couple of weeks ago, during the end of the finals, Superior said he's not going to be here. So you know what? I brought this old guy instead. He's still on my left. Sir, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, hello. You found me off a park bench and brought me here. I was feeding the birds. What's going on?
I saw you fall and you couldn't get up, so I kind of picked you up and brought you here.
I forgot my life alert, so now casting is now my life.
There you go. Guys, Meek is going to be joining us this weekend for phase number 2. Again, Superior did mention that he's not going to be available this weekend, so yes, I went and grabbed this other guy that you guys should not be unfamiliar with at this point when it comes to the casting scene. Meek, how excited are you for this weekend, my friend?
Very. I miss casting ERM. There's so much there's so much goodness. I honestly just love watching these players play as well. So, yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
It absolutely will. You know, there's a couple of things that I do want to mention today while we are waiting for, of course, the overview as well as all the player lists. But you know what? I guess we're just gonna show this right now. Let's take a look at the overview. A little bit has changed since the last time you came here, Meek.
Hmm.
Because if you can take a look at the right side, the circuit points. We are actually including all of the wildcard teams for the circuit points as well. So as long as you get to that point, you're going to be able to procure some circuit points, at least for yourself, for Season 5. Outside of that, though, I mean, it's just going to be the group stages, wildcards, and the finals. Everything else is pretty standard.
So with the circuit points, these carry over into the next season.
No. This is just strictly for the season final
Okay,
qualification.
I see. So these circuit points play into the who goes into the finals. I see. I see.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, this is basically the Korean circuit, my friend. The complete opposite side of the world than what you've been, well, at least what you've been used to casting. So, buckle up, my friend. The time zone gap is going to be different. You're going to have to adjust pretty quickly, my guy. The format's going to be the exact same as last season. A lot less words, but basically, if you guys have been here before, you know what's going on. If you guys are new, seeds and qualified teams. We have 8 of each that are going to be playing here today. Qualifiers was a rough one this time around. We'll see some of the teams that made it through in just a moment after this screen. But 8 qualifier teams are going to play up against 8 seeded teams. We are going to see our top 2 teams from each of our groups, because we got 2 different groups that are going to be playing here today, moving directly on into the finals. 3rd to 6th place teams are going to be put into the wild cards that we'll see tomorrow, and the 7th and 8th place teams after today are both going to be eliminated. So a little bit of a risk playing in the group stage today as well, Meek.
Hmm. And yeah, going into the Group A standings, we have our teams here. We have Mira and Sejong. You guys know him. You guys love him. With One Circle, Rheumatic, Danana. You know, all the boys. BNK Fear X playing today as well with, their usual roster. Blanche as well. Wasn't this Sebi, Cinefine? I remember these guys too. They were going by Chuseat before. But Nome is that Shino Nome?
It probably is. Maybe the
Okay,
name was
yeah,
too long.
little name change, I guess. And we got Gyeongi as well coming through. Dasu, Ing9, Zero Jin, you know those guys. Auto Arms, I remember watching these guys playing the qualifiers. I think it was the qualifiers with Sadhan on his Razi. It was absolutely phenomenal. With JCP and Taegung and Cinema as well. Red Gold Mango is playing with Horrific. I'm not sure I'm familiar with these guys. Horrific, Magok, Insane, and Busan. Saber, I remember. That's the Saturn team with Belzer. It's Korea as well. And Dushiman. And DHC and J with 100 Su, Bao Bao, KCW. Okay, I know these guys as well.
There you
Nice.
go. Yeah, this is a lot of names that you are definitely going to recognize if you've been watching the Korean scene for a while. And, you know, you said you weren't too familiar with any of the players from Red Gold Mango, but if you have been watching for a long time as well, then you will probably have heard of the name of Horrific, a player that we have seen quite a number of times in the Eternal Return Master scene, and even if you were watching way back in the days, ERC days, if you really want to go back that far with me, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be seeing him play here again today after making it through the qualifiers. Now, we didn't see any of the teams coming in from Group B, so I'll actually show it to you here right now really quickly, because if you take a look at this roster real quick and then think about some of the teams that were just listed out, of course you might not remember any, that's okay, but there is a team that if you guys were here before that didn't really make it today, which is quite surprising. Team Seongnam Rocks is missing today. They
Oh,
couldn't get out of the qualifiers.
I didn't catch all the qualifiers. I didn't realize Sungnam Rocks didn't make it out.
Yeah, they were in a terrible group. It was I think somewhere around 4 to 5 teams that you would normally see in the group stages were all just like placed in that one group, man. And I think this is also one of the reasons why we're seeing so many new teams here today for the group stages, because there were so many teams that you would normally see in a stage like the group stages in one
Mhm.
group during the qualifiers. It was quite insane watching it.
Yes, that would be crazy, honestly. I can't believe Songnam Rocks didn't make it out.
Yeah,
That's
I was
crazy.
looking at the
I'm like
results.
just taken aback. Wow.
Yeah, it was absolutely bonkers, man. I was trying to figure out what the heck was going on. It was so close. I think they made it just third in their groups as well, but if you know anything about the qualifier stages, it's only top two for each of the
Yeah.
qualifier groups to actually make it into the group stages. That is how brutal it is to get to the group stages, guys, for the Korean side of things. Even if you're a seeded team, even if you're a sponsored team, even if you've been to the group stages several times in the past, you're never guaranteed unless you are a seeded team, which for this season, Seongnam Rocks was not, so we are not going to be seeing them in the stage. But that also does mean we are going to be introduced to a lot of new players. Again, we'll talk about this a little bit more when we start playing into the Group B later on, but there are a lot of new teams that I'm going to be able to watch here today, and that's what's exciting me a lot today too.
Yeah, I mean it's always nice to see new faces and new names get a shot at the Kings, and it's always exciting to see how much they can shake up the scene and make things more exciting, not just for us but for the players as well. I mean it's just a different environment for them to get used to as well. So I remember first getting into even just competitive gaming in general. Like when I first went to my first like event and stuff, it was just way different than playing ranked or playing online or anything. It's a completely different environment that these players have to deal with, and for the new players coming in, that can sometimes be a challenge to adjust to.
Exactly. But there was a really good example of a team that did really good during phase number 1. I don't know if you're able to catch that one, Meek, for Season 5, but Team Non-Responsible came through with some really, really clutch moments. We saw the Debbie and Marlene coming through from that team composition, the Adriana doing some really good work with the Estelle on top of it. They were able to put on quite a show. Now, they couldn't really make it to the final stages, so there is still a little bit of that, hey, new team can still make it into the finals, question mark in the air, but we have a lot of new teams with us here this weekend. If some of those do end up making it either through the wild cards and, dare I say, straight into the finals after today, they might be able to break that streak. So, Meek, we have a good number of games that are about to come upon us this weekend, but I do believe we are about to get the team votes coming through from the Africa side of things. So let's take a look at this and what you got for me, Meek.
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite things to look at, the voting for the viewers at home. We have the Group A seeded teams. Mira and Sejong voted most likely to win in high school, and for the qualified teams, we have Auto Arms. Oh no, we actually have Saber coming out with the top amount of votes. Auto Arms not too far behind them as well. So for the qualified teams, things seem a little bit more. For the people at home, at least, they seem a little more invested in Auto Arms and Saber. And for the seeded teams, I mean, it's Mir and Sejong. These guys are just a fan favorite in general. Who doesn't love One Circle? But BNK Fear X also has a good 20% as well. I mean, you guys know them as well. They're also ERM champions, so. Yeah, it's going to be a heated group. I mean, we have a lot of competitive teams, and I mean, for the people at home, I mean, don't write off these teams that have gotten, sub 20% voted for them. I mean, they're all still phenomenal players, phenomenal teams, so yeah, it's going to be close.
Absolutely. Something that is really interesting to me is the fact that Red Mango actually is over beating DHC and J. They're about 2%. Might not mean too much, but that is a new team coming into the ERM scene, especially Horrific after a while. So seeing a percentage like that is going to be pretty interesting. But here we go, Meek. We're going to send straight into game number 1, character selections. BNK4X already showing 2 picks that we are not all too unfamiliar with. Rosner and EA both on their signature characters of the Sua and the IRM. Problem's going to be locking it in with the Marcus. We also saw that a couple times during phase number 1 as well. Everybody else on the flip side, pretty standard picks. I'm not going to be too surprised about any of this, but I do want to take a look at Red Gold Mango's character selections because this is a new roster again that we are seeing here today. A Celine for Busan, Priya for Bagel, and Lennox for Insane.
That is a wild composition. I mean, you have it's not that wild. You have this double backline with Lennox, which is pretty standard. I mean, Lennox is one of those characters that can definitely keep those 2 characters safe. But throwing a Priya in the mix to further accentuate this Celine, will be kind of scary for the teams that are running more a melee-centric team like C&J down there with the Yan Dylan. They may not want to try and fight this Red Gold Mango team.
Yeah, there is a lot of ways that this team can fight, but at the same time, I am a little bit worried, but right, because the way that I look at this team is that they're really oriented around these burst damage fights throughout the course of the fight. And while Lennox is really good at tanking a lot of things, she's not really good at running away. So if a fight doesn't really go in their favor and some small damage source is missed here and there, I don't really see an avenue in which this team can fight back. Now, Priya is pretty good at delaying the fight a little bit, buying you a little bit more time, but Celine needs a lot more than Echoes of the Earth to recover from a fight that she really wasn't able to get a lot of good things about. But this is a team, again, that made it through the qualifiers after all that nonsense that happened through the qualifiers, as I mentioned earlier. Just a little bit of a hint on some teams that couldn't make it through. Yeah, all the other groups had to deal with the exact same team too, guys. Just, it's not that group only that had a tough time. Yeah, we'll see. We will see how Team Red Gold Mango RGM is going to be able to hold up on their own. 23 out of 24 locked in. We're almost ready to get started with game number 1 of Season 5, phase number 2.
Well, another interesting thing for RGM here is going to be in the second game where Priya's actually going to be banned, and we'll have to see how they adjust to that, what kind of backup strategy they have. I don't believe they would have ran into a Priya ban in the qualifiers, so we'll see how they adjust as well.
Absolutely. Here we go, Meek. Game number 1 is underway. We're just going to start out with a casual distribution around the map. I don't really see too many people specifically sectioned off into one group. I don't think I saw that when we were looking at the builds and the minimap when the character selections were specifically coming through, which is quite interesting because we did see some zones be heavily populated during phase number 1. Good to see that's changing a little bit.
Yeah, well, personally, I get excited at home here watching people have loot buddies, but I know it's definitely frustrating when you have a loot buddy and you don't get everything you need out of a zone. It's almost heartbreaking. Going into bans as well, I believe we have a My ban as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We do have 4 My picks. Oh, there's a Priya ban as well.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I mentioned the Priya ban earlier.
Oh, true. Oh my goodness. These
I
are
want to see how RGM adjusts to a Priya ban.
Okay, the My one is not too surprising, right? Because that's something that you and I have seen, not even just in KR, but in multiple regions across the board. But Priya, that's a new one.
Yeah, I've never seen a Priya ban, so that is really, really interesting. What I have seen in Korea is some Yan bans, so maybe that'll come to play in the future. But for now, he is safe. Nothing else is really standing out to me that could potentially be banned. Everything else seems pretty standard, but a little skirmish breaking out here in Forest, a little 2v3 action. It looks like Gyeonggi is just gonna get kind of ran down here. Yeah, just, you know, standard early game stuff, but thankfully their Mai is safe, so they will not be getting wiped. But 1 kill going over, or sorry, 2 kills going over to Blanche.
Not that bad of a start. I saw some really nice damage coming from the Haze, but a 2v3 is a little bit difficult to actually manage this early on. Down goes Haze. Unfortunately, she's going to get taken down. There's another Mai getting taken down. This time it's going to be Denana getting taken down by Team Blanche, sitting on 3 kills now, finding all these picks one step at a time. Whereas Jinho, he's got the Nadine. He's trying to get those stacks as early as possible, sitting on the crossbow on top of it. We're going to see some auto attacks coming through from that one. Casey Dubois getting jumped on as the Yan. He says, yeah, no, I can't run away from this. He's still going to get taken down anyways. More team fights happening, as this might actually be our first full team fight happening in this game. Triple hit, nope, not gonna happen. Nice dodge on the Fleeting Soul. It's gonna be a 0 for 0 up on the north side of the map, whereas everybody else looking for some animals as night 1 begins.
Down here, I have a little chase. Furex trying to find some kills for themselves in Forest, but they're not gonna find any more than what they've got already. Or they're going to find more than they wanted to bite off. Rosner with the blink and just dashing out of there. Does not want any more of the smoke. He realizes he's caught out a little bit. But C&J's a little bit of an awkward position with auto arms kind of hovering above them. But they are also a 2-man, so they are just going to push forward into them and try to find something else for themselves.
Not too many teams actually with kills. There's still more that DHCNG is looking for. Even blinking in KCW. This guy's got guts today. All right. He wants to make up for the performance in the last one from the looks of it. He's getting the knockup. Oh my god, I don't know how that landed. Trying to get the damage down at the cinema, but that is a very slippery character when it comes down into it. Striking Tiger is also going to miss as a catwalk comes out. Cinema will live. A lot invested from the side of DHCNJ. Sandhand looking for a little bit more. Remember, KCW without blink at the moment. Yeah, and running away from Yan, not gonna happen. Nice kill going on to Team Auto Arms. Pablo trying to run away, doing the exact same thing. He's gonna have to use the change over onto his Dove. Sad Hands on the chase. Yeah, just gonna give it up. He's got the priority of the objective coming up in just a moment on his hands. Whereas on the north side, even more fights. The Lennox landing quite a lot of skills. Celine doing a bit of damage. They do actually end up getting Rosner. Nice smoke screen gonna completely block out E8 from doing anything in the post half of that fight. Busan, fantastic fights coming through from Team Red Gold Mango. They get 2 kills on top of every single bit of control inside a hospital, although Gyeonggi and 8 not going to let that happen for free. Meteorite seeming to go over on that side.
And Red Gold Mango, you know, we were talking about how they might lack sustainability on damage in a fight, but Priya's damage is actually quite high. They don't need sustainability in a fight if they can just blow somebody up, and that's exactly what happened in that fight. The Celine getting behind the wall, getting a little bit of a window to finally drop some damage down onto a priority target and find the kill. But another fight breaking down to archery. And it looks like EA's going to go down. Rosner's already on the run. And where's Bum? He's just... Bum's just not here. So yeah, this fight's a bit of a write-off for TRX.
Oh, he's getting fouled out. Oh no! Rosner, he's missing everything. Yeah, that blink's gonna lock it in. Rosner's gonna get taken down too. BNK Fearax, they're not having it right now. My goodness, this is not good. I know a lot of people were looking forward to BNK Fearax, especially today after their performance in phase number 1, but this right now is not the greatest of starts. Hopefully it changes around, whereas Satan, on the flip side, gets assassinated. It's just a simple pick coming through from Team Auto Arms. 3 kills strong for that team, and now transitions are starting to come through. We got, I think that was a Force Core being called by the Lennox on Red Gold Mango. There's another one being called by the Celine. It's a Ghost Bride Stress, and there's a Persona, there's a tree coming online. Yeah, everybody's getting transitions.
Yeah, and that's really scary. I mean, it's pretty standard to try and get Force Cores before Battlezone Alpha objective rotation, but if they're able to funnel something onto Celine like double Force Core, that could be absolutely menacing. If that's what they decide to do. Or even just the Ghost Bride's defense shred onto a Celine Priya bursting you, that's absolutely terrifying. But we'll have to see what happens. Red Gold Mango here trying to look for a bit more of an angle in this fight after the initial skirmish on it. But it doesn't look like they're going to find any angle. Meanwhile, over in Dock, the full-on fight. Miran Sejong, one circle, jumping in, but not finding any more than can here. But Ramatic on the back is absolutely going crazy. Finds a kill on a 100 Su, but meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Denana taking down one circle. And he's just going to be on the run here as he gets cleaned up.
Yeah, quite surprising.
Or not Denana taking down one circle. What am I talking about? They're on the same team.
they already did. He did. Oh no, Jinho! He actually. Oh my goodness, I don't know if you caught that, but Jinho is dead. Zero Jin's gonna fall. Unfortunately, Celine actually falling down as well. Busan getting a bit of a short end of the stick situation in that case. Red Gold Mango now down to 2. Ing 9 by him is Losum because his Nadine decided to do a little bit of a step outside of the zone and then use his E to run back in. So extended that timer for the Celine. I don't know how, but Ing 9 is still alive. There we go. He's gonna get taken down in just a second. That's a Force Core, by the way, I believe, for Team Auto Arms, right? 2 and 1. Is it? It might not be. I don't remember the numbers specifically. It could be 7, it could be 8. Either way, really nice transitions coming in.
Pretty sure it's 7, so they should be able to pick up a Force Core. Yeah. Auto Arms off to a pretty good start here. I mean, they've already got, they only got 3 field kills, but they got a ton of kills in that battle zone, so, I mean, they're looking strong. I mean, this Rozzy character is really hard to fight when the pilot is as immaculate as Sadhand is at it. And a lot of people have written off Rozzy, but time and time again, Sadhand just shows that, like, this character is, like, pretty good.
one of the reasons why I was so excited to see Auto Arms again in Phase 2, because their performance in Phase 1 was quite exemplary. I just wanted to see more of that. I do get to see it this weekend. Now, they don't want to fight Team Mira and Sejong just yet. I don't know if they actually caught Romantic on the backside of that fight, being super low on the Williams, so doesn't even want to contest that at the moment. A9 on the flip side, he's by himself, trying to run away, get a little bit of extra credits, going to be denied by the members of Auto Arms, who walks over up into school. There's the recon drones coming in. Oh, this is a little bit of an awkward situation now for A9. Does he want to continue this? Haze rockets are doing quite a bit of damage. Same thing for the crossbow coming from Jinho. I don't know if Auto Arms want to do that one right now. They're very close range for a Haze and a Nadine to take control of the fight.
Yeah, and that's one of the weaknesses of Auto Arms' composition, is their effective range on a fight. I mean, they have absolutely no way to poke. They need, like, a really decisive engage from either the Maiton or the knock-up on Yan. So, anytime they get poked out and find themselves in that big of a health disadvantage on an initial engagement, they're not really able to take the fight.
Really big advantage going for Team Blanche.
Double. Wow. Yeah, that is... Gotta love that. To double objective uncontested, that's... and yeah, it's gonna look like the box is a attack skill, and they get a meteorite, obviously, as well, so... Yeah, huge pickups. I mean, Blanche has got to be feeling good about that. Meanwhile, Mira and Sejong just kind of slinking on through the beach. They're not getting anything really out of this, but they are going to find their way into hotel. Meanwhile, over in archery, Auto Arms picking up the mutant wolf rotation. And yeah, here we have the map. Everyone's just kind of spread out. Nothing really crazy going on. It looks like Auto Arms and Mira and Sejong might run into each other here with a little side action of Blanche. We'll see if anything happens. I mean, a lot of teams are kind of funneling in between this Forest Hotel area, so this could get scary in a minute.
Yeah, there are not that many open zones right now with how many teams there are. Considering that there's 8 teams left, the fact that we haven't seen any fights up until now is actually kind of crazy. Dushiman, he's eating a whole lot of damage. That is a beautiful blast wave. It actually locks Insane in a little bit more damage for himself too. Fleeting Soul lands onto 2. No one really taking advantage of it. That's a great smoke screen, by the way. It doesn't really allow for any easy re-entries. Dushiman's still opting in for this. He's going to soak up a lot of damage from the blast wave. Same thing for the, for the Blue Viper. Everybody just slowly resetting. Temple is quite a big zone. Saber has a lot of room to breathe. They really want to try resetting this fight. A couple of ultimates have been invested. We saw the Fleeting Soul coming out from the Rio of Curry. If they want to fight this, they're going to have to do it without the access to that Rio ultimate for a majority of it. Snakebite gonna miss from the side of Insane. They are still doing a lot of damage over to this Estelle. She actually goes a little bit too far forward. Didn't really want to do that. Insane still soaking up a ton of damage. Look at Saten. Is he a frontline or what? He is just soaking up everything. He is just chunking people down from the front side. Megwik's gonna get taken down too. This Priya just on the backside did everything.
And that's the power of Priya. That's why this pick is getting banned. Oh my god. The amount of utility being provided, but the amount of damage as well. It's just, the pick is good.
It's actually insane.
There's no other way to word it.
Oh my goodness, I have no idea what is happening right now, because on the south
that
side...
went on.
Yeah.
We had this fight in force that's gone into a 2v2 at this point. Blanche and C&J, I mean... it's going to be really hard because I believe C&J has a bit more of an advantage here on not being engaged on. But meanwhile in school, we also have Auto Arms and MSJ finally meeting up here, posturing around each other while this wacky 2v2 happens where, I mean, C&J can't be engaged on, but they can't chase them either. So it's just like, how can play?
Yeah, everybody's just trying to take control of that Lumi right now, trying to get the res. I believe Blanche was trying to do it, but Lumi just wasn't cooperating, so they couldn't get the res off. It should allow Team DHC and J to get it. Yes, there is all 3 members back, but I did see the rest of Blanche moving up towards, I think it was school, so the 3 of them are back up too. We are back to 8 teams fully alive. I don't know how this is happening. It is night 3 and everybody's alive. What?
I mean, you've played in tournaments. You know what the first game jitters are. It's the first game of a tournament. It can go like this very easily if every team is playing cautiously enough and nobody wants to just wipe. And that's exactly what we're seeing. I mean, these teams are all taking fights. Things are happening, but it's been a relatively tame game overall compared to what we usually see. MSJ, whoa, one circle caught out a little bit. Romatic finally coming in. Oh my god, Romatic is completely unchecked here. He's just dropping damage onto KCW. He wants more, but he's not going to be able to find more. They are going to take that one kill, though.
Everybody was so focused on trying to knock down one circle that they couldn't really figure out how to get access to somebody else, right? The Romantic was just on the backside free dealing damage. That Laura somehow managed to stay alive despite all the pick attempts coming through from DHCNJ. But on the flip side, it's only one person dying from DHCNJ. Their credit count is actually not that bad. They can recover from this. But as we go to day number 4, there's still 8 teams alive. There is not that much space to work around right now in this game.
No.
Borneo Island is densely populated for how many zones are open.
And that's one of the most frustrated things, is it feels like you're walking on thin ice everywhere you go, because you want to fight, you want to try and get kills and rack up points, but like, there's always that risk of somebody just being around the corner or being somewhere you don't expect, because there's 8 teams alive, and it's just, as these zones close more and more, things are going to get just crazier and crazier.
Yeah, Team Auto Arms right now is split to, again, as you mentioned, right, there's no way that this team can poke. All they can do is receive poke or maybe try to look for a fight. He's going to miss the smash to smithereens over the wall, not going to get the initiation attempt that he was looking for. He's still looking for it, but the one he was chasing was an Emma, usually not going to work in favor of a melee. The HNJ just not having it right now at all, even investing the Tetragon to run away. I guess they were a little bit too far behind. BNK Furex trying to cement their position inside of Chapel. It is going to close soon, but Cemetery's coming alive. But here we go, Bouncy House all over the place for this Mai. A lot of damage coming through, or is it? Bomb's not taking any. Everybody's just not taking any damage, but Xenophine getting chunked down massively at the post end of the fight. Bear trying to do whatever he can. Bear trying to stay alive. He's going to be split apart. Sebi trying to do damage on his end too, but this Debbie and Marlene just can't do any damage right now. So much crowd control coming through. Down goes the Mai on top of it. E8's got the control over that one. 2-for-0 in favor of Team BNK Furex.
I'm just holding forward. He just like was in the middle of 3 people, popped force field, and everyone was like, well, I don't want to hit the force field. Meanwhile, Insane the Spirit Arrow finding him, slowing him down, but he is going to be able to get out. The Priya utility providing, oh no, Youngi's on the top side of them as well. Yep, time to burn some timer. That's the name of that game. Taking the White Lily, and yeah, they're gonna have to find a way to go somewhere. I mean, what do? This bottom side of Temple? No, stream's open. They will be able to barely find their way in there.
No!
3 seconds left of timer, so they are gonna have to fight their way out of this corner. And oh man, what a hard corner to fight us out of already when you're at a health disadvantage with so much AoE. Clean 3-0 sweep by Saber.
It's the meat grinder corner right there. Unfortunately, Team Red Gold Mango, they had such a strong showing, but everyone's eating so much timer right now that you just don't really have a free spot to go to. That's going to be the downfall, as we do see 2 teams finally falling in game number 1. It's going to be night 4 where that will happen. Blanche also getting picked off, as I saw. I believe it was Xenophine getting ran down by DHC and JM Factory. We saw that for a split moment. Know what happened to Team Red Gold Mango. We saw the fate of that team being ran down into a corner, which is really unfortunate for them too. But that means we're down to 6. The map feels a little bit more breathable now, but it doesn't really change too much considering it's still 6 teams alive going into day 5 in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, this map is just getting tinier and tinier, but I mean, we are down to 6 teams, so less teams, less chance of getting third-partied. I mean, the teams that are alive got to be happy about that. Little bow skill being shot by Curry over to Furex. They're probably a little jump scared. They're like, what the heck is going on here? But yeah, things are relatively tame now. It looks like C&J is just kind of hiding off in the corner and stream here. Meanwhile, over in Temple, Gyeonggi and MSJ, are we going to see an engagement by MSJ? No, we're just going to see Gyeonggi, you know, do the Haze Rockets, the usual. One circle actually getting poked out a lot. Between the Nadine and Haze, this team has a lot of range. I mean, complete control over the terms of engagement here while they have full vision. Whoa! Huge knockup! Finding its way onto everybody, Saber, and they are just going to get completely annihilated this fight. With the fight starting like that, I mean, wait.
Surely not.
Hold on, yeah,
it's not
surely
happening.
not.
Wait.
That was... Wait.
Oh, he gets 1! No!
Oh, okay. I was getting a little hyped there for a second. I thought it was going to complete wipe. Meanwhile, the Temple fight has begun. MSJ is going to be in a disadvantage here, so Ing9 will be able to get this res off onto Zero Jin. Oh my
my
Robotic tried to
God.
whip it out on the Jinho, but just barely not enough damage. One Circle not able to help him in that fight at all. And it looks like One Circle is also going to go down here. Ing9 just kind of running him down. We'll see if One Circle can kite this out. Ooh!
How did
It almost
that
looked like a
land?
huge sidestep on the taunt. Yeah, I thought that was clean, but nope. Not clean enough. Get the soap out. You're going to have to wash up on those skills.
Oh my goodness. So there is a lot of things happening all at once at this point, right? Ever since night number 4, we've had a team die, at least one team die, fully for every single phase that we've gone through. Day 5, we also saw 2 teams fall, Saber and Mira and Sejong falling down. Really close fight from Romantic. He tried going back in on towards Jinho because he knew that if he didn't recover that situation in that exact moment, there was no way he's going to be able to recover in this game ever. And it was a gamble that he ended up taking, which just did not pay off in his favor. Really nice hold from Gyeonggi and 8. They're going to keep themselves at 5 kills. Lida and Sejong down early in the game. Well, I say early. It's it's night number 5.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they're going to be down 4 kills this game. Not going to be the greatest of results that they were looking for, but not bad considering how chaotic this game could have been. We are now down to 4 teams with DHC and J only on their Emma. And about 20 seconds to go until our temporary zones are going to be quote-unquote locked in. Still a few more minutes to go before that actually ends up popping, but teams are starting to get ready for it already. Temple and Hospital will be our final 2 zones, and then Stream if we ever even get there.
And unfortunately for our lone Emma here, it does look like BNK Furex is sitting in Hospital while the other 2 remaining teams, Other Arms and Gyeonggi, are over in Temple. So there isn't going to be an angle to try and get a full revive off through just getting an uncontested zone. So Bao Bao is just going to be hiding in the corner and praying that some points fall into his lap. But yeah, this is going to be a little tough for Gyeonggi because they actually have to push in. And while they do have the range advantage, pushing in is not something they want to do against Auto Arms. They're going to have to try and land as much poke as they can before they try and push into this square. And they certainly have the tools to do it. I mean, you have Nadine's Q, you have Haze's pretty much entire kit. And yeah, they'll have to try and land a little bit of poke, taking about a fifth of his health. Oh, but a huge 3-man quake coming out from Cinema. And now they have the huge 2-man knockup, but the ropes are not there to be knocked back into. And it's just, the return engage is so huge from Gyeonggi. It looks so good at first, but...
Oh my god, Bobo! Okay, the Emma actually coming in and kind of turning things around a little bit. We're down to 2 members for each of our teams now. Emma's still alive. If you change there, you're gonna die. Okay, no, Bobo. Oh wait. The change actually targeted a little bit over the wall. Zerojin is still alive. He's gonna try to get the Nadine to get the res off. The Auto Arms does not know this, so we're gonna be back up to a 3v2 in that situation. Tetragon goes down. They're just trying to salvage time as much as possible. 20 seconds left now for Zerojin. Taeyong, he's got a little bit, but the shotgun comes in. Perfectly calculated. That Yan is dead. Sadhan goes down. Gyeonggi Ine now sitting on 10, looking for 13. Game number 1, these guys are in full control.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for Auto Arms to fight Gyeonggi because of the range disparity. It's so huge that the terms of engagement almost feel forced, right? Like, you have to find this crazy angle. I mean, the 3-man Quake was fantastic, but Sadhan just wasn't able to really hit any priority targets. He's forced to just hit this Shulville of Mai, and it's tough.
Yeah, the rock paper scissors of team compositions, man. You gotta love it.
Yeah. It's just, but it's not as severe as the old days were, so that's okay. Gyeonggi now, maybe Fearx will have a better shot. I mean, they have this ERM that can poke back. They have Rosner and Bum that can create a bit more of a decisive engage. Yeah, the spell shield onto Bum, preventing the crossbow skill from getting him wall stunned and taking too much damage. But the initial engagement's been used, some cooldowns have been used, and now Gyeonggi is trying to look to poke, but Fearx saying, no, you're not going to poke. 3-man knockup, oh my god! But it's just not enough. Gyeonggi is still managing to kite back, and the damage is just coming out, spread out to all of Fearx. Fearx is forced to kite back. The healing plant is actually going to be huge for Gyeonggi. It's going to get them to re-engage at a reasonable time without burning too much timer here. The rest coming out from Fearx, but they did not get to heal up enough. They have a slight health disadvantage. E8 getting poked out significantly. He's not going to be able to enter cat form without being at risk of dying. And yeah, now Rosner also getting poked out. Bum, the
Oh,
lone healthy one of the
no.
team, and he's forced to go down here. There's just too much damage coming down from too far away. EA trying to find an angle onto this Nadine, but nothing's going to connect. Rosner also going to try and find something, but it's just too far gone at this point. Gyeonggi looking phenomenal.
What an absolute masterclass in abusing the range of this composition. A Nadine winning a game in ERM in a long, long time. 13 kills on hand. Gyeonggi and 8 takes away game number 1. GG's.
Yeah, I mean, they just look phenomenal, and they one of the big things that happened that game was actually Saber going out, because Saber looked like their strongest competitor, Saber and MSJ, and both of them kind of just went out convincingly. I mean, they actually wiped MSJ as well, so yeah, just it's hard to tell. And honestly, it felt like the fight with Auto Arms. I don't know if Auto Arms was lacking itemization or was that too big of a deficit, but it almost felt like they got stat checked.
Yeah, it did. It almost did. But the funniest part about that is I saw the Marcus at least sitting on full transitions, and you saw him be able to tank up a lot of damage, especially at the beginning of that fight. Shields were really, really good. I think that, what is it, Rosner was able to put some really, really nice spell shields over onto the Marcus. He soaked up a lot of damage, soaked up a lot of control, and we saw them actually forcing the entirety of Gyeonggi and 8 into Temple. And it looked so good up until that point, but that little choke, the entry point from stream into Temple, I think is where they got caught out a little bit, because they're all melee, by the way. You have to remember that too. They got caught out by a few of Haze's skills, and that late into the game, especially when she is running most likely, I would have to say, the Widowmaker at that point. She hurts. Hellfire will do a lot of damage on especially tanks in the late stages of the game because of how much armor penetration scales towards the end of the game too. You cannot corral yourself into a choke point like that up against a Haze. She will rip you apart.
Yeah, and that choke point, it kind of went both ways, because Gyeonggi was forced to funnel into the choke point, and we saw that huge 3-man knockup, but there just wasn't any big follow-up on that knockup. I mean, I thought I saw that, and I was going to just see, like, Sua, QRQ, ERM, Cap Punch, 3-man devastation, but fortunately, Gyeonggi was able to find their way out. The follow-up was just a little too far away. And yeah, like you said, now Fear X was forced to go into the funnel against a Haze. Like, that's probably the last character I want to be in a funnel against, honestly. Her ult in a funnel hitting all 3 targets is just pure devastation.
Yeah, but although I will say this, right, for Team Gyeonggi in it, I'm not gonna say anything against the fact that they did really good. Do not get me wrong, that is not what I'm saying here. But it felt like a lot of the teams that they were ending up fighting towards the end of the stage of the game there, it almost feels like the victory was given to them. The compositions they had to fight were very, very close range. You saw the Haze do a lot of control. They walked up very slowly. They almost had the textbook kind of RPS moment where they played their composition exactly as they had to up against 2 very, very close range teams. And that's exactly why I think they had enough confidence, especially in Temple, being able to slowly walk up like that. They understood what the merits of the other team's composition were. They knew that they had an advantage, and it doesn't matter that they didn't really have control over the final zone. All they have to do is just slowly gain control of it, that in which they did, doing the exact same thing over on the final zone too. That is just how these long-range compositions work against close range. They just played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, they have an established win condition, right? They want to play fights out by opening up with Haze Rockets, trying to land as much damage as they can. And then if a Haze Rocket lands on a priority target, the follow-up is a Nadine Q on a slowed target. So that's exactly what they went for every fight. And then once they establish enough of a health advantage, they just push forward. And that's their win condition. And I mean, the lose condition is just one of your priority targets getting engaged on or picked off or third-partied. So, playing around that, you just establish more vision so that way you don't get third-partied. And, always fight on terms where you can see all 3 enemy players.
Exactly, and you can see the exact results of what Team Gyeonggi was able to pull off. The textbook run of their composition nets them 21 points in game number 1. Now, it's not too far away from the second place team of 12 points, But you can take a look at the rest of the lobby right now. They are all sitting on single digits. So you can, at least for now, Gyeonggi N8 breathe a little easy. But that was only game number 1. And again, as I said, Team Gyeonggi N8, they had a really easy stroll to the end of the game. Because a lot of the teams that you mentioned earlier, like Saber and Miden Sejongmik, they did fall down really early into the game. And again, I say really early, very loosely, because we had 8 teams alive going to day number 4. But yeah, it was a situation where it almost feels like the victory was kind of handed to them. There were a lot of teams that definitely didn't really have the best of matchups into Gyeonggi N8. So game number 2 is going to be where I'm going to be looking at them a little bit more thoroughly to see if that composition can hold up against some of the composition that you were mentioning. Is it going to be easy for them to actually deal with?
Yeah, I mean, we might see some teams switch to characters that can compete at that range rather than just getting poked out as well, or we may see teams go into more harder engages. Priya is going to be banned, Mai is going to be banned, so Mai is one of those tools that is pretty good to play against or with that composition style. So yeah, and Priya is more of a character that I like to attribute towards kiting back or being hard to engage on, because she has so much shielding, she has knockbacks, she has move speed advantages that she can give her teammates. So with those 2 characters banned, we'll see what teams try to gravitate towards here.
Absolutely. We're about to get started for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take a look at what the character selection is going to look like. We got ourselves quite a sunny day for Lumia Island with a little bit of wind that's going to be flying on through. 30 seconds to go. Yeah, I know. They're cooking something. This is a classic
they're just going. Oh, you guys are playing that? We could play it too, but better. We're Mir and Sejong.
Yeah, but it's Miden and Sejong too. They're gonna be mind gaming everybody.
Yeah, that's true. They might just be hovering this and then swap a Rooney. But anything can happen here. I mean, I think it's hilarious that these 2 teams have the exact same composition locked in. With the Mai bin, it seems Nikki's gonna be the surrogate Mai for these teams. Oh,
they locked it in.
Ooh, they locked it in. Okay, Blanche going over to Adriana here as their main carry, and Xenopheme swapping over to the Sua. So yeah, we have a couple swap ups here. We have Red Gold Mango now running Heart. Auto Arms also switching over to Heart on the hands of Sad Hands. So yeah, there's been a lot of swaps.
Definitely seems to be the case. Now, I will say that the Mayan Priya ban has definitely had an impact in this lobby. Look at that. A lot of new characters coming through. We got Elena for Cinema. Now, that's not all too surprising. We're even having Hearts coming out in our second game from the looks of it, too. Yeah, I would say that Priya has been quite an important pick for these teams, and we did see a lot of impact from the Priya in game number 1 on top of it as well, right? The Mai is doing the exact same thing, so do expect those picks to be back in game number 3. Very high priority, very high impact characters that were banned out for game number 2. This is the second game out of a 4-game series for these guys. We're gonna have to see something good if we want to see any good results from these teams potentially coming through in game number 4. But here we go. Game number 2, locked and loaded.
But on the other side of the coin, we also have teams that are just, sticking to their guns. We have Fear X. They're just playing their exact same composition. They got second last game. They're happy with their performance, and they want to try and repeat that performance, if not get first this lobby. And I believe Saber is also running the same composition. I mean, they had a phenomenal game. I mean, they just had an unfortunate end to it, really. So, I mean, if they can just keep up how they're playing and just, keep up how they're playing, then they should be fine. They realize that there's nothing to be worried about. They're not exerting any fear by switching their compositions. So, yeah, it should be interesting to see how these 2 teams have stayed the same, adjust to all the changes in this lobby.
Absolutely. Well, we're already seeing some small change-ups happening as we are seeing some people start to duke stuff out early. KCW now getting caught out in the middle of nowhere, but a double tomahawk knock roundhouse. Dude, this guy is so good at landing some of these, I swear to God. Now, Ing9 is the one that's completely isolated. Jinho trying to build up a couple items to maybe be of a little bit of support. Nice knockout punch over the wall, but now Romantic is the one that joins in on the fray. What is going on over here? There goes one. Jinho also gets taken down. Romantic just picks up 2 easily like that. 1, 2, and a punch to Gyeonggi N8. Down they go. Oh my goodness, Denana joins the fray too, but there's nothing else left because Romantic just cleaned everything up.
Rheumatic hitting the 1-2 buckle my shoe. Give me those kills, my boy. Oh my god, that was phenomenal. He almost got 3. He was real. Oh, maybe he will get 3. He's laying down some damage on the Ing9, but Ing9 with the pure rage uppercut. Yeah, Rheumatic is going to go down here. MSJ biting off a little more than they could chew with this 2v3, but they do find their way to another kill.
Well, they were all lined up pretty nicely and pretty for a second there, but of course, lying down on the ground is not exactly the greatest of things, and you turn over turn, and you didn't such. Okay, yeah, that level 7.
That got scary. That got scary for MSJ. That was a little spooky, but they can breathe now. They're okay. The quick revive times, since they're still level 7, is going to come into play there. But, that Tetragon! Reaction on the White Lily! Oh, that was so good to drop the Tetragon Taeyong with the knowledge of how it works.
Well, you know, that'll happen every now and then. Now, Satan trying to run away from Sebi. He's trying to get the overflow. Maybe see if he can pick up Satan. I believe the Blast Wave was already invested from the Celine. They're trying to do something. Blast Wave is going to push Sebi a little bit further away, but the resets are coming through. This Celine trying to stay alive. She even blinked away from this one. That's quite surprising. But the kill goes over to Papa. Sebi just gets denied a kill from a passive auto attack from Papa. This should theoretically be the Ekion going down, but there's a lot of animals that he can get resets off of. There's people everywhere around here, though. Now, DHT and Jay might be the ones in an awkward spot as the Estelle going to invest her heli stat. Gonna crash land on the ground. Sebi's gonna get taken down. Pexu tries to pick up a kill. Not gonna find it, and they all get out.
Yeah, and C and J did not want any of that. That disengage was just so much investment, like just Caltrops, everything, just get away from me. But Saber just gonna disengage here with the health disadvantage that they're sitting at. They do not want to take any fights until they get rested up and are good to go. Things kind of calming down for a quick moment here, a minute before our objectives rotation spawn. I believe I saw the meteorite dropping in a hospital. I don't know where the other one is going quite yet. Oh, in Pond. So it's Pond Hospital. Did I see that correctly?
I think so. I see it in Pond right now. Like, I can see a very faint edge of it, but I can't see it at hospital. So we'll see in just a moment. But another fight potentially brewing in Temple. It's going to be between Team Saber and Team Blanche. Well, there's a lot of damage being exchanged. Sebi about to get taken down. He won't. Just a little bit on the back end. The pressure is really there. There is the force field. Nope, he's just going to get taken down. Curry still continuing to chase on Cenefine on the backside. Now he's trying to get a little bit of damage done. They actually do get 1. What is this healing from the Sua? She's still alive. She's still alive. There is the Executioner bonus. Dushime's about to get taken down too. What the heck? One more auto attack should theoretically do it. Oh, they get the kill. Cenefine on the Sua manages to turn around the 2v3. There's control inside Temple. I don't think there were any other teams up on the top side. This should allow Blanche to pick up the Tree of Life in just a moment. Mid and Sejong in a little bit of trouble. Taeyong trying to chase on through, but not going to find it. Cinema getting pushed into the wall. It's going to be the explosion shot. Not that bad. Down goes Denana though. Yan taking a lot of damage. Sanan on the backside trying to run away. I think he should be able to. Sitting behind Cinema, he's going to be on a little bit of a safety net. This should be a tree going into the hands of Team Auto Arms. What the heck is going on over here? Whoa, 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 whoa. Everybody's spawning in all at once. Curry's trying to run away too. There's reset animals all over the place. Sebi's trying to find something, but there's another person coming through. It's third-party galore for Game 2, Meek.
Yeah, that was a lot going on is consecutively. Like, oh man, the Sua healing was just like, oh man, Korea will know pain. I mean, they know North America's play, finally. I'm just kidding. But phenomenally played by just everybody all around. I mean, Mira and Sejong, this is one of those combinations that I love talking about, is Elena Yan. This is an old duos. Oh, the Unstoppable coming through from 100. But EA is going to get brought out. I can't even talk right now. 100 is just on the run, Bum running him down. Meanwhile, on the backside, they are going to trade a 1-for-1 on 2 separate 2v1s going on.
I don't think they got the trade because Pexu managed to actually dodge out on the auto attack from Bum with the drink up. He's still trying to get himself away. The rest of his team's trying to follow on through, but running away from an ERM is kind of difficult. The drink up not going to be enough to save him. There was a lot of damage just soaked up, but that Marcus and the ERM has enough remnant damage to actually finish everybody off. Bubba trying to run away now. Bum's a little bit too tanky for him to take on by himself. The Nana gets taken down yet again. A lot of deaths for our Nikki in this game in Team Mida and Sejong's side. Bubba trying to run away. He is completely isolated. Down goes the Emma. Down she goes. Yeah. Well, BKFRX, 2 kills on hand. They're finding a lot in hospital.
And with the death timers staggered, FearX realizing that, you know, they're gonna have to respawn well before anyone from C&J, or well before yeah, and well before C&J does. So they just push forward, and with that slight respawn timer advantage, find themselves to another kill. A little Lumi beatdown going on here. Looks like battle zones are uncontested all around. No, this one is contested. Sadhand finding his way on the. Oh no, never mind. That's not contested. That's just a manslaughter. Sadhand, how did you get here? Anyways, I thought his whole team was there. Yeah, it looks like everything was relatively uncontested. I mean, between 3 battle zones, 2 alphas, Lumi in credit mode, and bear rotations, I mean, yeah, this can happen. Everything can kind of just go uncontested, but meanwhile, C&J, ooh, Bao Bao almost getting caught out there, but he is going to be able to find his way out with the change. Dushiman trying to push forward, but the turn is huge. Turn, completely out of position, and KCW finding the knockback. Is this going to be a wipe? Satin investing the blink. Yeah, he is going to be able to get out just barely. We'll see. It's going to be close, but they are running into FearX. Satin, no! Where do you go? There's nowhere to run.
Oh, no. Well, this is
now
bad.
A fight breaks out between C&J and FearX from Satins. Oh no, this is just menacing. And this is FearX's battle zone. I mean, they're just going to chase him down as far as they need to here and try to burn as much timer as they can off of this ERM.
Yeah, Bexu's also completely isolated too. Well, yeah. This happened. This night phase happened. Team Saber is fully gone. And we also have, by the way, another Celine who was trying to run away. Busan trying to get a little bit of damage off. Is the Ghost Fire going to be enough? I don't think so, especially with the Executioner bonus coming in. Red Gold Mango, though, Estelle does unfortunately come back alive for, I don't know who was chasing that, but yeah. This is quite a night number 2 that we're having for ourselves in game number 2, because, yeah, this is definitely a faster paced game than what we had in game 1 with how fast some of our teams are falling. And these close calls by Red Gold Mango, I should say, is definitely going to wake them up a little bit. Can't really play too aggressive. Make sure you have a little bit of a way out, and hopefully not the Celine be the one that's walking out too. Her ability is very limited.
Yeah, I mean, the cooldown on her E is, I think it's like, even with CDR, it's pretty high, like at 10 plus seconds at least, maybe even closer to like 15. But AutoArm's gonna try and sneak this tree. Cinema trying to get it, but MSJ is trying to push forward. Danana trying to look for an angle, but meanwhile at the same time, Taeyong also on the other side looking for an angle, making the backline of MSJ have full respect over him in fear of getting engaged on.
Yeah, the positioning was exceptional, I think, from Taeyong, because if the other two decide to push on in towards the Yan, the tree gets taken, Yan can just run away. If they try to push it on towards the Elena, who was trying to pick up the tree, then, well, Yan's on your flank. It's not the greatest of situation, sorry. Eden Sejong, really nice decision on walking away. I think you gotta make sure you have some control over things like that too. Overgreeding in a situation like that, especially at the start of day number 3, is never gonna work out in your favor. Really nice calls from most of our teams across the board. As 7 teams strong going into day number 3. The middle of day 3 is here, but nobody is really fighting. So I think we're just going to have ourselves a quiet day number 3. A hefty number of kills at this stage of the game means, you know, we've already had our fair share of the action. Maybe everybody's just saving it for late game.
Yeah, but Gyeonggi is the ultimate benefactor, and as far as kills go here, already racked up 7, with them being the point leaders of the lobby as well. This is definitely exactly where they want their footing. I mean, FearX also tailing just behind them at 5 kills as well, in second place. So, you know, gotta be feeling good. Our top two teams here getting a bunch of points racked up already in game 2. Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to go right into the finals. They don't want to play into that wild card position.
Yeah, that's the goal for everybody here, right? As far as you can go, and directly going into the finals is going to be one of the greatest feelings, especially after the results of today. We're already seeing it in Group A, but these games are extremely, extremely competitive. It will not be as chaotic as we saw in some previous ERMs, but you can definitely see the results of these teams really, I think, practicing dealing with these kind of situations. I feel like in a lot of fights so far we've had, especially with the third party and the number of chaos that we've seen so far, the results have not been catastrophic, right? That's the one big thing about some of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, the Nano not finding his mark on that, and he's just gonna get brought down. Meanwhile, Sebi, I love watching Sebi because he always does this. He finds his way into the back and just finds so much damage and so much disruption onto teams. But the hard ult is going to get brought out. Insane will be the one that ends up going down. Sebi barely managing to stay alive. Senafine trying to push forward, trying to find more of an angle here, but they're not going to be able to find anything else. Yeah, Red Gold Mango's remaining members are going to get out, but they're actually going to double back here. I don't know who has vision of... I believe they must have vision because you would think Blanche would see this and try to look for more.
I don't think they had it.
Yeah.
Now they just got it. Yep, Blanche didn't exactly know about that. And on top of it, the yellow cube was just picked up by the Celine too. So they got a little bit of a boost when it comes to the credit count. But Celine not sitting on that good of timer. Again, she doesn't have too much mobility. She's going to be sitting around, give or take 5 seconds right after she hyperloops. Hopefully it's not a risky one. Yeah, there's nobody here. That's really lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a worry in this stage of the game when you have so many teams alive and you have to pick a zone that has a call-in and, like, pray that no one's here. I mean, Youngie is in the area and they are going to see this and we are going to start seeing them rotate up as well.
They gotta stay together!
Oh, this is scary because VNK FearX is in the area as well. They are walking towards them and yeah, they are going to find them and yeah... With them being so split apart, that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, if you don't stay together at this stage of the game, I mean, with the zones closing and 7 teams alive, it's so easy for somebody to just come around the corner, just like FearX did there, and now they're going to have to burn another 250. The tempo is just slipping out of their hands for Red Gold Mango this game, and they don't even have enough to revive right now as well.
I don't know why Insane walked up towards Lumi, because I was looking at chat, he picked up a recon drone. I don't think getting your Mai killed, or sorry, your Estelle killed for a recon drone off of Lumi was really worth it in the long run. But yeah, either way, minus 250. They just barely have enough credits to bring back the Estelle no matter who's the one to call. But their positioning was atrocious before we moved the camera away from them. So Celine in the heart, she's going to have a bit of a tough time trying to deal with this. Luckily, Lumi comes around, and I guess in exchange for buying the recon drone, Lumi decides to path around a little bit on an advantageous spot for Team RGM. They will get their Estelle back, all 3 strong, but minus 250 goes into their hands as we're going to head over into the center middle of day number 4. In about a minute until Wickline spawns. It's going to be inside of Cemetery, which will be opening up in just a moment. It's the second game in a row that she's doing that.
Yeah, and something I love that you mentioned there was positioning, because a lot of people think positioning is how you position in fights and how you position on engages, but positioning also entails how you move around the map as a team, where you're positioned while moving around. You have to... Positioning is something that is constantly happening. It's not just something that happens when you're fighting. It's something that should be happening all the time, and yeah, Red Gold Mango learning it the hard way that time.
Luckily, again, as I said, Lumi actually working out in their favor. That doesn't happen all the time, guys. Don't catch your luck like that. But here we go, another fight on the south side of the map, right next to the wick line. These teams are looking for control over that. Gyeonggi and 8 trying to turn things around. BNK trying to go over the results of last game, but I don't think it's really working out. Bum trying to run away. It is a Marcus, so he does have a good amount of mobility in his kit. Ing 9 gonna give up the chase. Bum doing the same thing. Zerogen has to run away, but look at his timer. He's gonna be completely isolated. There's a couple teams inside of Fire Station right now too. The question is he going to make it, the White Lily? Yes, he will. 2 seconds on his hand. It's not in a good situation at all. Blanche should be able to find out that there's an Adriana in there if he steps out even a little bit. Sorry, not an Adriana, but a Haze there in just a little bit. Oh, this is all over the place.
I'm worried for Zerogen because one of these teams did have vision and managed to
see him, but
he's actually just gonna walk between both teams.
What?
You know? Hey guys, nothing going on here. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna hyperloop out. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that was really scary because he's in yellow, surrounded by zones that are red, with only one place to go, under CCTVs, and he makes it out? What? Like, it's just, it's asinine, honestly.
He literally weaved through the he basically found the needle in the haystack. That's exactly what happened there. I don't know how the heck he managed to get out of that one, but here we go. Fight potentially brewing from Blanche as well as Mida and Sejong, but Sebi with really good control of his overflow, not going to oversend anything as of right now. But with the timer starting to close in, they got to run eventually. All of these teams sitting inside of Fire Station have a long way to go before they're in safety nets. School is going to close. They all have to walk down to either Forest or Hotel. the entrances are really difficult to get through. So the Hyperloop should be coming out for Team Blanche in just a moment. DHCNJ may be looking to control the entryway from school into hotel, but yeah, that's not a good situation. Whoa, there's a follow through. Denana completely far apart, but DHCNJ not looking for it at all.
Yeah, I mean, oh no, what is going on here? It looks like it looks like Blanche has found themselves in a sticky situation with this Hyperloop. I mean, not only have they landed themselves on top of a team and got completely poked out, but there's multiple teams in the area. I mean, Miran Sejong's just right beside them without knowing quite yet. And meanwhile, another Hyperloop happening. Oh, C and J. Oh no, Sue, this is so scary. You're just in the middle of everybody. And yeah, more and more time are getting burnt, but now they're split off. And we have Red Gold Mango waiting on the outskirts of Factory. They know something's up here. Yeah, Bao Bao gonna go. What? Bao Bao with the stasis on nothing? What the heck's going on over there? They're all just split up and just getting kind of picked off individually by multiple teams. Romantic is just barely gonna survive. Xenophine almost finding the kill on him, but yeah, MSJ on the run. But now they're getting third-partied. Big Youngie, Ing9, finding an angle in with the Pure Age uppercut, but huge spell shield from Xenophine to negate it, and now the White Lily gets them out just barely.
Oh my
Rocket's still on, and Auto Arms is now here as well. What is going on in Forest? This is absolute mayhem, and oh no. Blanche is gonna get wiped by just being surrounded. Put your hands up. Get on the car. We're putting you under arrest to take you out of this lobby. Now we have the ditto happening between MSJ and Gyeonggi. Yeah, but I believe Denana is still missing his Pure Age uppercut, so they're not going to be able to find any sort of terms of engage. I mean, that's such a weird ditto because it's just Hayes and Nadine throwing stuff at each other. It's like a high school food fight. And yeah, they're just going to be forced to burn timer, taking too much poke and realizing that Auto Arms is below them. They realize they have nowhere to really go. They are going to double back here, but they're going to get caught out on vision. Gyeonggi's aware of this.
Goodness.
With MSJ having no timer, they're going to have to find a way to push forward through something here. But Auto Arms, they see what's going on.
Oh,
and yeah,
this is terrible.
This is just worst case scenario for Miran Sejong. I mean, it looks like they're going to get wiped here. I don't know how they get out of this corner at all, other than just, King making one of these two teams. And I mean, this is really tough. I mean, but neither team wants to push forward. But everyone's aware that there's multiple teams here, and that's why MSJ is not picking a direction to run. It's deductive reasoning, even if you don't have vision of the other team. Yeah, looks like the Soul Seal is going to be popped. They're going to make their angle to try and run south here, try and buy themselves a better spot to sit, but they're still cornered. They're not, they haven't really solved anything by going down here. Other than Auto Arms, because Auto Arms is still sitting beneath them. They have nowhere to go. And now KCW on the run. I mean, C&J has just been, ever since that Hyperloop, they've just not been able to recuperate and find a revive or anything. Yeah, it looks like KCW is just going to king make here and try to find an angle onto Busan. The hard ult going down, Busan finding his way back inside of it, but the lockdown is there, and Sad Hands is just on the outside picking people off as the hard ult goes down. And yeah, Red Gold Mango with their Estelle as their sole remaining member alive is going to run out. Gyeonggi and MSJ are still just sitting here. This is just like a thing that's happening.
This is a really good spot for Team Mira and Sejong, though. They managed to get themselves out of an absolutely disgusting pickle, and now they're the ones that are potentially going to be the ones maybe sandwiching Gyeonggi Innate. Pulba slowly making his way in. He's the last one alive on his team after the funny that Taekyung did. Oh, this is all over the place. Denana completely isolated. He's going to get taken down. We've seen this in the past from Denana, and he's going to be cursed with it yet again, going by his lonesome without the rest of his team. Gets caught out by himself. Now Romantic and One Circle both have no time. That's where they're trying to fight this out. But of course, a Nikki too tanky. Gyeonggi Innate. Down goes One Circle. He's gonna head pop, and now they have to duke it out up against the team of Auto Arms sitting inside of the zone. Megok is gonna go for a -1. Unfortunately, that's not good at all. Gyeonggi Innate, they gotta fight now. They have 30 seconds left. Oh, actually, they have a plenty amount of time. Auto Arms, they've seen this before. They've had to deal with this. Are they gonna be able to win it out this time around? Gyeonggi Innate fighting it out up against a close range team. Cinema goes in. He's popping the force field. There's the Tetragon down, but nothing getting done from this Yan. Sadhan trying to get the damage in, but it's not going to do anything. Peacemaker goes down, but this is only being a peacemaker for the entirety of that team. Gyeonggi Innate. A masterpiece of how to play Eternal Return. These guys are just controlling range like no tomorrow. Who needs the Mai?
Yeah, and in that initial fight with Mir and Sejong, after they got the first kill, they realized, well, we got a kill, they didn't. We surely have more timer. So we could just kind of sit back, wait for, an opportunity, and, an opportunity presented itself. They found the Pure Rage uppercut on Dramatic, taking the kill down, and then from there, 3v1, it's curtains. But that fight there was just a sheer masterclass. I mean, these guys look...
Oh, they didn't check the bush.
The
this
flank
could be,
could
oh,
be huge.
they got it. They got
they
it.
finally scouted out. But Bum is now, they're now aware of Bum's existence here. I don't know who put that drone down, but huge presence of mind. Bum, almost finding an angle, but he is gonna actually only end up knocking back Ing9. And BNK is just not able to find an angle onto this backline. Oh my god, the damage! E8 just gets wiped off the map, eradicated even. This is just a write-off at this point. I don't think Fearx has enough damage to do anything here.
I've seen this before. Well, let's see. Sua's done some really crazy stuff in the past, but look at this. With the Soul Stealer, Bum just cannot catch people out. Jinho, he's gonna be able to completely kite Bum. Rosner left by his lonesome. And again, Gyeonggi and 8, the same two teams! It's BNK, Fearx, and Auto Arms. That's the two teams they have to deal with, and they're gonna be able to take the win. They're gonna get their 18th kill, and this should theoretically enable Team Gyeonggi and 8 to get themselves into the finals. Of course, it's a little bit early to call it, but Game 2, 18 kills. Game 1, 13 kills, both with first place. Yeah, Gyeonggi and 8 is eating good here today. GG's.
Yeah, you gotta think when you open up the group stages that convincingly, with that many points racked up, you're pretty much just a shoo-in for the finals at that point. And yeah, as you mentioned, they played against the same two teams again. Auto Arms, I mean, they're just a short-range team. They have a really hard time dealing with this amount of range that's being established and the amount of space that's being controlled immaculately. They have no real angle in, and by the time they do have an angle in, it's because they've been given it because there's been too much of a health deficit at that point. And, it was really a good attempt by BNK Fearx to try and find that angle. I mean, it almost worked. Bum almost got away with murder. Yeah. It would have been so good. Oh, but the drone scouting him out, whoever put that down, that was phenomenal. I mean, they hadn't seen Bum yet, and they're thinking, okay, where is he? What's going on? So, at that point, they got to try and look at angles he could try and take. So, huge presence of mind by Gyeonggi. They're just playing phenomenally, not just on their characters, but as players in general, just showcasing immaculate knowledge of the game and, establishing their win condition and playing for it time and time again.
Something that is really...
wow.
Yeah, something that is really amazing to me right now with the way that Team Gyeonggi and 8 is playing is you definitely know this. I definitely know this from watching. You definitely know it from actually experiencing it. These small mistakes throughout these team fights add up. It really does.
Yeah.
And eventually you come to a point where there is a line that you can't cross and you can't really make up for the mistakes that you've made. But I haven't seen a single fight from Team Gyeonggi and 8 where they've ever made enough mistakes to go over the line. We've seen cases where, in game number 1, Bum was able to get a 3-man knock-up into the air, but no one was there to pick it off because all the positionings on the side of Gyeonggi and 8 was far away enough that all the triple melee characters can't actually capitalize on it. Yeah, small mistake, but nothing gets actually punished for it. They managed to get away with it. In that situation too, they almost crossed the line of not checking the bush, but then they eventually do. And once they reel back from that, now they're in full control. Now their micro is perfect. Starting from there, no more mistakes on how that team plays that fight. E8 gets taken down, zone control is perfect. The players on the backside are never in any pressure. Sua and the Marcus just has no control over this fight, which is really weird because Smash to Smithereens usually gives Marcus a whole lot of control over the backline characters. I didn't see any of that at all. So let's take a look at what the scores are looking like. Yeah, 47-20. I think this is a day for Gyeonggi and 8. They are playing so well today.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just think, okay, these guys have clinched their final spot at the very least, if not first in this lobby. But BNK Fearx, I mean, look at the rest of the lobby though. This second place positioning is up for grabs for any of these teams. I mean, even Blanche sitting at 7 points. I mean, they could have a nice 2 games coming up here and just boom, shoot right up the scoreboard. So We'll have to see. I mean, with the Priya and my picks coming back into play into this next game that we're going into as well, that's going to definitely shake things back up again for these teams. But yeah, it's just been the Gyeonggi show all day today so far.
Yeah, Gyeonggi is a city that is going to be eating good after today too, guys.
Yes.
Wow, what an absolutely incredible result so far. But that was only the first 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send it over into a break in just a moment. Of course, give these players a little bit of time to recuperate, maybe talk about some strategies. Because, yeah, I definitely think that after looking at these score sheets, there is a bit of strategy that could be going around outside of Gyeonggi N8. For those guys, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For the rest of the lobby, though, they might have to come up with ways to at least be able to deal with that team. The only people that's been left at the end is 2 very close range teams. That is not beating a Nadine and a Hayes unless they make mistakes. So, yeah, you're gonna have to find some other ways to deal with that.
Especially when they have such a an established strategy on how to win. I mean, step 1, find all 3 members of the enemy team, and they did just that in that last game. I mean, Bum almost got away with it, but then they remembered, wait, step 1, what is it again? Let's find all 3 members. We only see 2. Where's the third? Okay, let's start dropping vision and seeing. Oh, there he is. Let's position accordingly from here, establish a health lead, and then just win.
Yeah, recon drones save
they're
lives.
so good at it. I know it sounds so easy when I just say it like that, but it's a lot harder than there's a lot more nuance and detail to it. And they're executing it flawlessly.
Yeah, you have to understand that, especially as a double backline like that, and you know how dangerous a Marcus is going to be. You're really locked in, and when you're locked in like that, you do tend to forget some really minor things that do save your lives like that, like the recon drone being sent into the bush. But either way, all of that is just analysis from us. Players are going to have a break, so we'll see you guys back here in a few minutes after the break, so grab yourself a snack, grab yourself some drinks, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of Group A.
개시 후 최종 안전지대가 해제됩니다. 전장을 지배하고 있습니다. 사냥법이 이제 최종 좋을 거야. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이슬하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대! 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄까지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람 불어오니 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게 섭리의 바람 휘몰아쳐라 기류를 타고 풍류운산 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. I hope you all had a fantastic one. Meek and we had a little date. I'm cheating on Super because he abandoned me today.
Yeah, Super's cheating on you actually with Frankie. Little did you know? Yeah. And that means Frankie's cheating on Red, and it's just cheater central right now, and I'm just involved in it now. Oh man.
I am never beating the allegations. Even when it was with Circadia, I was always the cheater too. I am never beating the allegations. But guys, here we go. Game 3 is underway. We're just gonna full send it immediately. Let's take a look at the picks, shall we? Or maybe even some character or slash player substitutions that may have come in. Is there any that I can see off the top of my head? I do not believe so. I think all the picks are actually exactly... Oh, not the picks, but the players are exactly the same. Bear is still in for Team Blanche, although you and I were talking about that. I genuinely thought Shinonome would have came in to substitute out since Blanche is struggling a little bit with the Bear right now. But no, they're just going to keep him.
Yeah, looks like there's a doctor's appointment for... I guess. So probably just not able to play because I'd imagine they would sub him in. But yeah, it is what it is. Rheumatic going over to the Katya this time. Yeah, MSJ still running a similar composition, but something a little more auto attack based. Yeah, it looks like some pretty standard stuff here. I don't see anything standing out. Maya's banned again, but no Priya banned this time. So it seems Priya stocks are now down coming into this third lobby compared to the first.
I suppose. I forget who's the one that did end up playing the Priya in game number 1 that made her get banned, but either way, you're right. No Priya ban going into game number 4. It means that Megok as well as Satan can actually pick those character up again. But the one difference that I do see between the two, Megok is running the Soul Stealer, whereas Satan is running the Healing Wind. Maybe somebody else on that team is running it. Since I do see this, you say the Priya stock falls down, but the stock of Soul Stealer has been rising exponentially.
Oh yeah,
competitive.
Yeah, no, Soul Stealer has more or less become a mainstay for every team to run at this point. Both in not just Korea, but also in North America and pretty much every region really playing competitively right now. So yeah, we'll have to see how things are affected here. I mean, with Mai coming back into play, Gyeonggi is going to be looking just better than ever. They looked phenomenal last game with the Nikki. I mean, we were talking about it briefly on break. How, they actually racked up more points with Nikki in Access rather than running Mai on which they ran in their first game. Which I thought was really interesting because Nikki kind of creates a couple weaknesses for this team that I don't really like. But now that they're back on the Mai, things seem much more well-rounded.
Yeah, in the end, for Team Gyeonggi and after their stellar performances in games 1 and 2, all they have to do is just play a standard few games of Eternal Return. They should make their way easily over into the finals. It's a great situation for them to be put under at the moment. Whereas Curry, yeah, he's not having it. Saber gonna lose their Rio. Beautiful blast wave backwards and the control from the Lennox on top of it. KCW caught out. He's going to get taken down too. Gyeonggi again starting off strong. I said, hey, play a couple games of normal Eternal Return. They are just on full blast instead.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're in this position too, where you're up so many points on the rest of the lobby. You don't need to win more lobbies at this point. You just need to rack up points every game, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Meanwhile, over in stream, it looks like Saber is going to pick up point for themselves. C&J actually finding the way to killing 2 members of Gyeonggi here. Ing9 just left on his own.
They're okay though, still alive, and that should be okay. It's early game, so the death timers aren't too long. Rosner on the flip side, oh, he's actually staying alive. He's got the spell shield that allows him to stay alive too. Nicely done. There's another member going down from Team Red Gold Mango. It's the Priya that's alive in the end. Centipede getting taken down too inside of Pawn and Stream. Dushiman trying to chase this down. Sebi, no resets. Nice. Venomization, is that going to be enough? Oh, the shield actually coming in from the force field. Dushiman's the one that gets sent out. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Yes, he will. Estelle just barely has enough. Down goes the Ekion. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Saber, sitting on 3 kills now as we're going to start heading into night number 1. I say day. No, it's night.
Yeah, night number 1. Bear gonna get brought down here. And just touching back on that fight in hospital, Rosner, I mean, he got so low, but not just the spell shield, but also his movement keeping him alive. I mean, he dodged, I believe it was the Lennox W, which would have spelled certain doom for him. And yeah, just phenomenally played by him. Sebi, I'm not sure who got those doggies there, but a fight happening in hospital. The huge knockup coming up from E8. Is Bum able to follow up? Yes, he is. He's able to get the wall stun. This is a little 2v3 action, actually. And yeah, Rosner going to pour it in, and he's going to look for some heat here. Is he going to find anything? He does find a knockup onto Curry, and that should be, yes, he does go down. Dushiman on the run. Rosner and Bum trying to chase him down, but it looks like with this straight path here, he is going to get the shield out. Yes, and he is going to charge on out of there.
Unfortunately for Team Saber, they're not going to find too much at the night 1 time. Satan does end up making it out, so that's a little bit lucky. It is a bit chaotic, but of course, it's still slow, right? I mean, you see a couple teams having a good amount of kills, but outside of that, we're seeing not that much action. We got 4 kills for Kyungi, and oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, we're just, yeah, Kyungi is, I don't know, and maybe that's part of what's going on for their success here as well, is their early game is just kind of, it's kind of the perfect storm for this lobby situation where they're always in force and they're always picking off people because they're on faster build tempo. So that might also be something that's playing a part in getting them an early XP lead and getting them on tempo for the lobby and just, like, you know, kind of snowballing away with things.
We'll see how this team continues to do, but with all of these teams looking for objectives at day number 2, you can see already the Tetragon going down. It's going to be a utility not available for the side of Team DHCNJ. Very long range composition for Team Mira and Sejong. Dinana is trying to soak up as much damage as possible. Pexu's going to have to use the Striking Tiger out. KCW, really nice quick spin to soak up a lot of damage, but look at that. Satellite Raider pops. Kyungi in the exact position they need to be to deny Mira and Sejong. They're going to pick up the Tree of Life. They pick up everything at the start of day number 2 and deny so many prio teams from getting what they want to get. Mira and Sejong denied, DHCNJ denied, Kyungi takes it all.
Yeah, I mean, Gyeonggi, they're the kings of forest. These guys just sit here in forest and are just menaces. And then come daytime scammer, they have full control of forest, and they see what's going on with the daytime scan. They see a fight going on for this hotel tree, so they just walk on up and take the tree. What is anyone going to do about it at that point? The fight's already begun, things have already been committed, and they're in complete control. And there's no way to even try to engage on this team at that positioning.
Ing9 found another Tree of Life somewhere. These guys are eating insanely right now. Is that going to be a meteorite? Of course it is. That's going to be a Force Core picked up. I don't know if it's a Code TA or if it's an Aoyai, but either way, they're already on an absolute roll. There's the Aoyai picked up. It goes straight to the Nadine. Kyungi in it. They just need to get another meteorite. That's another Force Core. Possible Code TA coming out for the Haze. These guys are ramped up already, sitting on 4 kills right now. How the hell do you stop this team?
Oh, and they're just way ahead of tempo, both in XP and in itemization. Meanwhile, Hundersu is going to go down. C&J is on the run here. The change coming up from Bao Bao is going to be able to keep him safe, but KCW, we cannot say the same for him, as Sad Hand is going to take him down.
Oh my goodness. Okay, day 2 is also going to be a bit of a mess for some of these teams. Sebi goes into the overflow. Satan trying to run. It is a Priya. She doesn't have too much mobility, but she has the mobility of the speed. Yeah, it's not going to get you away from those fireballs.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him, will get taken down as a kill going over onto Team Blanche. The first one of game number 3. But that's a start.
And Adriana is just one of those picks that I feel is really good into Priya. You have a lot of range to deal with her, and not only that, but Priya's main strength, as you said, for her mobility is move speed. Well, Adriana's main strength is slowing, and slowing beats move speed. So, Sebi finding his way into the back, trying to create some mayhem, buy Cenophine some space to try and get the cooldowns reset. Bear throwing some fire into the mix as well, but no real big damages coming down. The shielding coming up from this Priya is kind of negating Bear's damage in general. Insane trying to go in the membrane and keep everybody off, but yeah, it's just not enough. This Priya pick is just providing too much utility onto the side of RGM, but they are going to find their way to having one of their team members drop, unfortunately. It's just not going to be quite enough. Meanwhile, over in Temple, Curry kiting out Cinema.
Oh
Cinema not able to do anything, but the Shelville is buying so much time. Meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, Satin goes down, so it's just going to fall apart here, and it's going to be a clean 3-0 win for Auto Arms over Saber.
No, we might not be seeing any bans on Yan today, but these players are absolutely insane. Taekyung and KCW, if both of those players are on form with their Yans, they pull off some absolutely insane Tomahawk roundhouses, and we've seen both of the players actually pull those off. Just now over onto Curry, he did some insane plays. That's just what I want to see from Taekyung. That's what I want to see from KCW. It's just, they gotta actually make stuff work with it, right? This is a good start for Team Auto Arms. We've always talked about how this team has weaknesses, and especially with Kyunggi and they doing good in the early stages, they might have themselves another awkward late game situation on their hands. But this is a good start. Curry on the flip pad. Dadada is chasing out through. There's the Quake, and there's the kill. Down he goes. Knight 2 kill. It's still fine. He will come back in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and for Team Auto Arms, one of the biggest things is that they can't fall behind. They can't afford to fall behind. When you're running such a short-range team, stat checking is very real on what they... Whoa! Douchey Man is not going to be able to get out of this one. He's completely picked off. BNK Fearx finding their way to a kill. Meanwhile, over in Chapel, a fight breaking out. Danana is going to go down here. It's very close. Yes, the change from Bao Bao is going to be able to take him down. One Circle trying to do what he can to try and turn this fight around. Whoa, what is that damage from One Circle and Rheumatic? Oh my god, Bao Bao is just going to get brought down. And now another fight breaking out, heading into Alley. Oh my god, everyone is just funneled up. And get brought down. Busan is so low. Is Xenophine going to be able to catch up? I don't think so. Maybe if they can get vision, Bear can throw Molotov. Oh, not quite able to find its mark. Busan is just barely alive here. Oh,
but it's a Celine.
But it's Celine, the mobility. We talked about this earlier. Celine's mobility is very limited. And oh, she is gonna get out. But meanwhile, oh no! Saber, Curry, and Dushiman are just kind of caught out on the backside here. Dushiman already brought to half health. Bear trying to catch up and get in range to use his Q here, but all he's able to do is drop oil slicks and Molotovs. Xenophine is just pushing forward. No! Dushiman not on the right angle of the White Lily, and he is going to get brought down for that unfortunate mistake. Meanwhile, Curry on the run, Satin on the run. They decide to split because they know this chase is not going to end without blood. Curry, he's going to have to burn timer here. Yes. He will be able to get out. They are not willing to commit their timer for this. Meanwhile, Auto Arms finding a kill. Another fight breaking out. Wow, everything is just going on like crazy. Bum missing the wall stun onto Danana. The White Lily pushing One Circle and Danana out. But they are going to be able to get out here. Yes, the jump pad will be able to get them to safety. And meanwhile, Curry's in that zone too. So we might see a 2v1 happen between Curry versus One Circle and Danana.
Oh, well, while that was happening, we saw Insane falling down as well. He's just going to get immediately picked back up on the top side of the map. DHJ looking for an angle. KCW tries to go in. Not going to find anything just yet. Pexu doing the same thing. Not going to find anything just yet either. Team Red Gold Mango, they need to find themselves at least a moment to breathe because, good lord, day 3 was absolutely chaotic. Everybody now doing their own things around the map. Mida and Sejong, the only team that is down a member. It's going to be Romantic with that Kadia. Still just chilling for a little bit. Danana will get the res back up. And everybody is alive again. But wow. Again, I'm kind of bringing it back from what I said earlier. But despite all the chaos that is happening, nothing catastrophic.
Yeah. I mean, all we've seen is just kills get swapped and credits get dropped onto reviving teammates. I mean, all things considered, after it's all said and done, every team is still alive, and I don't know how everyone is doing transition-wise, but I'd imagine they're all in relatively similar situations. Auto Arms, Cinema is going to spot out Sebi here and the rest of the boys. Ooh, 3-man Quake going down. Everyone's slow, but Sebi looking to turn on the outside of things. Sadhan not taking any damage yet, but the health advantage is going to go over to the hands of Blanche. And yeah, they are going to try and push forward, but Sebi getting kited out, and now he's actually brought
Mini
under
map.
half health. And oh no, CNJ is going to spoil this here with that with the vision plant going down. Yeah, Blanche is going to spot out that they are seen by a vision plant, and they know that it's the one from below them, so they are going to disengage. Meanwhile, Mira and Sejong, I mean, they just haven't been able to find their footing in this lobby. They're now completely split off, and yeah, they're just... Yeah, Denner's just going to go down here as they get pushed into... And so is Rheumatic, actually. One Circle is going to try and make rags from riches here, but he's not going to find an angle here. Oh, and it's just... It's so disheartening to see.
Yeah, but look up on the north side of the map. A possible third party coming in from Blanche. They're not going to find the range to do it. One Circle trying to push them in a little bit, maybe. Curry not going to get taken down, unfortunately. One Circle, he's going to have to spend a lot of credits, but look at their credit count right now. Stage 500, sitting over at about maybe 300 as a team as a whole. Yeah, it's not exactly a good situation for Team Vita and Sejong to be in at the moment. Luckily, it is the Haze that's still alive, right? She can actually farm pretty easily. We saw her just taking the mutant there. What is that? Mutant boars? There we go. Mutant boars pretty easily. Should be able to get herself some good amount of credits. The res on Decadia is possible, but outside of that, it's going to be a long way before Denana can get picked back up. Vita and Sejong, today is definitely not their day, and right now they're almost on the brink of elimination. I think we came out of game 2 with them sitting in 6th place, so...
Yeah.
Whew.
And a lot of these teams are racking up a lot of points. I mean, Blanche is getting themselves on the board. They were sitting at 8th, but if this game continues on the pace it is, they're going to shoot up in the scoreboard significantly. And look at the map as well. I mean, poor One Circle is just, like, surrounded by people, and... Yeah, he is going to find his way out of this sticky situation. I mean, with the zones closing, he really only had one path to run in, and actually he is going to get spotted up by CNJ here. He's going to have to burn more timer, but I don't think he can escape these characters. Yeah, the Dylan ultimate is going to spell his doom, and Miran Sejong going out 8th place with only 4 kills. I mean, we talked about it earlier, but they might not make it out of groups.
This is... I said earlier during the break, dare I say, Vita and Sejong not making it out of groups. It is looking like an actual possibility today. Their compositions are just not working out today at all. Very similar in idea of what Team Gyeonggi Innate is running, but they're just not executing it as well as Team Gyeonggi Innate. On the north side, though, a possible fight between Team Auto Arms and Team Blanche. Sebi is just kind of cooking a little bit, trying to get a little bit of poke down. Same thing for Bear. There's Sad Hand trying to play a little bit of aggressive. Sebi doing the exact same thing. He's just kind of toying around with his overflow gauge as of right now. Senaphine doing the exact same thing, but the third party about to come in. This is bad. Oh, Senaphine just used a Don Quixote in. He's going to get taken down. Sebi is going to get taken down too. Force Field is not going to save you up against the Razi. Down he goes. 2 members down for Team Blanche. And that early game start that we were talking about, not seeming to work at all. Minus 500 towards Team Blanche. They do have the credits to invest into it. That is a heavy investment going into night number 4.
Well, you say that, but look at this Adriana's items. I mean, when they all get revived, I mean, this team is definitely strong. This Adriana is going to pump damage if given the opportunity and can just absolutely blow people up. But yeah, they do get everyone brought back up. Wick Lion spawning in force. Looks like it's going to be relatively uncontested. So, Gyeonggi is just going to get away with murder here unless if the contest happens from... No, they are going to go to archery and play it safe instead. Seeing the Wick Line already go down, yeah, there's real no point in trying to contest it when it's already pretty much gone.
Indeed, oh goodness gracious. East side, west side of the map, potentially a little bit of a fight, but nah, Red Gold Mango. You know, I kinda want to see a little bit more from this team here today, but I think the first 2 games have definitely given them a good lesson on how difficult it is to deal with some of our ERM. They just started to roll everybody around. The entirety of Group A is playing so much more safer, and that does also include Team Red Gold Mango. Hopefully we get to see a bit more of this team, because we talked about them earlier today when the series began. That is definitely a roster that has a lot of good ways of finding some fights. But be able to see it here today, although this might be a forced bit of a fight. There's the flank coming in from Sad Hand right now. The bouncy house of the Tetragon is doing so much. AoE is just a bound. It is not good for Team Red Gold Mango. They're going to get taken down. 2 members down. Lennox, the last one alive. Santa trying to chase this down. Cinema doesn't seem to have any interest in trying to go for it, but Sadham wants it. He's blinking over, but going a little bit too far forward might not be the greatest of ideas because there's another few teams right below them. Saber loses to Curry, last one alive on his team, but the third party is going to force the rest of the members of DHCJ to play it a bit more safe. Curry keeps himself alive. Same thing for Insane. Blanche, Sebi, just comes around and says, what the heck happened?
Hey guys, what's going on? Whoa! It turns around. And Sebi is he's so confident on this character. What? Oh, Curry sees what's going on and is like, I don't want any part of this. Get me out of here. Jumps over the wall. He's going to hyperloop out. Meanwhile, Insane with full timer. So yeah, he's going to actually be able to get out too. The chase being dropped. Oh no. Huh?
Hyperloop back into gas station.
Hyperloop. What the heck was that? Okay. That's not where I thought he'd hyperloop. Huh.
Oh, Busan's
no.
dead.
Oh no. Oh no.
No!
Oh no!
And Luby would have packed up!
Oh no! Wait, can they just revive again? Oh, they don't have enough, do they?
Dude, that
sucks. Oh no! It's such a heartbreaker.
Ah.
Oh, that is tough. That is really, really tough. But let that serve as a lesson to Red Gold Mango once again that timer is a real factor that you have to pay attention to, especially when you're looking at revives like that.
Yeah.
But a fight breaking out here into Temple. Furex keeping Auto Arms kind of zoned out in that bay. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do against Auto Arms. Earlier, we saw Auto Arms have a fight where they were just scrapping, and that's the kind of fight that Sadhan loves. Through a two-man Quake coming up from Cinema, the follow-up, Taeyong finding a two-man knock-up. Whoa! Looking for the wall stun on the Blink Roundhouse kick. Sadhan trying to put down any sort of damage, but it's just so hard for him to get in range without, you know, having something to respect. And yeah, it looks like this is completely in Furex's favor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we have Red Gold Mango just being zoned by Youngie. I mean, this is poor Red Gold Mango, man. And yeah, it's just going to be curtains for them as well.
Big Wook, he's looking to hyperloop. The Priya this time around, this team will actually get a hyperloop off, but where are you going to go, my friend? It's going to be towards archery range. It is open, right? Gas station is going to be our final zone. We can see it with the minimap state. Alley is going to be our other temporary zone, which is being fought over by Team Blanche as well as Team BNK Furex. Wicked line buff just ended for all of our teams, so that's not going to be a factor going into the rest of the fights. Sebi trying to get a little bit of damage towards the backside. Look at the flanks coming in. Bear in a whole heap of trouble. He's going to get taken down, but Sebi is pretty healthy. Down goes the ERM. Rosner trying to do as much damage as possible. Same thing for the Marcus. There's a lot of max percent HP damage being done by the Marcus. Down goes Sebi. Senefine in a whole heap of trouble. Rosner and Bum sees it, but DHCNJ with a hero play on the flank side. 2 seconds left for the dial-in. Oh my goodness. Everybody is just on cope right now. Rosner, oh, this is not good. This is terrible for Senefine. Bum and Rosner should be able to lock this down. Yeah, this was not getting taken down anytime soon, but eventually she will. Down she goes. BNK Furex, 2 members strong, 20 seconds left going into the final zone, or the temporary zone of Alley. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I mean, C&J has pretty much a free ride here into top 2. I believe Gyeonggi is on the other zone, so they should also just have a free ride. So yeah, it looks like we're just going to have DHC&J versus Gyeonggi for the final here. Furex actually finding their way to 12 kills, so they got to be pretty happy about that. They're going to try this 2v3 here. I mean, against a team like this, Sua could do it. And yeah, Bum is in there, and he's beating up Su. Oh, they find an angle on the Su, perhaps? No. Senefine they're not Senefine, sorry. Rosner just getting completely brought down as soon as he tries to do anything. I mean, they just held cooldowns for Rosner. They know burning things on a Bum is not going to be worth the investment. And yeah, nice little clean 2v3 from C&J. Gyeonggi taking the other zone as well. Yeah, I mean, Gyeonggi, once again, finding their way to the finals, finding their way to having zone control here as well, being in the closer zone of archery range. So they are going to start dropping traps, dropping vision. They are going to try to play for their range here. I mean, Ing9, ooh, KCW trying to find a little flank angle, but it's not going to come to fruition. Zerofin's going to spot him out and just drop damage on him. Oh my god. He is going to go down solo, and that's one of the things you have to worry about when you're looking for a flank angle on a team like this, is that if you get spotted out too early, they can just run at you, and if you don't have the right positioning or enough mobility to get away, this can just happen. And now we've created a 2v3 where it's just, Youngi's just shooting fish in a barrel with the Haze ult and the Dean Qs, and you have to try and do something, but by the time you do, it's already over.
The new kids on the block, DHCNJ, but it's yet again another close range composition. Gyeonggi Innate takes away their third game in a row of Season 5 Phase 2 Group A. This time around, not too many kills. It's only 9, but they're going to lock themselves in first place at this point. There is no changing it anymore. Yeah, the rest of Group A is fighting for second if they want to go into the finals. GG over to Team Gyeonggi Innate. They punched their way into the finals, so congratulations to them. Game 4, you can do whatever you want, my friends.
Yeah, I mean, they really could just pick whatever they want. Hopefully they play some Dual Sword Yuki or something, that would be pretty cool. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, Gyeonggi has just played phenomenally today throughout the entire day. I mean, that game was a little more tame for them, but it was still a very consistent game, a very more methodical pace rather than the last game where they racked up a bunch of kills. FearX finding their way to 12 kills. I mean, they got pretty decent placement that game as well, so they might just be a pretty good, if I was a gambling man, I think I would be betting for B&K FearX taking second. But the other teams are still not out of the running. Yeah, that's all I really have to say about the scoreboards here. I mean, the bottom two spots are still highly contestable. I mean, anything can happen in this fourth game to send any of these teams to 7th and 8th and be eliminated. So these wildcard spots are really going to be what these teams are contesting for.
Yeah, and if anything, I will specifically say that Team Gyeonggi Innate taking away these many points, especially at this stage in the series, really makes it possible for, exactly as you said, anyone to even go down to the bottom two. The sheer number of points that are on the side of Gyeonggi Innate makes it so the rest of the lobby really doesn't have that many points. It's still going to be extremely close, I think, from second place all the way down. Although, maybe B&K FearX, they've been playing relatively consistently. I think they've been holding second place pretty much throughout the entire course of the series here. You just mentioned that they picked up a good amount of kills too, so maybe they're a little bit on the safer side. Of course, it's not going to be as safe as Team Gyeonggi Innate, but now it's really a fight for the bottom feeders to try stepping it up in game number 4. This is going to be where we decide our 4 teams that go into the wildcards and 2 teams that gets knocked out today. Making it a little bit lenient for Team B&K FearX because I'm assuming their point total is going to be somewhat okay. But even then, B&K FearX still has to be a little bit careful. So let's take a look at the scores right now, Meek. See what we got on our hands. We got 64 points for Gyeonggi Innate. We already talked about this team. They are safe. B&K FearX 36, and right below them, DHCNJ. Wow, that's not the team that I expected to be in third place. That close to second.
Yeah, I mean, from there we have AutoArms, Blanche, and Saber following suit. I mean, but look at how close things are from 5 through 8. I mean, we have 18 points to 12 points. Red Mango and Miran Sejong, I mean, they're not out of the running, but man, I never thought I'd be seeing going into Game 4 Miran Sejong sitting at 7th place with only 14 points.
It is really a knockdown series today. If we do end up seeing Miran Sejong not make it out of group stages, I think this is going to be the first time ever that we see Miran Sejong not in finals in an ERM, ever.
Yeah, I mean, they're a mainstay team. I mean, these guys are like, I don't even know what to compare them to. They're like, they're like T1 at League or something, Like, you don't just have ERM finals without Miran Sejong. Like, it's just, it would be crazy to think about.
This is also after the fact that they won Phase 1, by the way. So to go from Phase 1 to immediately dropping out from groups, that is definitely a stigma that I don't think Team Miran Sejong is going to want. Although again, we still do have game number 4 that could be stepping up in just a moment. We know Team Miran Sejong is one of those very adaptable type of teams. They can play really whatever they want. And kind of, I think, greedily playing a specific style of composition throughout the course of today, especially just continuously keeping one circle on something like the Laura for the first couple of games, and just now swapping it over into a Haze Kadia combo, maybe trying to emulate the Gyeonggi Innate composition a little bit on their own too. Tried that last time with Seongnam Rocks. This time around, it's not really going to work in their favor. They're going to have to think up of a new strategy in game number 4. It's either that, or they have to just micro better. we've seen this team just constantly falling down to team compositions, and I don't know. I just don't see the team fights from them today.
Yeah, I mean, mechanically, it feels like they're playing well, but it feels like it's almost like a game knowledge thing that's putting Gyeonggi above them. Like Gyeonggi's just playing better Eternal Return rather than playing the composition better. I mean, they're playing the composition phenomenally, don't get me wrong, but I don't think MSJ is lacking in mechanical skill and talent, to say the least.
Yeah.
It just feels like they're just off their game, really, and Gyeonggi is just playing well. Like, they're just playing good Eternal Return, playing good tempo, playing good vision, playing good things that aren't character specific.
I think Mirin Sejong, they're really good at, again, adapting to other teams or even just adapting to the environment as a whole. So they looked at Team Gyeonggi and its composition and said, hey, that's actually working really well. Maybe we might as well give it a try too. That's what they did during the finals for phase number 1. They just copied Team Seongnam Rocks' composition. I say Seongnam Rocks' composition, but Mirin Sejong was the original one to come up with that Alonso Theo Bernays composition. And they actually did it. They won the series. They managed to overbeat Team Seongnam Rocks with the exact composition they were running themselves. So maybe this time around they were trying to do the same thing and say, hey, that's a roster that we can field on our own. A backline with a Hayes, ADC, and then something like a Mai up in the front lines. It's not working out though. They're trying to read off of somebody else's textbook in a series where, quite frankly, they're really in danger of elimination. I think now is the time where they have to just go back to their own textbook and play something that they're going to be comfortable with, something they've definitely practiced. And even if it's something that we haven't seen in recent times, we have to see something coming out from them. Otherwise, we're going to have a phase without Sejong after the group stage, which is something that I can't even imagine in my head right now, but could become reality.
Yeah, I mean, that's you mentioned it perfectly, them falling back on their competitive experience to kind of give them an edge to adapt to whatever situation they're in. But these teams, in comparison to the past, now all these other teams are also just as experienced as they are. A lot of these teams have made it to finals. We have multiple ERM champions in this final as well. So it's hard because these teams are all improving and everyone's kind of getting closer to that MSJ level, right? They can't just copy another team's team without rehearsing it and perform well on it. Now they need to play something that they've rehearsed, something that they are more familiar with.
Indeed, and look at that. Yeah, we're going to see it right now. They're going to lock in the Alonso. This is a lot more of a comfortable pick, I think, for Denana, because no matter how far you go, there's a certain limit to how far Alonso will take himself in these initiations. We saw with the Nikki, he goes a little bit too far, he gets immediately sniped. Alonso, he can actually keep himself alive a little bit longer than the Nikki, even if its finger point goes a little bit further than he wants to. Romantic and One Circle just going to be keeping their Kadia and the Haze. Damage output was pretty good, but I do again think it was the front line that was a bit of an issue. The Alonso is going to supplement that perfectly. I love that pick coming through from them. And everybody else adjusting for the Mai ban. It's going to be Team Auto Arms back on the Elena as well as the Hearts. And let's see here, what else have we got? I think it's Team Red Gold Mango swapping again from the Mai over to the Lennox, yes?
Yes, that is correct. Is there any other major swaps? I mean, Gyeonggi went back to the Nikki, that's, we saw that in Game 2. BNK Firax just running what they've been running all series long, same with C&J, they've just, sticking to their guns, sticking to what they've practiced. But yeah, Mirin Sejong with this Alonso. I mean, we touched on it earlier with the Alonso Theodore Bernice that they were running before. So I'm surprised we're not seeing that Alonso Theodore combination coming out. They're just gonna stick with Hayes Katya. And those two backliners are phenomenal. They're probably two of the best damage pumpers that you could ask for on the backline.
And coming to think of it, I didn't mention this, but for you guys who are here, just in case, we know there was a patch on Thursday, I think it was, or Wednesday. We're not on that patch. We're on the patch before, so yeah, we don't see any of the new items in this tournament series. We're not going to see that for the weekend. Maybe they're not playing it because something happened in 1.32 that we are playing on here today that may have shifted the power dynamics of the Alonso Theo plus something combo. That could always be the case. We
Yeah.
know Mira and Sejong is always the type to just kind of ride the wave of whatever is strong over on the KR side of things. I mean, that just wasn't the comp they're comfortable running here today when it comes to how strong it is.
Yeah, I mean, Mira and Sejong, I mean, all these players on this team, they're very flexible players. They perform at pretty much the same level on whatever pick they're going to play. They're not, they're not one tricks or anything like that. These guys are very well rehearsed on many different characters and can pick up many different characters based on, what's strongest in the patch. And I mean, that's how you'd want to play competitively, ideally, right? You want to play what's strong. You want to be in practice on what's going to be the best available pick for the patch that you're playing on. And yeah, I mean, but with that also being said, they've reverted to Alonso. I mean, we haven't seen much Alonso today, if any, really. And yeah, we'll see how it works out. Hell-Tech stat coming out. Sebi is going to get brought down here, but almost found his way to a kill on Curry. But Launch not done yet. They want to try and find a little more action here, and they might have bit off a little more than they could chew with this. Yeah, Bear's going to take the speed gate, but he's actually going to cancel himself out of it. Sebi already respawned, and this fight may actually still find more traction here. And look at that funnel. I mean, that's not what you want to walk through against an Adriana.
Yep, it's quite tough. Saber still in the thick of things. They have to try walking away from Team Blanche. Sebi's going to go into overflow. He doesn't have the force field. Oh, never mind, he actually does. He's going to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but the Echoes of the Earth was fantastic. Down goes Bear. Curry is in a little bit of trouble, but Soar is going to take him away from Seraphine. 1-for-0 yet again. It's going to be 2-for-0 overall in favor of Team... what is it? Team Saber. There we go. Couldn't find the team for a second there. But yeah, they're going to have 2 kills up against the members of Team Blanche. It's not going to be a good early game for Team Blanche at all, whereas for Mira and Sejong, they're not having it yet against Alonso, completely isolated. Will get taken down, and Sejong down to 2 for the time being.
Yeah, and Alonso, trademark can't run away character with absolutely no sort of freeform mobility to get himself out of that situation. I mean, with the blank being invested as well, he was definitely going to be destined to go down. CNJ trying to kite back here. I mean, huge wall stun coming out, but it's not going to be enough. KCW is going to get brought down, and now Busan trying to find a kill on 100 Su, but he's not going to be able to find his mark. 100 Su with the fancy feet, looking to turn this actually onto Insane. I mean, I think... He is going to get out, actually, the speed gate. He just got away with murder there. There's no way he just did that and got away with it.
Wow, okay, you know what? Hey, it's still night number 1. Your death timers aren't as long as it would be in night number 2. You might as well just try sending it and see if you can pick something up, because Athletics just walks up straight to you as a dial-in. Maybe you have enough damage to get something done, I don't know. But there's the pullback in, there's the force stack, yeah, that's not happening at all. KCW, with the late toucher gone, it only sets up an arena as his teammate is going to fall. Now KCW in a whole heap of trouble as the Soul Stealer that we mentioned earlier coming in play yet again. It's actually getting some really nice damage rotations off, but the Blast Wave is going to be perfectly set for Busan. Down goes KCW again, and that's 3 kills from Team Red Gold Mango, picked up within a matter of minutes.
I don't know what just happened there, man. Are the PayPal accounts open? What's going on right now, man? That was wacky. But Red Gold Mango with 6 kills, I mean, they gotta be feeling good about this. And here we go again. Day scan happening, and this time it's MSJ seeing that Youngi's in the middle. A little reverse situation from the last game, so now MSJ is going to get this first tree.
Almost the exact same 3 teams that were sitting in this area, if I remember correctly. Team Blanche... Yeah. Not going to have it this time around. Romantic is found out inside of the bush. Sebi trying to get things done. He wants to overflow as fast as possible, but of course, this is a non-upgraded Ekion. His pressure is not going to be as strong as if he had it. There's a lockdown coming in. Finger point is not really going to work out in his favor, but Romantic is taken down dangerously low. The fire is there, and the third party comes in. Gyeonggi and they just snipes the members of Meta Essential down. They're going to fall. No. They're not going to make it out of groups.
Oh my god! And now one of our 2 teams that will not be making it into the wild cards or out of groups is Mira and Sejong.
Ladies and gentlemen, write down the date, write down the date, write down the time. History has been made here, October 25th, 2024. Mira and Sejong for the first time ever has not made it through. Sorry. Not even not made it through, they didn't make it to the finals, and all that on top of it, they got knocked out in the group stages. This is unheard of.
What? I don't even know what to say. I'm like, what? Wow, okay. So Mira and Sejong, I mean, it looked good. They got the tree, they had the advantage there, but oh man, this game looked like it was slated to be successful for them with how the early game tempo was going for them, but it just, 0 kills, 8th place, and you're already in a relegation spot. That means you definitely don't make it out, no matter what at that point.
Yeah.
So now these teams, the teams remaining in wildcards, are fighting for that last spot, or rather fighting to not be in that last spot of relegation. So it's a bit of a relief for the rest of the teams that hit tab and see, oh, they wipe, cool. But a fight breaking out in the dock. Rosner right in the thick of things, somehow still alive. KCW is going to get brought down. Sue on the on the run once again. And yeah, he's just going to triple Q, get on out of there. And yeah, BNK Furex finding their way to another kill. They got to be pretty happy about their performance here. I mean, they're pretty much slated to take second with how much of a point advantage they have. I mean, Red Gold Mango's having a phenomenal game, but I mean, they're just down too many points to BNK Furex from the previous lobbies that I don't think they can close this gap without some sort of super huge breakout performance.
Yeah, but DHCNJ, we did see that they were pretty close up against the members of Team BNQ Furex. I think that second place spot is still up for grabs. It's just very selective to the teams that are actually going to be able to pick that up. Whereas on the bottom side of things, we might have to see what the actual end results are. The points were really, really close to the point where I can't even tell anymore which teams are going to be the ones to relegate or go on ahead. Sebi waiting for just one more dry bite, maybe trying to get the reset. There it is. It's going to be a 2v3, but Team DHCNJ, they actually hold on. Knocks down Cenephine. Sebi gonna be the last one alive. Over in the hospital side of things, I have absolutely no idea where Bear is. He's actually on the west side of the map. I don't know where, but he is somewhere around
little split farm strategy. Throwback to some old school strategies back when credits were a lot more bountiful for killing hunts, but they're still a thing, right? Yeah, and it is early game. If you're ever going to do this kind of strategy, this is the time to do it. But the Tetragon does go down as Bum tries to find an angle. KCW just does not want the smoke here.
Really nice blinks coming through from Team DHCNJ. I think if was it Pixu ended up getting caught out by that, he probably would have died. He invested a lot, and his health bar was actually quite low, so nice attempt there from Bomb. It's going to be Sebi also in a little bit of an awkward spot. He is just now come out of the exuviation. Exactly. He's going to get taken down. DHCNJ says thank you very much. 30-second death timer for Sebi. Quite surprised that he's doing stuff like this, if I'm going to be honest with you. Team Blanche, maybe they're just trying to not get relegated at this point. Split farming does have its risks, but it also spreads your team out thin, which means it kind of is difficult to lock down all of your members all at once. Snakebite, not really enough to catch out Curry. There's the Blue Viper coming in, but the Healing Wind is going to come through from Santen. Will keep Dushiman alive as he walks through the entire duration of the Blue Viper. We are now in day number 3.
But look at the credit score of Blanche. The split farming has worked out. All 3 members almost over 500, if not already over 500. So, like, whew, they are rich. I mean, what are they? Are they trying to buy Triple Blood? You'd think they would buy something at this point.
Would be
because at this point you fall behind tempo and can't really deal with any teams. And with it being day 3 now, you definitely want to try and spend your money and, be able to contest these other teams before you get stat checked.
There's a 4-score being called. I think there was a remote console that was dropped by Bear. They were all sitting inside of Dock. South side of the map is actually pretty open right now for Team Blanche, so if they want to actually hang around that bottom side and regain their tempo for not calling in items for the entire duration of the game pretty much, they can absolutely do that. But here we go. There's a Nikki following through over onto Pusan, and this time it actually works. It's not going to be a Denana factor this time around. No, it is going to be a Kyungi innate factor this time around. Ing9 just snipes down the Celine, and now Insane is just alive by himself.
And that's one of those things I get scared of for Team Gyeonggi and 8 is that Nikki going in and getting split too far from her team. But, like, how do you get split too far from a Haze Nadine? These characters can follow up from anywhere.
Doesn't work. It's just that it's just not how it works at all. And you know what? For pretty much this entire series, Gyeonggi and its players, every single one of them have really landed their crowd control and really landed all of their skill shots today. And here we go again. It's going to be Team Saber versus Team Red Gold Mango. We've seen this over and over again. Dushiman, oh my goodness, Blue Viper Not going to be enough to knock down that Estelle at all, but holy crap, the
That was
burst
close.
damage.
Yeah, and it looked kind of good for Team Saber there. Oh my God, Cinema just going absolutely in on Zerojin. Is he going to be able to find the freeze? No, Zerojin is going to make out, but the Dance Macabre does hit. Meanwhile, on the backside, Jinwoo gets taken down.
Finally?
Taegyung trying to find the kill on the Zerojin. He does, and Ignine is on the run. Meanwhile, over at Alley, we have this fight breaking out again. Makeup brought dangerously low, but Satin also brought dangerously low. Our two Priyas taking the brunt of the damage. And yeah, meanwhile, on the tail end of things, the Diamond Shard slow is going to hit Ing9. The parry is going to come out in the knockup, the knockback, get your head in the wall. And is it going to have enough Diamond Shard parry? Is it going to be enough durability? Is it going to be enough mobility? Is a stun, but Taegyung is just too mobile. And yeah, Sadhan would have been here as well to clean up things. And that is Gyeonggi being wiped. But they've already had such a stellar performance all day today. Now they can sit back, relax, and enjoy their free trip to the finals. Assuming nobody gets 30 kills or something wacky.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen at this point. And if anything, I will say Taegyung just doing the lobby a little bit of a service. No 4 games in a row for Team Gyeonggi, and he would have probably chased E9 to the ends of the earth if he had to lock that kill down, and he does end up getting it. So really nice kill, really nice fight coming through from Team Auto Arms, and they have finally managed to take down one of the most problematic teams. But when it comes to the lobby dynamics, it actually doesn't change anything, because now we are guaranteed one of our teams that is relegated. Now we have also guaranteed one of our teams that are in the finals also gone. Now we are really fighting for that 2nd to 7th place team spot.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, one of these teams gets eliminated, one of these teams go to the finals, and the rest of you have to duke it out in wildcards. I mean, with Gyeonggi being wiped, I mean, that's such a confidence boost for Auto Arms too. You've had final zone fights all series long in these groups of Auto Arms just losing to Gyeonggi, losing to their range, losing. They finally have found a way to overcome it. The angle being found by Cinema, splitting off the back line from each other, and they weren't able to hit the same targets. One was forced to hit Cinema, the other one was forced to deal with the 2v2, and that was the winning strategy for them in that fight, and it worked out phenomenally. And yeah, it's just a huge confidence boost for Auto Arms, because you lose this team over and over again. It's really disheartening. You feel like you have to switch up your composition. You have to do something. They've stuck with their same 2 compositions this game, playing around the My Band. Sadhan going between Razi and Hart, and Cinema going between Elena and Mai. And this has worked out for them.
If anything, I will say Auto Arms, the problem that we've been talking about for pretty much this entire series, and not just for Auto Arms too, but for a few other teams in this lobby, range is the biggest issue they tend to have. The longest range now left in this game is a Rio, and we know there are ways to deal with Rio several more times than something like Gyeonggi Innate's composition has been able to deal with, right?
Yeah.
Now the lobby is a lot more open.
Yeah, you really just have like Adriana, Rio, and Emma, another fight breaking out. Let me hold that thought. Wow. Oh, this is not a fight. This is a slaughter. Red Gold Mango just getting wiped off the map. I don't even know what really happened there other than just sheer destruction.
They had such a good early game, man. 6 kills on hand. They got a good amount of points. Credit-wise, they're actually not that bad either. I think this should be enough to actually res everybody on their team. But that's minus 500, and now the 6 kill start is going to be paced down a little bit. Red, Gold, Mango, they need to get themselves out of relegation. Maybe put down one of our other 6 teams in the dirt. It's not happening, at least at the start of day number 4. But night number 4 might be a bit of a difference. We will have to see, as Pixu caught out a little bit by Rosner. But this area is open. He's just going to back away, back into his teammate sitting inside a gas station. Wickline spawns in Forest. Red box up on the top of the side of the map. There's a couple more transitions still readily available for the team.
And Auto Arms gets Wickline this time with Gyeonggi not there anymore. It was wide open, I guess. So yeah, that's huge for Auto Arms. Auto Arms is really finding their stride in this 4th game, and what better time to find it than when you have one of the spots kind of available to make it into the finals, and one of the spots to get eliminated removed from your worries. But yeah, I mean, things are relatively tame for the time being. Everybody's just trying to farm up a little bit more credits and get some of those final transitions online. We see Satin just missing his arm slot as far as his transitions go. Sebi looking, he is going to find his way into the back line, but he's really far split from his teammates. C&J not wanting any of this, though. The tailwind from the environment giving them the disengage to create enough space away from the other team.
I don't think the Ekion was able to get a final reset off. Maybe he was looking for another dash on in if he got one. Oh my!
Oh!
What happened to
And
Pix
that's
himself
one of the
bar?
things we talked about for Red Gold Mangoes. They may not have sustainable damage, but boy do they have burst in spades, and we just saw it there.
Oh, this is terrible too. KCW is about to get caught out. Taekyung has full stacks of unyielding. He could really catch out KCW if he wants to. There it is, locked down and sent to the grave. 2 members down, minus 500 for Team DHC&J. They have the credits, but I don't think they have the time. There's 1, there's 2. Never mind. DHC&J is full alive again. Constantly somehow keeping themselves alive. Now Sebi's walking up. He's by himself. DHC&J has to just back away for the time being. They're all alive though. That's the really big part. School is infested though with players. I don't know if they want to sit around this area for too long.
Yeah, I mean, if you do sit around this area, make sure it's somewhere safe like that bush they're going to now, because it's going to be very easy to get pincered. Fortunately for them, they are going to be able to take CCTVs and get some vision and feel a little bit more comfortable, gather a little bit more information, but Blanche is closing in on the CCTV as well, and actually, C&J is just going to take my initial advice here and just chill in this bush. Are they going to get spotted out? Yes, Bear is going to spot them out with the oil slick. And KCW's already poked out for about a quarter of his health with auto arms coming in as well. Oh, man, and this is what you want to avoid if you're C&J. You want to just try and remain out of everyone's sights here. I mean, it's just... Oh, everyone's checking this bush. It's just not safe at all. Auto arms looking for an angle. And yes, there it is. KCW is going to get Rapier Skill quaked. Frozen. Is he going to go down? Yes, he is, but... Blanche is on the third-party angle here. Auto Arms is in a little bit of trouble. The hard ult comes down, but this health deficit is just going to be too high. Xenophine flashing over for Sadhand, and meanwhile on the other side of things, KCW is getting dangerously low to Sebi. Oh, the kill reset is going to give KCW a little bit more health, but it's not going to be enough. Bear now coming in as well, trying to find the kill into Bao Bao. Bao Bao does not have enough timer to make it out towards the Hyperloop. He's going to have to double back into school. Is he going to be able to find an angle here without being detected? Does use the change to get over the wall. Nobody's here, thankfully for him. And yeah, Bao Bao is going to survive, but yeah, Auto Arms, our Wickline team, getting eliminated due to the third party of Blanche.
Yeah, I will say, by the way, Pablo just barely managed to weave in between the time that the camera right underneath the bus disappeared, so nobody knew about where he was until Team Saber found him out. So he's actually in a bit of a safe spot right now, whereas Team Red Gold Mango, I don't think they are. There's the Ghostfire, he's going to get taken down. Down goes Busan, and now we are down to Meguk as well as Insane. It's not happening. This Lennox getting absolutely obliterated. BNK FearX holding strong at the moment. 4 kills on hand. I think they should be confirmed for, what is it, the finals now, as DHC&J is sitting on only 7 kills, who are the 3rd place team trying to vie the spots from Team BNK FearX.
He's gonna get brought down here, and yeah, touching back onto FearX, I mean, they've had a relatively quiet game, but they've silently got themselves all the... Oh my god, E8's damage is nuts on that auto attack. Anyways, FearX has definitely found their way to all their transitions. They had a nice quiet game, and that's partially they're able to afford having that kind of quiet game due to where they are in the placements. They are already sitting in second. They have a lot less pressure to deal with than these other teams. They know they just need high placement with a good handful of kills to secure this final spot, and they've played accordingly immaculately this round.
Here we go, though. Another potential fight. It's going to be a team hyperlooping in towards Forest. Team Saber duking it out up against Team Blanche. Sebi just refuses to take any damage. Curry trying to kite as much as possible. Force field should be up in just a moment. There it is. He's trying to push on through. And Curry, again, cannot deal with this Ekion. We are back to the Guardian suit. And it will be the Guardian suit that locks down Curry. He's felt this before. He's dealt with it in the past. And now he has to deal with it again because we're back to that build. Oh, goodness gracious. Saber down 5 kills on hand. Blanche up on 7. Now potentially looking for 11 as they're going to get the kill onto Pablo. That's 8. We are down to our final 2 teams, BNK FearX and Blanche. These 2 teams, we know what their fates are. We're just fighting for the ego now.
Yeah, at this point, pretty much. That fight... I mean, we got to see how important Priya is in this composition, because when Satin went down first, everything just fell apart immediately. There was no way to keep Curry safe enough to be able to deal damage safely enough from dealing with Sebi without having that Priya there to help him kite it back. And without Priya there to supply enough damage as well, Estelle just falls without anything. I mean, they could just play front to back, they could play dive, they could play it however they want once the Priya's gone.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a battle between the two titans of Team Blanche and BNK Furex. Again, we know what the fates of these two teams are. Blanche is probably going to go into the wild cards. We know almost for sure that BNK Furex is going to go over on into the finals. We're just seeing who's going to be able to win it out. Finally, a game where Gyeonggi and 8 will not be the team to go into the final zone. Here we go, Sebi trying to jump on in. He's going to go into the overflow. Rosner taken down to about half HP. Bum, on the other hand, is pretty tanky as this Marcus. The Sua just refuses to do any damage to him. Sebi, on the other hand, he's going to get taken down. That Ekion can run around all he wants, but once a cat gets to punch him a couple times, down he goes. And the Shippy Senaphine getting taken down. Bear also will follow suit. It's going to be a BNK Furex win as they are going to round out our final game of Group A with a win. 7 kills on hand. Congratulations to BNK Furex of punching their ticket into the finals. That is a complete turnaround to the performance in phase number 1. GG's.
Wow, Bum, he just like, the fight broke down into 2 separate 2v1s, and Bum was just like standing there, Giga Chad, like he just didn't care. Like, it's just like, yeah, you guys aren't gonna do damage to me. I'm just gonna sit here, you know, Sua can wail on me all she wants, this Adriana can throw whatever she wants at me. I'm unkillable.
Yeah.
Like, just sheerly. And yeah, Sebi went down first, and then the rest of the team collapsed, and that was it.
And the thing is, usually when you play an Ekion like that, and this is something that Team, well, I say Blanche now, but Team Chusi used to do all the time, with Shinonome, for example, is the Ekion would go in, and then the Lenny Jenny just completely isolates the front line, who is probably going to go towards the Jenny and the Lenny to begin with. They just rip them to pieces. Marcus is not going to get ripped to pieces by an Adriana and a Sua. That is not happening.
No, not a chance. And I mean, another nice thing with the Chusik combo was that you had this Lenny that could supply healing from a distance over to Sebi, but you also had this Jenny character that needs a little bit of time to kind of ramp up, get those adrenaline stacks going, get those E-passive stacks going. And, you know, when you get to sit there and just wail on a tank, it's great. It's phenomenal. And all of a sudden, when the fight delves back into a 2v3 or a 2v2 even, you have this fully adrenaline stacked Jenny that just goes ballistic.
You know how good a late game Ekion is as well. He can buy a lot of time for the Jenny to do damage, but yeah, I don't think Asua, we saw it in that fight there too. Marcus just kind of waltzed up to the other two and didn't take any damage, whereas Sebi, Sebi, it's really difficult for an Ekion, I think, to fight up against something like ERM, because she's guaranteed crowd control once a Bell auto attack and a cat punch comes through, right? You can't easily lock down something like a Marcus with an Adriana Sua on the flip side, and even if you do, I don't think the burst damage is really there, since Adriana wants to burn you over time, but Marcus has so much mobility and jump around that it's really difficult to get the damage locked down from Adriana too, so...
Yeah, Adriana is one of those characters where you have a lot of... she does a lot of damage in a wide area, but like her single target damage compared to something like Jenny that just sits there and auto-attacks you, not only does it not compare, but Jenny's damage is more or less guaranteed, whereas Adriana's damage can be dodged. Sua's damage can be dodged. So you can sidestep a lot of that damage, whereas Jenny, like, what do you do when she's just autoing you?
Can't dodge auto attacks unless you're playing
auto attacks unless you're playing Dylan, that Dylan character.
What a great series, though. What an absolutely great series, and an absolute monumental moment.
Yeah,
for
huge
us.
upset.
Yeah, it's not the greatest monumental moment, of course, for some of the 58% fans that voted for a certain team that is not going to move on for the remainder of the weekend today. But wow, what a great performance from the rest of these teams. Let us take a look at the actual results of what happened in Group A, because guys, wow.
Jay was actually really close to second. Oh my god. They're not that far off. I mean, that's what, 7 points? That's really not that much over the course of 4 games. But yeah, Gyeonggi and FearX, congratulations on your ticket to the finals. We will see you guys on Sunday. But for tomorrow, DHC and J, Auto Arms, Blanche, and Saber, We will see you tomorrow at the wild cards. And for Red Gold Mango and Miran Sejong. Miran Sejong 8th, man. Oh my god. In groups. Oh my. I never thought I'd see the day. But if we, it's got to happen to somebody. And today it just was not Miran Sejong's day. Red Gold Mango actually almost making it out of groups off that last game as well.
Yeah, and I've been watching One Circle ever since pre-release, I think, Season 2, Season 3? I
Yeah.
don't think I've seen a single tournament where he hasn't gone to finals. I think this actually might be the first one. It genuinely... When I said earlier that it's something that I can't even imagine, I meant it. I really did, guys.
Yeah.
It's not just words for me. I've watched these players for so long that... Seeing Mida and Sejong in 8th place right now is I can't, my brain just cannot accept this reality at this moment. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't.
This is the first and maybe only blemish that we will see on One Circle's prestigious career so far within the Eternal Return competitive scene. So yeah, that's just crazy. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. But we will be getting Group 2 coming soon. So the action is not over yet, guys. Stay tuned because we still have 8 more phenomenal teams to play out, 4 more phenomenal games for another phenomenal series.
Indeed. Oh my goodness. If anything though, Meek, I think what this means is that it does open up what our season finals are going to look like a little bit more. Our first place team of Mida and Sejong going down means, and on top of it, right, I have to talk about this too. So many new teams coming in. Let's take a look at the roster of Group B again, because I think they're going to do the interview with the winning team in Group A. We have to buy ourselves a little bit of time. But look, I've never seen Team Lacey. I think that's how you do it. I've never seen Team I've never seen Team Heading Dino.
Heading Dino sounds like a North American team name. This is phenomenal. Oh my god.
Asher,
I recognize though. Funny enough.
That's true.
As far as teams I recognize, it's Cartel, Daejeong Cybers, and Asher. The rest of these teams, I mean, there's players I recognize on these teams, but overall, I do not recognize these teams or these players playing together on a roster.
And because of all of these new teams as well, Mida and Sejong, the team that won first place in Phase 1, now we're going to see possibly some unknown teams making their way up in the leaderboards when it comes to circuit points as a whole. I know I'm already thinking about it, but it's something that I have to think about now because we're already past the halfway-ish point for the entire season as a whole, right? We only have one more phase left after this, and then after that, it's LCQ. We're not going to see some crazy circuit point difference between first place and whatever place we want to even think about anymore. It's just not happening. We're not going to see a season domination from Mida and Sejong once again. We're going to see some up-and-comers, maybe some even new teams making their way, creeping their way up to maybe even day 1, possibly even day 2, depending on how Lobby B goes and maybe the entire rest of the weekend goes. That's going to be fun to anticipate.
With the way this upcoming lobby is structured, I mean, you have a lot of these. Only 2 teams get eliminated. We're getting a new team that we haven't seen in wild cards at the very least make it to day 2. So it's going to be exciting to see. And I mean, I don't even know what to say. After Group 1, I mean, this Group B, I mean, with these teams having so many unknown wild factors, a lot of wild things can happen when there's wild factors. We are going to see maybe some unfamiliar strategies being employed, maybe some unfamiliar compositions being employed, because some of these players might just be, comfortable on one pick, and that one pick might not be something we see frequently in competitive. So I'm really excited to see how everything pans out here.
Unknown variables. It's quite rare for me to see this many new players in an Eternal Return Masters group stages. I've seen a fair amount of them, but not this many at once. It's going to be a fun group stage once we start going into Group B, guys. Again, they're doing the Korean interview over there for Team Gyeonggi Innate. Oh my goodness, they look so good today. I can't wait for their performance in the finals and actually wonder if they're going to be able to fare well up against the teams coming potentially in from Group B. all the teams from Group A really played into the hands of Team Gyeonggi Innate. The compositions were very close range. The poke was just completely outmatched by the members of Gyeonggi Innate. The micro from Zerojin and Jinho today was absolutely on point.
Yeah.
Nadine, Hayes, you name it, they had it.
Yeah, just everything all around looked phenomenal. Like they just looked like they were playing at peak performance today. Everything was perfect. The spacing on their fights was perfect. The positioning on not only in fights but how they move around the map was perfect. Their vision game as well, something that was probably a little understated. I mean, they always were maintaining vision in spots where they could be flanked. And they were, avoiding those situations actively, or putting themselves in situations where they know nobody's behind them because they're surrounded by red zones behind them, so nobody could possibly come up from behind them without making a ping. So they would put themselves in these situations intentionally to try and make sure they don't get third-partied or have any sort of odd things happen to them. And yeah, they just played good Eternal Return, really. Not even just good Nadine or good Hayes gameplay or good frontlining or anything like that. They just all played phenomenally with each other. The communication between their teammates was probably just super on point because every follow-up they went for on each other was just super accurate and looked very well rehearsed.
I love everything about that team today. They played their composition exactly down to a T, exactly what you would anticipate from a team like Gyeonggi Innate. Really unfortunate that their performance in Phase 1 didn't pan out to what they anticipated, but right now, this is their time. They gotta make sure they make up for the performance in Phase 1, otherwise their Phase 3 performance is gonna hinge on pretty much the only chance to get into the season finals with a safe enough of a time, maybe day 1 or day 2. Otherwise, they're gonna have to go to LCQ. That's not a fun time for anybody, so... we'll see what ends up happening to the members of Gyeonggi Innate. They have already set themselves a chapter they are writing into their books of history, maybe creating themselves a huge opportunity, especially with Mira and Sejong not going into the finals. This could genuinely be their phase to take it all. Otherwise, Group B is going to be coming up in just a moment. The Korean interview is going a lot longer than anticipated, guys. I want to drink some water, please.
Well, another thing to touch on, I suppose, is with Mira and Sejong being eliminated, there's a lot of teams that really struggle against Mira and Sejong and have a really hard time dealing with them. And now these teams that were typically just straight up just losing to MSJ are now opened up to the field. I mean, the finals are going to be completely shaken up from Mira and Sejong being eliminated, and even the wild cards, because if they made it to wild cards, these wild card teams would have struggled.
I'm already thinking of some of the logistics that could theoretically happen right now for the finals. Mira and Sejong have been a team that consistently plays certain characters and rosters just to get them banned. It's a strategy that we've always talked about when it comes to the competitive scene, whether you're a caster, whether you're a player, whether you're somebody that's observing it. We're always memeing about the fact, hey, you should pick this to make sure that this player can't play this. Mira and Sejong is a team that actually makes that happen. So now that that factor is out, I think the grand finals could be a situation where unless certain players and some cards start to line up, we might actually have a series where bans aren't really going to be a big thing. So the teams that do get to go into the finals, I think for the most part we should be able to see them at full blast. Maybe my bans here and there, maybe Priya bans here and there, because we are seeing them be a bit prominent, maybe even the Yan ban coming through every now and then. But other than that, targeted bans, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, both our Yan teams made it into the wild cards, so if one of these teams that are playing in Group B make it to wild cards that frequents Yan, that can definitely be a ban. Same with Mai. A lot of the, I think every team from Group A that was playing Mai made it through, right? MSJ was MSJ running Mai?
Yeah, they had it on one of the games. Oh no, three of the games, or I guess two technically.
So yeah, I mean, they might just be playing it to get it banned as well, though. So it might be one of those metagamey strategies that you were talking about. But yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna see a Yan ban within the wild cards, so long as one of these teams is running it. We also saw the Priya ban, and I mean, our Priya teams did make it through. Saber made it through, and what was the other Priya team?
Well, Red Gold Mango didn't make it through.
Red Gold Mango, yeah. So never mind. So maybe Priya's now safe. So that might be a sigh of relief. But another team was running Priya in the first lobby.
Yeah.
So there are still 2 Prias running rampant here on Lumia.
Well, I'll end up seeing what's going to culminate in that. Maybe even tomorrow during the wildcards, we'll see some of these funny bands coming through. Other than that, though, they just finished a Korean interview. Hopefully, they're going to send us on break because I see my water bottle to my right, and it's calling my name. For those of you guys in the chat, make sure, again, go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go grab a stretch. Go grab a stretch. Go take a stretch because we're going to have ourselves some fun with Group B. I'll leave the roster up on the screen here. We're going to go on our little break while we wait for the stream itself to go on a break themselves as well. Actually, they just sent it over, so that's great. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys back here for Group B.
Yes, we will.
잠시 후 최종 안전지대가 폐쇄됩니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 무기 교체. 누군가 최종 안전지대가 폐쇄됩니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이쁘다니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데. 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람 불어 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게 섭리의 바람 휘몰아쳐라. 기류를 타고 풍류운산. 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가? 바람을 부리고 구름을 타고 날아 도를 주는 자. 너희들은 도를 믿지 않아도 좋아. 무엇을 믿을진 사람 나름이니까. 이 또한 섭리일지니.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Well, we just came from finishing out Group A, and I was talking to Meek about some funny stuff just now that he had to get interrupted by because the timer ended. So, you know what? I'll give you this moment. Why don't you finish your thought, just so for people in the chat, they might not have any single context, but just finish your thought, just for fun.
Well, for everyone at home, we were
No context, no context.
No
Just
context.
Yeah.
What where even was I?
I don't remember.
So yeah, every time I dash onto him, I
There
just
you
get
go.
knocked back, and it's just like it's really frustrating, and I can't seem to I can't seem to find my way
I
into
see.
how to play against him. So
I see.
yeah,
I
it's
see.
just really difficult. If anyone at home knows what I'm talking about, I would be impressed because I kind of left it pretty ambiguous to see if people can guess it.
Indeed. Well, off on that note, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, you guys had a fantastic break coming out from Group A, where we have just set ourselves a monumental historical moment where Mira and Sejong is not going to be seen in the finals of phase number 2. that is one thing that is done and done. Gyeonggi and 8 with a dominant performance in Group A. They confirmed themselves into the finals after game number 3. And now we are here to see what the story of Group B is going to look like. So let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing in Group B. Already we are seeing Cartel, Sparkle Esports High, and Daejeon Cybers are 4 seeded teams that's going to be playing here to date. Team Lacey, Team Heading Dino, and Team Asher rounding out with our qualifier teams, where 3 teams are ones that we have never seen them before.
Yeah, and even some of these teams that we have seen before, they've undergone significant roster changes as far as I can tell. Cartel looks different from what I remember, but maybe I'm misremembering that. Asher still has G-Work, but he's alongside different teammates now. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. And some of these newer teams, they have names I don't recognize. Like Team I don't think I recognize anyone from Team Like, this guy's name is literally just G. This guy is a G. Like, that is a sick name. I like that. I hope he becomes a mainstay competitive, because I would love to be like, just, talking about G. Like, this guy's a G.
Yeah, what happened to ABCDF? I don't know.
Yeah, like the alphabet angle. Or, okay, well, the British Broadcasting Company of Heading Dinos over there as well. That would be a less fun one to be saying out loud frequently for the knowers at home. Anyways, we won't talk any more about that. Team Lacey, I don't recognize any of these guys either, and they are the only team that has only 3 members.
Yeah, that is actually true. You're right. That's going to be a fun thing to kind of analyze as our game continues on. But here we go. Let's take a look at our Group B votes from the Africa TV side of things. Asher, of course, coming through with 60% of the vote. That is not too surprising. Cartel with 33 and Daejeon Cybers with 36 on the seeded team side of things. Wow. Wow, indeed.
Yeah, wow. And it's no surprise that our lesser known teams are racking in far less votes. I mean, the rest of these teams, Daejeon Cybers, Cartel, and Asher, they've been around the competitive scene for a long time. They definitely have a huge experience advantage, and I mean, they've all got some pretty talented people on their roster. But I mean, a name I recognized from Sparkle Esports was Fauna. So, it's no surprise that they're pulling in the highest amount of votes from the lesser known teams.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun, I think, for us to just be able to witness what is going to be happening here for the course of today, especially in Group B. We've already seen what the story is going to look like for the members of Group A. This time around, it is time for the teams of Group B to set their story straight. Let's see what ends up happening, because we're about to go into the game in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what our character selections are going to look like, as we are already seeing a Felix being locked in by Revolu. That's a fun pick. Seeing some Elena's come through. There's a Cicilla. Where the heck is Windy? G, thinking about the Nadine. We see a Carla coming in. There's a Yuki. It's a two-handed sword one, though, so don't get too excited there, my friend. A Kiara in 1.32?
Kiara, okay, the European special.
Okay.
That's always what I call. That's always what I call Kiara. It's just that character is so successful, but only in that region. But maybe that will change today, as Heading Dino is locked in on this Kiara at this point. G-Work busting out his classic Elena. No surprise there. I mean, everybody knows G-Work for a multitude of picks, and Elena is definitely one of them. But they are playing on the pre-patch Adela nerfs, so kind of interesting that he's not picking up some Adela here.
It's going to be quite interesting to see why that's going to be the case. We might see it in the later stages of the series, because we do know that Team Asher kind of mix and matches whichever composition they're running. Maybe they just wanted to start out with this one. Maybe they just didn't really feel comfortable running the Adela composition at the start. Who the heck knows? It's still game number 1. There's a lot more games that we're going to have to be watching. But here we go. Character selections are locked in. We do see 3 Mai's, which means we are going to see that Mai being banned in game number 2. And most likely, no matter which team makes it through the series over here and in the wild cards, we might see a Mai ban coming through in the finals. We were talking about this. Well, here's the results.
and I mean, unlike Group A, for Group B, we're seeing a lot of picks, and we talked about this earlier, that are less common. I mean, we have this two-handed Yuki pick, which you don't exactly see in competitive very often. We also have, there was another one here, give me a second, I think it was Felix. It's another pick we don't see too often. I mean, he's more common than two-handed Yuki, There was another one. Hold on, let me look at all these characters.
Carlos,
There's another one that
Scylla.
kind of Leon. I haven't
Oh
seen
yeah.
Leon today. Ever since the nerfs, Leon's kind of fallen out of flavor for a lot of these teams in every region, but we do have a Leon from Team Lacey.
I wonder if it's glove or not. Also, by the way, guys, if the screen is freezing, that's not you, that's not me. It's the clean feed. Okay, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Usually it tends to be me because my ISP loves to mess around with me every now and then, but it's not me today. Meek's also getting it. It's not you. It's not Twitch. It's the clean feed. Okay, so somebody over on Nimble Neuron is stepping on the fiber optic cables again. It's probably windy, but it's okay because yeah, I don't know why it's okay, actually. Windy, stop stepping.
Yeah, this windy guy keeps griefing you. I don't know why he keeps doing it. Maybe it's because you keep saying buff Sicella and they just don't listen to you.
What
so
do
he's
you
blaming
mean,
you for
bro? Well, it is confirmed that the Leon is going to be playing the glove. It seems like the observers know exactly what's going on. Very rare character to see, especially in the competitive side of things. And if anything, I think the last time we saw a Leon, it was actually Tonfa. It's been quite a bit since we've seen that character, exactly as you said, and it's for good reasons. I think that character is in a really awkward spot. He's always in a limbo where if you're gonna bring Leon, bring something else, right? It's a tale as old as time for some of these characters in Eternal Return. It's just a fate that's eventually going to result in you just not seeing that character quite often. Leon's been at that point for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, Leon's very good at what he does. Oh, hold on. Pied finding the knockback, kicking a... I can't even read his name right there. Kicking Yuki into the wall. We'll try. V-Dog is going to get brought down, but yeah, Asher's going to find their way to a kill. Anyways, coming full circle back to the Leon conversation, yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head with what you said there. And Leon's very good at what he does. I mean, he does a lot of damage, especially when he's on this glove. But the problem is, Leon is a little bit premeditated in his actions. Things are very reactable. You know, he has to have water to use Duck Dive, which makes him very predictable. And a lot of these characters have some sort of reactable tool. I mean, almost everyone has Blank nowadays, so you can just react to Duck Dive with Blank, and now things just fall apart.
It's going to be a little bit of a rough one. We'll see how Team Lacey ends up dealing with this kind of situation. The Leon could really end up being the X factor of that team. If the Leon gets going, oh, he gets going. That guy is insane.
Yeah.
The amount of burst damage he can get out is good. The fights have to be chaotic enough that those waterways are not going to be easily catchable by these backliners. If this Leon can't assassinate anybody, he does not get that much mileage out, so game 1 is going to be a pretty big one. I think the Cecilia and the Elena are perfect composition characters to supplement it, just because they can provide a lot more of those AoE zones. Cecilia can also look for some of these picks as well. It's a pretty good roster all around, but we'll have to see what ends up happening.
And one of the combinations they can go for is a little... Oh, okay, another pick happening. Anyways, they can go for a Cicella pull onto the waterway. They can pull someone into the waterway, comboed with a stun, so it makes landing a Duck Dive very easy for Leon if the if the situation is correct for it. But yeah, the last time I've seen Leon was week 1 of ERCS from Waterfudge, and he found a phenomenal fight in the first game of that series that I remember. And so we'll have to see if that kind of success can be replicated. But he was also on Glove, so yeah, it seems Glove is the way to go now for Leon.
Character that definitely is impressive if he actually ends up getting going, but if you don't really see any cool plays from him, then he's not really getting anything done, so
yeah,
we'll see what ends up happening, as they are trying to get something going for themselves. But look at the William, he is nearly untouched. The Surf's Up's going to come through, but holy crap, okay, Leon takes one. That's all he's going to be able to find. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the two, but in the end, William gets picked back up. So Cartel, with a decent amount of control inside a temple right now. Team Lacey, about 10 seconds to go before the Leon comes back up. There should be plenty of time to regain a little bit of control back. But inside of Hotel, Piet gets taken down first. The freeze only going to go onto the Chloe. Not that much done because Team Asher already has to leave the zone. Should be Team Sparkle Esports picking up the Tree of Life. We got about 18 seconds to go before the tree is going to spawn. 10 seconds to go before the Yang comes up. I don't think Team Asher is looking to contest with how split they are.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're completely split off there. They've definitely given up the contest, but we are going to see a contest between Daejong Cybers and Heading Dino. I'm just calling him Dino for now. Revolu sticking the tree, The Yuki finds his way onto the Felix in the back, but Dina is absolutely unchecked over in the corner, and oh my goodness, Chiara is a thing this fight. Oh,
not anymore.
Never mind. Wow, that damage from Revolu was absolutely insane on the Theodore, and now Dina is just sticking the tree, finds his way to getting the tree picked up, and he's out of SP here. The Diamond Shard is going to provide a slow on to Dina. Will Nino be able to catch up and be able to do anything to follow up here? It does not look like he's able to get in range to really do anything here. And yeah, the Yuki just stepping up a little too far.
It's early game. He's not going to have the Blazing Dress even if he wants it. The damage that's coming out from this character is not going to be enough. Adina, it is still early in the game, so the stars aren't really going to be healing too much, but it's still there. Right? Astral Trine is going to give you a little bit of the safety net of the shields, and on top of it, everything else on your kit allows you to try to kite away from the Yuki too. Pretty good result, I would say, for Team Cartel. They're going to lock that in, get the Tree of Life picked up for themselves. Maybe it was Dead Cybers, I don't even know. There's so many Dinas, there's so many repeat characters in this game that I cannot tell anymore. It's all good. And Danny, though, Tree of Life secured by a Dina somewhere around the map. And they're going to be able to use it. Most likely, I would have to say for the Scotties. It's been really, really good on mages nowadays.
Yeah, I just saw Foursquare get picked up from Dejong Cybers as well, so it looks like they're getting their call-ins off on tempo here. It looks like we have Alpha spawning in between Beach and Alley, so opposite sides of the map, and the only battle zone really near an Alpha is this Temple battle zone. So we'll have to see what happens with that. Cartel, currently the only team in there. We'll see if anybody hyperloops or makes any choices to go towards it. But the Alpha looking to be contested between Team High and I believe it was Team So yeah, if that ends up getting contested and Cartel gets the battle zone for free, they might have a nice third-party angle onto this Alpha.
Yeah, but looking at the map, it was actually pretty spread apart. I just saw a couple teams teleporting into Alley, so we might see a bit of a contest up there for the Alpha. No, Team High just going to completely back away from it. So the only teams that are actually pretty close right now are the ones inside a cemetery. Sparkle Esports, their swords are flaring red because they were taking that Lumi. Everybody else just having a grandiose old time. The battle zone is going to begin. Magnani trying to get a jump over on towards the Elena of Yijun. Not really getting anything done. The drone in full control of Team Tejon Cyber. Somebody needs to go in, and there's the Leon. Surfs up is good, and down goes the Felix, assassinated by the swimmer. Holy crap, the damage was nuts, and that's what I mean. If you see something good from Leon, you know he's doing his job. Magnani, he's the last one alive on his team. Down he goes. Never mind, there's one more, but the fight is already done and set. Dina can't get any more.
Wow, Leon is just one of these characters. He's so explosive and electric, and it's one of those things that when you're on gloves, you can kind of just play like an assassin. You can hit the duck dive, auto glove skill alt, and somebody might just die from just that. Meanwhile, over in Alley, I believe Team got not wiped, but shoved out of here. But the fight is breaking out. The Alpha does go down. Dinos are trying to push forward here. The Chiara Rapier skills in. The exclusive is going to be used, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes the Execute, and down goes the Mai of Team High.
I like the call there though, right? The Mai says, hey, you guys picked up the Mithril, I might as well sacrifice myself. Somebody's gonna die here, I'll just sacrifice my life so that we can secure the tree. Or sorry, not the tree, but the Mithril. I was about to say the objective, but yeah, there we go. Good stuff from Team High. They might have lost the Mai, but the objective is still theirs. Cartel, on the other hand, trying to run away from Team Lacey. Cecilia is down on the ground, but this Elena and Leon can provide a good amount of pressure. They're trying to push on in, but with everybody else filing in from Team Cartel, not going to really be able to find anything. They will just retreat back into their own temporary safe zone of Cemetery.
Yeah, Yujin just like maybe like 5 little ticks of freeze away from landing the freeze and getting a kill there. I mean, it's just one of those feels Elena moments where it's just you just barely didn't get enough skills off to land the freeze.
Can you say that though? They buffed that recently.
Yeah, I can see it.
I feel like you're asking for too much.
My old man experiences suffering. You do not know my plight.
The pain, the suffering. It's okay though. It just means that some people are gonna stay alive a little bit longer. But as we head into day number 3, now we are at the day end of time where teammatage becomes a thing. Jangy just ends up sending the signature fireball really early. Snowball is not going to happen as the smoke screen instead is gonna deny any additional damage coming through from Jangy. Really nicely placed from the Celine of Team I think it could have gone a little bit dangerous if it wasn't for the smoke screen, but it does block out a good chunk of the damage window that the William had in in the fastball.
Yeah, it looks like Revolu picked up the tree that was in red, and Magnani got the meteorite that was in red, so they sacked a little bit of timer, but landed to get their double objectives, so very good for team... Why can I not remember what team it is despite just talking about them? Oh my god, my brain is fried. Daejong Cybers, yes.
See, well, you know, that's what happens to me a lot. I had that happen earlier. It's okay. It's gonna happen more often for you and I this weekend. We'll see what ends up happening. Okay, good combination coming in. Jangy, he does end up getting the signature fireball down as well as the exclusive, but it's gonna send him straight into G-Work. Is it going to be enough as the White Lily is taken? And Jangy is out. Incredible timing. The moon coming through from the Adina was perfectly timed as well. Another fight on the north side. There's the totem coming in from the Kiara. Is it going to be enough? Absolutely not. The burst timing was insane. Mido gets taken down. The rest of that team has to completely book it. Heading Dino down 1, Blaster and Team High up 1.
And the coup de grace, while very ambitious, Chara just popped stasis and didn't get hit by it. So, just completely negated the, you know, main reason to pick two-handed Yuki here. And yeah, now Nino's going to get picked off as well. So, the last remaining member of Dino on the run here. I mean, they have the credits to get the revives off. They just have to find the area to do it. Daejong Cybers just gonna go towards the Hyperloop here, or maybe even go into one of these zones that might be opening nearby them? Question mark? Not sure where they're going. But, looks like that's where they're going. I see. They actually somehow knew that Mr... I gotta learn how to say this name. Bulboon?
I think it's Pulbung.
Okay, well,
I know what that term is.
I'm just gonna call him Yuki. Are you Resident Yuki? Barely managing to get out.
So Pulbung is a term that apparently the Koreans use to signify like an eternal return player.
Huh? Well, this is like what? Okay,
because it's
explain this in more detail.
It's nimble neuron, right? So they're taking like the pur and then a couple other Korean weird phonetics to.
It sounds like eternal return player derogatory.
Yeah. It's actually what a lot of if you've seen some fan art on Twitter, there's a lot of speech bubbles that say like Purbun Kun or something like that. It's weird.
Oh no. Okay. Well, Lacey trying to find an angle onto Dino here, but they are not able to quite close out any of these kills. Good damage coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Dino kiting it out, getting away. This Leon already has his Tellurian timepiece with his racing helmet, so the burst damage is going to be there if he gets to knock somebody up. But yeah, they're just going to walk it out. And yeah, everything's going to be a-okay. Asher also kind of hovering in stream here. Yeah, they are kind of posturing outside of vision. They haven't taken it yet, so so long as they haven't been seen, it's a nice little sneaky play.
What is actually happening with the stream today?
Yeah,
There's a lot of frame drops today, but oh well. We'll have to be able to deal with it. Hopefully it just doesn't happen in the middle of a fight because I want to see them all. Fight's going to begin. Magnani looking for a taunt. He's not going to be able to find it. Pungwa's still on the run, but he gets caught out. There's the exclusive coming out from Pang. The danger of Adina is still in play, but there's a beautiful double taunt coming in from the opposite Mai. Down goes the Felix, down goes the Adina, and Magnani now left alive by his lonesome, and now he just used his catwalk. There's the blast weave in. Is everything else going to go through? Oh my god, Magnani is out. Just barely tanky enough to get out after the bunny morph. Holy crap, the Mai is alive. Daejong Cybers minus 500, but they're still keeping themselves in the game. I don't know for how long, but for now they are. Team trying to run away from Team High. They get third party. fourth party. How many teams are in this area? Blaster, fifth party. Oh my goodness, the alphabet soup inside a fire station. Down goes Nino, down goes another. I think that's Blaster. Yes, it is. 2 members falling down from 2 different teams. 3 members falling down from 3 different teams. As Hikasi also takes the fall. And now Team decides to come back into the fray. What is going on here?
I don't even know what just happened. My brain just turned to like mashed potatoes there. Like, what just happened? Dino is now in a very precarious situation because while they can get 1 revive off, they can't get off both. Their credits are going to be a little too low to get their Chiara back up. But they have a little bit of time here to farm up some more credits. Team sitting on a lot of credits actually. Maybe they'll be getting some call-ins off before this Wick line spawn. And Cartel, I mean, this William looks so strong already. It's just terrifying. Their composition is very interesting because William can kind of double going in as well as kiting back. So Peng is not left alone if he goes in, and Boomwa is not isolated either. So it's kind of well-rounded. Meanwhile, a fight breaking out in the factory. Dina on the backside trying to do damage to this front line, but it's just not really doing anything. He's just tickling. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magnati is already chunked out too. Both these Mai's too chunked out to really want to continue this fight, and the backline's not really able to step up. Also, over in school, a little red zone action. It looks like Sparkle Esports is trying to find more here, but they're not able to get in range. The Tetragon's slowing them down, not able to continue this chase any further.
Good reactions coming through from a lot of our teams. This does buy enough time for Team Cartel to secure the Wick line on the south side, sitting on 7 kills. A ton of blood items. I saw it for a second. There was Dina sitting on 3. I think it was the Death, the Queen of Hearts, and the Red Shoes. That is a massive lead for that Adina. Loses out on their Alonzo G, completely isolated by himself. It's going to be Isana trying to get the res back up. Oh my goodness, they are completely split apart. Peng, Pungwa, as well as, I forgot who their William was, but they're just going to be sitting inside a fire station, exactly where they took Wick. Full control over the map, pretty much. They can go wherever they want. The amount of items on their side, the amount of power on their side, absolutely through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, Cartel is just... They're way above tempo here, and we still have a lot of teams, like you see the Mai here only with 1 transition. A lot of teams missing transitions. I mean, this poor Yuki's only got a solar system miniature on him. Even this Chiara only has a persona. Some of these teams are just down horrendous. I mean, there's no other way to word it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We'll see what ends up happening. It's still night number 4, about to turn into day number 5. 3 teams inside of Hospital. This could turn into absolute chaos at any time soon. Leon fishing for a couple of waterways. Nobody knows that they're here yet except for these 2 teams. Yejun dodging out on some really nice skills. Cecilia looking for a pick potentially. There's the pull on in. The taunt, not going to really happen. Nope, never mind. That's an Elena. No freeze coming in either. A lot of teams hanging around here. Deton Cybers put into a little bit of a corner. There's a pull again from the Cecilia. Nothing guaranteed yet. The heals from the Adina is keeping Team Deton Cybers alive to a certain degree. They're getting constantly poked out by Gong. No confirmed kills yet, though. They're really fishing right now.
Yeah, Gong, they're just willing to play around Gong's poke. They realize they have a slight poke advantage, but on the side of Daejeon Cybers, they have Adina. This character can provide a lot of defensive value and healing and kind of negate the poke that's being laid down. They're waiting for Quake to come back up. The Elena, rapier skilling in, finding her ticket in. The stream is frozen, so I have no idea what's going on. But anyways, getting back into it now, I can see things again. And it looks like Daejeon Cybers have completely lost this fight. I mean, they're in the corner now. No, Lily actually getting hit. And now they don't have a ticket out. They are actually trapped in this corner now, getting poked down by Gong. Gong trying to find some sort of angle, but yeah, it looks like Lacey is kind of just gonna back out here.
The Adina
don't
value,
really
man.
Yeah, I mean, they have vision. They see that Sparkle Esports is coming in from the top side of Hospital, so they have this knowledge, whereas Daejeon Cybers does not. So, what is this? This is something devilish from Asher.
They're looking. They know there's a fight happening. Oh my god, the Surf's Up is massive. All 3 three members of Team Asher starting to pile on in. Gong's down on the ground. One's down on the ground too. I think that's Nino gone. There we go. Burbung is going to get taken down too. What an absolute mess. Me-Dog is going to get taken on top of it. Oh my goodness gracious. Heading Dino, our first full team gone of game number 1. Sparkle Esports also down a member somewhere around. Why are they still here? What the heck? They're trying to look him up for a 2v3 right now. I don't know how this is going on. Songaran getting the pressure in. 4 stack. Gonna land on the G-work. No confirmed kills just coming through yet. Oh my god, Fauna just got obliterated. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, I mean, a little ambitious to try and take this 2v3, right? Especially when you're in hospital and you, I'm assuming, don't have CCTVs anymore. I mean, a team could just come up right behind you at any point, so they're honestly in the worst possible situation for posturing-wise and taking 2v3. Song Harang is just going to go down here. That will be Sparkle Esports getting eliminated with 2 kills. Meanwhile, everything is happening in hospital right now. Daejong Cybers is pretty much expired. They've been messing around for a little too long here. Magnani is going to be taken down here as well. The 2-man taunt does connect, but I mean, it's just too far gone. He has no teammates to follow up, nothing left for him. And
it's the wolf.
As well. The wolf. Did the wolf actually kill him?
Yeah, I think he used the drape on it by accident.
But yeah, all this action in the hospital, it's still not over. We still have 4 teams in hospital, despite having 2 teams die in hospital. Everybody's here. It makes me wonder what the other zone looks like.
Yeah, there is only one team sitting in there. I think it's Cartel.
Just sitting over there. Nobody wants to deal with Cartel because they're just too ahead of curve.
Indeed. Everybody just sitting inside of hospital. This is going to be the last gambit for a lot of these teams for game number 1. Char got taken dangerously low thanks to the Ghost Fire. He's going to try to heal himself back up a little bit more. Isana and Kachu. G-Work doing what he does best. Looking for a flank there. Wall is closed. There is the Dance Macabre coming down. Nino has no other way out. Kachi gets taken down. Isana is dead. Down goes the Alonzo. A beautiful fight taken from G-Work. Fantastic flank. Wall closes and there is no way out. Now the rest of the members in this zone trying to pile on in. Team High sitting at around 20 seconds. They need to get the kill on Yeojun if they want to keep their timer intact. Not going to happen. Timer goes in favor of Team Asher. Jumbong E trying to find something, but his timer is also not too good. Wow, Team High actually manages to take control over the temporary zone for now.
Oh, a little fade
cool.
actor from Jumbong E tries to shove everyone into Asher, but the disengage is there. I mean, this Tazia is going to be hard to touch for this team, but they do manage to find the freeze on the Tazia. The lockdown is there. She barely manages to get out. The stasis keeping her alive just barely.
Oh my god!
Alive. Yes, she is. Oh my god! Blaster is a menace on this character.
And it was so close. I think from every single member that was alive between Team Asher and Team High, it was actually Team High that was at a disadvantage when it came to timer. But because Char on the Razi fell, Team High got that few extra seconds they needed in order to keep themselves alive. I would not be surprised if somebody at that time was sitting on 1 second from Team High. They managed to take a fight. They managed to take a kill before Team High, before Team Asher does, and they win it out thanks to the timer. Well played from Team High. I have no idea how they've done it. Sitting on 12 kills right now, though, looking for 15. Cartel looking for 10 on their own.
Those items, oh my god.
Control, though, going over to Team Cartel. It's CTL, Control Cartel, you name it. You got the word for it. Here we go, though. Kyungkwae looking for a kill. They got the jump onto Pungwa. Pungwa's flanking onto the backside. Blaster jumping into the backside, too, but the healing on Adina is absolutely insane. Did she take damage or what? William just pumping out damage with the fastballs, but the fight is going to reset. Signature Fireball down. Ultimates across the board is going to be down too. It's going to be a fight upcoming very soon. Paradiso, the only thing that's left from this game in this team, in between these two teams when it comes to ultimates.
Oh man, so I mean, High has to heal up and they're going to be at a timer. Oh my goodness, this poke from Boonwa is huge. Half of Blaster's health gone immediately. The catwalk not going to find its mark onto Boonwa. Boonwa relatively safe in the back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Peng is just holding the line. Here comes Jengi. He's going to try and get as much damage as he can with these fastballs. He's dashing around as much as he can, but Blaster is going to manage to take him down. And Blaster, now, Team High has a timer advantage with that kill going down. They're pushing forward. Hikari's trying to kite back onto Peng. But meanwhile, on the other side, Boomwa is just stuck dealing with too much on his... Wait, hold on. Bunwa is kind of able to do this if he gets his cooldowns up. He tries to drop the double burrito onto Hikari, but does not find his mark, and that's going to be the end of the fight.
Tragic, absolutely tragic. Well played to Team High though, 15 kills on hand. It feels like I'm seeing Season 4 Blaster once again. This is what I wanted to see from Team High starting out in the series, and I do indeed get to see it. 15 kills first place. Team High starts Group B with a bang.
Yeah, Team High, I mean, one of those teams had to win Hospital, and they were the benefactors of it all. With all those corpses and credits and everything they picked up, I mean, they were able to walk into this final zone despite with a slight deficit to Team Cartel, with at least something that they can work with, and boy, did they work with it.
Absolutely. This is the way that Team High really does want to play these fights, though. These extended style fights where the Tazia is able to consistently refresh her shields over and over.
Yeah.
The Priya is able to get her flowers down, get control over the fight, and the Mai also controlling so much over the fight as well. It was basically a picture-perfect fight from Team High. I love what they did. This is exactly what I expect them to do if they're able to get fights out like this. Really nice control over the William, by the way. Not allowing him to get full damage uptime on the fastballs was a big turning point of the fight. And mocking him into a corner with the wall. Paradiso locked in on point. Blaster just obliterates him. And after that, fight's over.
Yeah, I mean, the Tazia wall is such a huge tool to use against William, because you can cut off his angle to dash to a ball by just dropping a wall between him and the ball. And now all of a sudden, that's options taken away from him, and he's very restricted on how he wants to play. This can also be used to prevent him from even accessing fastball to begin with. So, yeah, really well played by Team High, honestly. I'm really impressed.
Although it wasn't that bad of a game from Team Cartel either. I think for the hand that they were dealt, pretty much they could have done as much as possible. The final zones being distributed like that is really unfortunate for Team Cartel, because no matter how strong they are, if you don't have anyone to actually use it against, it doesn't really mean anything, right? And for Team High, it's exactly as you said. They got all the bodies, they got all the corpses, they got all the rewards from that hospital temporary zone. They used that to their advantage, had plenty of time to actually make use of it, with the console inside of Hospital on top of it too. Starting from there, it's just, hey, let's just pile it on top of each other and see what we can get done.
Yeah, and boy did they get it done, you know?
Oh,
yeah. Blaster in that Hospital fight looked absolutely phenomenal. I mean, had he got taken down, that would have been a completely different fight. The stasis coming through, and then what's so great about stasis in this composition is that gives time for Mai to maybe access a taunt to keep her safe. That gives access to Priya to access a shield for when you come out of stasis. There's a lot of options that these other characters can take to make Tazia extend this fight a little bit further and, you know, basically live on borrowed time.
Yeah, we'll see it in the replays probably later to see how close the timers were. Again, I swear there was somebody on Team High sitting on 1 second before they got the kill onto Char, but we'll figure that out later. Let's take a look at the score sheet after game number 1, guys. Team High, 23 points. So that's actually even more than what Gyeonggi Innate had after game number 1 in Group A. Really solid game from those guys. 15 total field kills. Whereas Team Asher following really close. 12 on their end with 16 total points, even if they weren't the second place team.
Yeah, I mean, Asher still had a phenomenal game just overall. And bringing in third place is actually Cartel that got second place. So, you know, just because you get second place doesn't mean you're second on the leaderboards. Kills are very heavily weighted for this kind of format where placement only nets you a lot of points if you win the round.
Indeed, it was really funny because Phase 1 was decided by a lot of teams not getting enough placement points. This time around, it's actually being decided over how many teams are actually getting kills, which is quite interesting. So a bit of a flip-flop situation that we are seeing from Phase 1 into Phase number 2.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I love it when the format weighs kills more than placement. I think it's a lot more exciting from a viewership standpoint. There's a lot more incentive to fight and be more active in gameplay rather than be more methodical, I guess is the word I'll choose. So yeah, this format is definitely very good.
And of course, if anything, of course you would be the one that prefers kills over the placements. We know your history.
I may have played in some formats that favored kills a little too heavily and done some things that I'm not too proud of.
Committed some war crimes here and there.
a little factory incident that may come to mind for some people.
Yeah, we might as well send you to The Hague for that one. Jesus. Either way, though, you're absolutely right. I think the fact that we're able to see a flip flop of both the placement points being really important and also kills being really important. Now, of course, you might be a little bit more preferenced and biased towards like the kill section, but the fact that we're seeing both kind of gives me the idea that it is a really balanced scoring matrix. And that's what we want to see, right? We've always messed around with it, especially during pre-release, to get that balance just right. And it seems like we really have it done now.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to find a healthy balance, so that way, you know, the metagaming side isn't affecting how people play, but rather the metagame of the patch you're playing on is what affects what people play. You know, if you're playing characters that are far more aggressive, and that's what the meta is right now, you're naturally going to see kills be the premier way of racking up points.
Indeed.
Conversely, when you see compositions that are far more slower paced and how their game plan and you know, not very committal, if that's what the meta is, naturally you're going to see placement points rise in value as kills are going to be more sparse.
Indeed. And you could tell the difference in that too. During phase number 1, we saw a lot more of these standard front to back compositions, where now during phase number 2, we're seeing a lot of these very close range, let's just butt heads kind of compositions that eventually, after a fight is over, someone's going to be dead. And overall, those someone's going to be dead factor is going to raise the total number of points that is being distributed throughout the teams because of the kills alone. I think your analysis is perfectly spot on for that one, but Meek, I believe we are going straight into game number 2. So let's take a look at what the character selections is going to look like and what is the weather like. Is going to be sunny with a chance of thunder? What?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the weather is a very haphazard thing in Lumia Island. There's a reason why nobody lives here anymore. They were getting tired of thunderstorms on their sunny days with not a cloud in the sky. Yeah,
there is a term for this.
Raining above. Is there?
Yeah, there's a term for this in Korea where it's called a fox rain, where it's extremely sunny, but then all of a sudden there's just rain while there's sun.
See.
I'm sure there's an English term.
I like to call that the like sad anime scene.
Sad anime scene.
Anyways, we have Jung-Yi switching over to Dema from the William, and also Pen going over to Estelle. So this My Band is shaking up these compositions a little bit. Sparkle Esports running triple backline, and I really love triple backline with Emma. I think Emma is the perfect triple backline abuser. And we actually have an Elena ban as well.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm actually interested to see Team High. When was the last time you saw Shukai in a tournament?
Oh my god, this comp is wild because you have so much healing between Jukai Theodore to kind of facilitate this IRM into playing more aggressive in the cap form. So it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, Jukai in ERM? When was the last time there was a Jukai in ERM? I know in ERCS we see Jukai every week right now, but
it's been a long time since we've seen them. There was a day and time where Shukai was extremely strong in Eternal Return Masters. I think that was sometime in, might I say Season 2, Season 3 post-release, where the Shukai and Theo combination was also really strong. So Team High bringing a little bit of an homage to that composition. So Mai getting banned is also affecting this team on top of it. I guess it's a little bit too risky to run something like a Tazia without the safety net of the Mai coming through again. So even Team High is getting affected by that one. We see Team Cartel also being affected by it, just like you said. It's going to be a completely different game, guys. My ban will affect this lobby. So let's see how Lobby 2 goes, because we are loaded in now with a little side dish of frame drops.
And another, my favorite side dish, delicious frame drops. But another combination that, speaking of homages, and we saw it last lobby as well, and this lobby has it, is the Elena Yan combination. This was something that was really popular in pre-release in duos. Elena Yan was a menacing duo combination.
Oh my god.
It was hitting competitive scenes, it was hitting all regions, it was absolutely menacing, and I love that it's coming back in post-release Season 5. Like, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, Elena Yan, remember this?
There's so much setup between that roster, whether it's the Yan that sets it up with the Tetragon, or the Elena sets it up with the Danse Macabre. They can play off of each other super well, and you see how the way that G-Work tends to play the Elena character, it's very easy for them to try locking down some of these backliners, right? You saw the flank in Hospital, you saw the timing in which G-Work tried to go in. As soon as the gate closes, he immediately pounces on the opportunity. opportunity. Their timings are on point because they played these kind of compositions for such a long time together.
Yeah, I mean, the history is definitely there, and the synergy, and just like those are the kind of things. And I talked about it earlier when with some of the teams in Group A, where it goes beyond a level of communication. It's just pure reactive, and it's almost like expected. Like you've just played with each other so much and rehearsed something so much that you don't need to talk about it anymore.
Oh yeah,
you can just do it.
It's muscle memory at that point.
Yeah, no, for sure. Oh,
Alright,
Dina?
well, Dina's fishing. He's
Sneaky
waiting, he's
sneaky.
waiting.
Oh,
There's the
waiting
moon
for
coming
Revelou
through.
to get, and Revelou is going to be able to make it. And yeah, wow. A kill going over to Daejeon Cybers. Very clean, very patient from Dina to wait for his teammate. Good communication from Daejeon Cybers.
I think everybody from Team High has at least died once in this game
Yeah.
already. They've been picked off individually. It's not even the fault of this team because Theo has a relatively tough time running away. Shukai is also by his lonesome trying to get some fish. Also, I saw Dagger. I saw Mount Slicer.
What? No,
Hey, yo.
We have Dagger Shukai, not even Spear? Oh man, this
What
is...
season are we living in? Like,
Dicey. Are we gonna see a Sapphire Protocol Dagger
Oh,
Skill
no
stealth
way.
bomb from Team High? It'd be a little wacky, wouldn't it?
he's gonna be playing full amp.
Oh man, full wow!
No,
what a
he got all of
throwback
his
that is.
animal stuff.
Oh my god, nobody. But this is one of those things, right? When Mai gets banned, and all of a sudden you won the last game, and you had a very nice early game and everything, and now all of a sudden Mai gets banned. You run this wildly different composition in this lobby. Now all of a sudden, like your routes are all ending at different spots. You're unfamiliar with who's going to be where, and that's the aftermath of what happens when you get put in situations like this. I mean, they just can't find their footing because, I mean, like, they're in zones they're not used to ending. They're not well researched enough on these other teams to know where people are going to be going for their post-route group up.
Yeah, one of the things that Super always mentions is that a lot of these teams that do end up playing in the ERM are teams that play in the National League, so you do need to practice multiple compositions, but Team High is not one of those teams. Blaster is usually always on Estasia. A lot of other teams are also just kind of locking in their main characters, which is what Team High likes to do, whereas a lot of teams on their screen right now, they're just kind of dying. So Team Lacey, oh, the Leon managed to get out with the Waterway, nicely done there. They managed to secure a kill on somebody, I believe it was the Kiara on Team Heading Dino. Team Lacey does end up losing out on the Scylla, so it's a 1-for-1 trade overall, but on the south side, another fight as Team Sparkle Esports trying to duke it out up against Team Peacemaker goes down, Fauna staying alive a little bit longer than I think everybody really anticipates to. Kachu also getting out, whereas one player is going to fall. It's the front line of the Elena down from the side of Team Peacemaker was good, but it bought more time for Fauna to stay alive.
Yeah, G kind of went for a freeze, and then the Celine knocked herself away and knocked the Elena away, and at that point, G went for a raw dance macabre and just hit air, and it was just, yeah, when that kind of thing happens, it's very fight-breaking. Dance macabre is one of those moves that are just really defining to Elena. So, yeah, Blaster's in the back, completely unchecked here. The healing coming through this Jukai.
Oh no!
But, whoa, the Leon finding an angle, but Blaster still alive. The Sapphire Protocol Shield is going to be able to provide a lot of durability for this Theodore, more than you would expect. The duck dive ending, but Blaster is going to stay alive. Jungwoo is not going to be able to find any kills here. Meanwhile, Fauna's dead in Uptown. I don't know why we looked at that. That's just funny. Anyways, yeah. And meanwhile, Daejeon Cybers is getting a bunch of transitions online. I mean, the Force Core being purchased for the Estelle to pick up the Ghost Bride's dress, and the chest slot being picked up, and another Force Core being bought by Dina. Yeah, their transitions are online, and they still have more credits to spend.
Oh boy, this is good, this is good. Exactly the way that Sparkle Esports want to play this game. Game 1 didn't go too well in their favor, but they've already made up the points they got in game number 1. They can only get better from here, hopefully, for that team. Team Asher, a nice blink away from Piet. That's a good reaction there. You know exactly what's coming. The combination that you were talking about before the series started, where the Cecilia pulls into the water wave, just happened, and the blink is going to be forced out. So nicely done from Team Lacey, just investing a lot of other teams' resources so that they can have a bit more control over certain areas, this is all you can really play for in the earlier stages of the game, because we did see that the Leon is lacking damage. He doesn't have items to even take down something like a Theo if he's healing inside of his lasers. So yeah, just a little bit more time, fish for some small wins here and there, make sure that your power ramp is going as planned and necessary. Everything else can just come afterwards.
Yeah, and blink cooldowns are massive right now, with 20 seconds left before battle zones pop and alpha spawns. Blink is a 90-second cooldown. I mean, that's going to be down for that objective rotation, and yeah, it looks like our Elena here is going to be picked off. Yeah,
the
the
Leon did
Hyperloop
not
coming
wanna
in
come
as
back.
well. Actually. Yeah, the Leon, yeah, it's time to just hide in this battle zone for 2 more seconds.
This ain't a battle zone, dude.
Wait, that's not, huh?
No, it was...
It's just a yellow zone. We're
Yeah.
scrapping. Okay. Anyways, another fight bringing out G, trying to find an angle onto the backline, but the Dance Macabre is not going to connect. It looks like it's just going to be a full disengage into a reset here, but with the Dance Macabre already invested, it's not something that. Oh, Team Sparkle is actually in a bit of trouble here. Song Harang does manage to make it out, but Scarlet is still trying to find more with the health advantage in Scarlet's favor here. All they have to do is not be engaged on. The drone is actually on the bottom side of Uptown, so Scarlet's actually going to be the first one here. The timer advantage, it's ticking down. 5 seconds.
Oh
4,
my
3,
god.
Oh my god, and just pure destruction from Song Harang on the backside as well, finding that angle.
I wonder how much of that was calculated, because I saw Songharang looping all the way around, so I wonder if that was something that they anticipated with the timer being a thing. If that was, Songharang, giga brain plays just now. Otherwise, on the north side of the map, Cartel taking away the battle zone inside of Alley, I think that was. It's either Alley or gas station. Gonna be able to pick up themselves a transition. I wasn't actually sure what they called. Let's see, can you see it in chat? Nope, not at all. So I don't know what they got, but they won the battle zone. That's pretty big.
Yeah, winning battle zone is always big. I'd
We
imagine
take those.
yeah, you always take a win in a battle zone, regardless of it's 7 people or just you. Yeah, it looks like everyone's kind of funneling into this school area. We have Asher and Team Lacey here, and yeah, it looks like Team Lacey's Jimbong is gonna get caught out here. The White Lily is gonna get him out, but G-Work still on the chase. Gong is in a bit of trouble here as well. Yeah, we're just gonna have to fully invest in this disengage because Team Asher is just not able to be fought by them right now.
Yeah, nice catch from Team Lacey as well. Listening to footsteps, they heard something going on right below them. It's still nighttime, so vision isn't actually as accessible as you might think in this situation. We just get the advantage of seeing everybody's vision, so
Yeah.
don't get yourself caught out by that, everybody. They couldn't see each other. Nicely done for all of these teams still keeping themselves alive. It's another game where we're going to go into day number 3 with 8 teams alive. That's actually happened multiple times throughout the course of today, so these players are playing their macro and micro games pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams nobody wants to be the first team going 8th place. I mean, and everyone's racked up a good amount of kills, except for Cartel. They're the only team sitting at 0 field kills right now. Dino looking to disengage against Daejeon Cybers. Yeah, perfect blink for a great reaction time from dodging out on that. Oh my goodness, and the Dorito is going to find its mark after all that damage goes down. And yeah, Daejeon Cybers just running them down. Magnani still looking for more. This Yuki did not get to land his E onto anything, so it is going to be a bit of a longer cooldown here. The Diamond Shard already invested as well. Will the shield charge come back up from Magnani to knock him up? The dash is up for Yuki. Oh, just barely, but he's going to get pretty much permanently slowed here. And yeah, there's the damage from Revolu finding the follow-up, and down goes Yuki.
Yeah, I think it should have been the parry first and then the counter stun.
Yeah.
You know exactly what the Estelle is going for. It's alright though. Minus 500 unfortunately for Team Heading Dino. I guess it's actually not that alright, but it is what it is. Team Heading Dino is still alive. They do have enough credits to bring everybody back. It's just going to be a hefty price for it. A little bit unfortunate, but you take what you can get. Kiara should make her way over onto a console, but she's in a bit of a tight spot right now too. A lot of teams hanging around the same area as this Kiara. Locked inside a stream, which will be closing in a few moments. If she wants to res anybody inside of the zone, she's got to make it all the way to Temple, whereas Yeojun trying to hunt a wild Kiara waltzing inside of stream.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to see the pings from this revive here in just a second. Yeah, there's the pings, and immediately Team Lacey is running up. They want to find some kills here. But yeah, Heading Dino actually going the opposite direction despite the zone closing soon. And now Team High also running up here. Everyone's on the hunt here. I mean, Team High is going to discover Team Heading Dino here. And yeah, Heading Dino looking to just try and get their way into Pond.
Oh,
But
this is
the
bad.
dagger skill. Oh, or that looks. Oh,
They gotta leave. They gotta leave.
okay.
They don't have that much timer, especially this
Yeah, they
Kiara.
have
They
to
gotta. Oh wait, the Shukai died. Wait, their timers are refreshed. How did that end up happening? Team Blaster making some crucial mistakes inside of the zone. Blaster's also dead too. Wow. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to leave for timer if you just killed them. So, yeah, wow. That was interesting. I didn't expect that to happen. Meanwhile, G finding an angle, trying to find a freeze here. Is he going to find the freeze? No. No freezes. Pia very close to being frozen, but finds a way to disengage for his team. Now G-Work looking to re-engage here. He's going to show you how to really get a freeze off. Or not. The Dance Macabre is good here. The hard alt being... Oh my god, the hard alt being forced out. Oh, the reverse hard alt on the backside as well. And it's going to be a 1-for-1, and Asher's going to actually be the one that loses this fight.
Okay, that's the first time I think I've ever seen a counter Peacemaker actually work in favor of a heart. But here we go, more fights happening on the what is that, the east side of the map? Yeah, Junbongi is gonna get taken down. Down goes Yejun as well. 2 members from Team Lacey is gonna be gone. There goes Midog on top of it. Heading Dino down 1, Team Lacey down 2, Team High all stacked up on 3. 5 kills on hand. They're pretty stable inside of this lobby. And moving on, the Shukai. He's going to get only tankier as the game goes. We shouldn't see anything like we saw earlier happening that easily to that Shukai anymore.
I'm not sure if we caught this, but Emma just got red shoes. I'm assuming from a flare gun here.
Ooh.
Another fight breaking out, though. And this Theodore Blaster is just in the back. And yeah, living up to the namesake, he is blasting in back here. Flying forward, finds the angle to get 2 kills for Team High here. Huge fight for them. Heading Dino, I mean, they're out of credits now, and yeah, this poor Yuki all in his lonesome is going to have a hard time farming them back up.
This is the power of the Theo on top of it, right? You saw the amount of control he had towards the end of the fight, and as soon as he gets the energy blast field off, you have to leave the fight. But when you have something like a Shukai using Burn to a Crisp on you and slowing you down every single time those flames go out, it is really difficult to actually get out of the preferred fighting range of the Theo. You can't go in, you can't leave, it's so difficult. Nicely done there from Team High. They know how their team dynamic works, they're making it happen. 7 kills strong, even more stable than what I mentioned about a minute or so ago. Picking up a 4 score on top of it, what is it going to go to? Let's see, it's a Hermes, even better.
Oh man, and this Yukai, he's getting big, he's getting hard to deal with, and yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. Even though Mai's banned and they're on their off composition, they look totally comfortable on this.
That's really good. It's going to set them up really nicely for game number 4. We're looking a little bit ahead, but we know what's going to happen in game number 3 for the most part. Mai will theoretically get banned because of how valuable she is to some of these compositions. We can see the direct results of it. Some of these teams are just completely changing their compositions around just because of that one ban. When that happens, you know they're going to go back to it probably during Game 3.
Oh yeah, 100%. Mai will return for Game 3. Mark my words. If that doesn't happen, I will...
No, don't do it.
No, cast your curse, right?
Don't do it.
Don't do it. I'm not going to make any promises here.
I saved you from a potential really bad situation.
Potential soap eating or something. Like,
you would have had to explain it to the ERCS crew.
Yeah, so go to the hospital. Kind of ate something I shouldn't have. Okay, Burn to a Crisp coming out. The slow's coming down. Blaster. I mean, the wall is up, but it's a little off angle here. Nothing's really going to happen at this point. So yeah, with stream opening back up, Team High is just going to wait here and enter back into stream. With this opening back up, they should be able to farm these bears, find some good hunt rotations. Cartel, I mean, this team's been very quiet, but I think they're actually in pretty good shape. Dejong Cybers, first and only team at the wick line here, so that'll be a nice, easy pickup for them. I'm really interested to see where Sparkle Esports is at with their itemization, because I've seen some things get picked up on the bottom of my screen from them, and I have a feeling they're a bit menacing. Yeah, this Yuki all in his lonesome. I mean, he just barely farmed up enough credits now, but he's not going to be able to get out of this with only 5 seconds of timer left and getting ran down. He is going to pop or die, and pop it will be.
And nice attempt on the coup de grace, but that will be Team Heading Dino, our first full team to fall. 5 team kills is all they're going to get when it comes to the points. And now we are down to 7. A lot of animals still being left alive on the map, especially with the zones that you were mentioning coming back up and online. Team Lacey, on the other hand, now they're stuck in a really precarious situation. Although it is lucky for them, stream is not closing anytime soon. They can play around a little bit with some of these skills and some of these catch-up potentials. Although Gyeongkwae looking for an opportunity, maybe jumping onto Gong. They're isolated. That's not a fight that Scylla can win that easily, nor can the rest of Team Lacey. Blaster is just untouched throughout the course of this fight. Yeojun has to completely book it. He's just going to Twilight. He's just going to spin on out of there. But Hikasi's also on the chase. Gong's now getting ran down. This is bad for the Scylla. She does have cooldown reductions on the play with us, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to make her get away from this. Absolutely not. Her timer is also just absolutely 0. Down she goes. 10 seconds left until day 5. Yeah, Team Lacey down a member.
And Theodore is looking phenomenal this lobby. I mean, we didn't see Theodore all last lobby, which was a little bit of a surprise to me. But yeah, Team High running it, and it's looking good. Oh no!
They're looking for it though. Blaster, he's got the energy blast field, but he's gone. He's been assassinated. Perfect catch out from the Elena. They're actually able to assassinate the Theo, and that is an irreparable damage now. As Lumi's going to be full sent over. Yeoju just bought I think it was a recon drone. He sent Lumi away. What a big brain strat.
He said, "Be gone, Lumi." You
Oh my god!
And now Team High is completely just crippled. I mean, without their Theodore, they severely lack damage and sustainability in fights. They're not going to be able to do really much of anything without this backline carry. Asher is cornered and dying. Celine is dropping. Oh, yeah. Oh! And G goes down before the Hardle is able to save him, so that's going to spell the end of, well, not the end, but the end of 2 of members of Team Meanwhile, over in Hospital, yeah, the Elena's gonna go down here, and Lacey is still just not able to find their footing despite having that good play earlier. Daejong Cybers waiting in Hospital for them to walk in and reaping the rewards.
This is the Wick team too. Team Lacey is in a whole heap of trouble because we saw Gong also sitting in that corner. He doesn't have that much timer left. May have a little bit, but he's forced into further inside of Hospital. Is he going to get his teammate found? Magnani? Yes, he is. There's the water weight out. Leon is going to keep himself alive, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a solace when Daejong Cybers knows exactly where he is. There is a Hyperloop inside of stream, so that's something that he could rely on if he wants to get on out of here. But going anywhere else isn't really going to help his case.
Yeah, Nisana just not. I mean, there's nothing you can really do there. If I'm one of these full teams alive, I see 5 teams alive with 12, and I think things are off. If I'm one of these, if I'm one of these full teams with full members alive, I'm probably going to track Lumi and try to prevent teams from reviving and pick up kills that way. But looks like Team Lacey will be eliminated here as their Leon is not able to get out of that situation with no timer left. They can't really afford to duck dive over the wall into red. So yeah, our only remaining team with injured members here is Team High. They're down their Theodore. And yeah, they're getting ran at by a Cartel here. Cartel with 0 field kills. I mean, they're hungry. They want blood. They need blood.
Oh, the Soul Stealer, run!
But Daejong Cybers is waiting in the wings here. And yeah, poor Team High. I mean, this game went so well for them, and just after that unfortunate fight where Blaster got caught out, they just haven't been able to recuperate. It does look like the Jukai got a little walk it off action, so he's out of there. We'll see if he's able to do anything or contribute anything here, but Bonghwa already brought down to half health. Daejong Cybers pushing forward, and they're completely cornered. Yeah, they're gonna have to burn more timer here. The Twins rush actually pulling the heart completely away from the rest of Daejong Cybers. The heart all forced out, but Bonghwa goes down, and that's gonna be the end of that fight. I mean, Dina's not gonna be able to do much more here.
Yep. Dina may be able to pick up one. Nope, it's going to be the spin coming from Jingy. Nicely done. The Debbie and Marlene really locking down a good chunk of that fight. Pulling the heart in from Daejong Cybers was a massive win for that team. And this will allow at least Akasi to secure that 3rd place spot. 8 kills and 3rd place. You'll take those. 12 points for the Shukai. He will take his fall by his lonesome. Mount Slicer with the Cloak and Dagger. That's not saving you, my friend. And down he goes. Yeah. And we're going into our final zone of Hospital. Cartel versus Sparkle Esports. Cartel looking for 7. Sparkle Esports looking for 11.
Yeah, I mean, Cartel's had a very slow quiet game. I mean, just now they had 0 kills, now finding their way to 4. A VF Blood being purchased by Dina here, so we'll have to see what happens. I know Sparkle Esports is strong. I mean, I've been keeping tabs on the bottom. I know they have a red shoes. They bought a blood earlier. I mean, they've got items in spades. There's no doubt about that. And with the Celine already zoning things off, and you have this this triple backline composition, it's really hard for Cartel to try and approach here. The Dema can't just go in and approach on her own. Peng has to be the one that pushes forward here at some point. Bunghwa will not be able to keep up with all of this range damage coming out between the Emma and the Celine. But, to their credit, at least the damage isn't very long. Whoa!
Yeah.
That's completely chunked, and now Peng on the backside is getting obliterated as well. Fauna forced to use the ultimate. Is he going to go down? No! Fauna yes! Fauna does
the
go
Levantine!
down. So now we bring it to a 2v2. Song Harang completely chunking this corpse, trying to get the corpse kill online here. Jengi does manage to get out, but Scarlet going in, trying to find an angle. The Bunghwa still alive. Scarlet getting the timer is just like talking away.
Oh my god, the 4-stack electrostatic sir. Oh my god, the magnetic compulsion. That's Ada's ultimate. Holy crap, beautifully done there. The fight looked so good for both of the teams. It looked alright. The 1-for-1 trade was done, but then Song Harang says, absolutely not. You're not taking this one away from me. A beautiful 4-stack magnetic compulsion to round it off. That right there, my friends, is one of the cleanest plays that you could do as a Celine, just to round it off, and it feels so good after the game is over. And of course, who other than Song to round the game off like that? Well done to Sparkle Esports. I believe they picked up, what was it, 11 as I said, so nicely done for them. Should give them a good amount of points to get out of that 8th place spot they were in after game 1.
Oh man, and triple backline it's interesting because it's definitely an unconventional strategy, right? It's not something you see all too often. We see it a little bit in the ERCS, and now we're seeing it in ERM a little bit as well. But Sparkle Esports just executing flawlessly. I mean, their micro was just on point all game long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a situation where Team Sparkle Esports just does this a lot. I mean, we saw it in phase number 1 where if they do pretty good in the earlier stages of the game, they can snowball their way all the way to the end. They might stay silent through most of the mid game, but they're already on items by, maybe day 4, night 4. You already see some transitions. I think somebody in chat also mentioned that they had 3 blood samples. Yeah, they did. Absolutely, they did. They're just playing their own game. They're okay if they get a couple kills early and then just casually move that on into the final zone because they know their game plan and they're confident with it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And as I talked about it earlier, Emma in a triple backline composition, when you have to engage into Emma Celine, whoever gets polymorph is just going to get blown up. They're going to try and dash in and try to create an engage or anything, and the polymorph is just going to come down onto somebody, and the Emma Celine burst onto that target. I mean, I don't think there's a way to build enough durability to survive that.
Not at all. We've seen time and time again, even tanks falling to that kind of combination. But here we go. Score sheets after game number 2. It's going to be Team High still holding in first place. Of course they are. Team Cartel in second place with 22, but the gap has closed because Sparkle Esports right below with 21. Team Asher right below again with 20 points. Top 4 extremely close, whereas Tetsun Cybers, they're about there, 17 points in 5th place, and Team sitting in 6th place with 13. Rest of the lobby, 12 and 8. It's still a pretty close series. We'll see what ends up happening to the score sheet when game 3 and 4 rolls around after our break.
Yeah, I mean, all the scores outside of Team High are relatively close and hitting Dinos a little far behind, but not too far behind from Team They're only 5 points behind, so things, although they're kind of spread out a little bit into sections, these scores are still relatively close. And as we saw with the last game, I mean, Team High went out not early, but early enough. So, you know, it's not out of the running for any of these two teams. Like Hartel and Sparkle Esports could be Team 1 and 2, and High could get 3rd if these next 2 games go poorly for them and Sparkle Esports and Cartel pop off.
Even in Group A, we were never really confirmed any teams in any position until Game 3 was over.
Yeah.
And that was a pretty extraneous case as well, since Gyeonggi and 8 won 3 games in a row with pretty dominating performances. if it's not something like that happening with Team High in Game 3, I don't think the score sheet is going to be confirmed for honestly any team. So there's a lot of change-ups that could still happen, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send it over onto a break, so make sure you guys go grab some water, go take a stretch, go grab a snack. We'll see you guys back here for Games 3 and 4 of Season 5, Phase 2, Group B.
사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이쁘라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
11의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래 맑은 바람 불어오니 버들잎은 말없이 그저 흔들리네. 세상에 바람 한 점 없는 곳이 있다고 하더니 이 섬이 바로 그곳인가? 바람을 타고 자유롭게 섭리의 바람 휘몰아쳐라. 기류를 타고 풍류운산. 바람이 길을 열고 구름이 흩어지니 흐르는 대로 흘러가는 대로 종잡을 수 없는 고민이 있는 모양이군. 도사란 무엇인가? 바람을 부리고 구름을 타고 날아 도를 주문하자. 너희들은 도를 믿지 않아도 좋아. 무엇을 믿을진 사람 나름이니까. 이 또한 섭리일지니.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. I hope you guys had a beautiful one as always. We're back now for the last two games that we're going to have for today. Season 5 Phase 2 Group Stage. We've done all 4 games of Group A. We've done the first 2 games of Group B. We got 3 and 4 now that is left. Our final 2 games to determine the top 2 teams that is going to go straight over into the finals for Sunday. 4 teams that are going to go into the wildcards tomorrow, and 2 teams that will be eliminated off of Group B in the end. So, I'm excited about this one. I think we've had a great series so far for Group B. We've seen some really interesting compositions. The new teams are also bolstering some really interesting compositions on top of it as well as picks. It's been a fun series so far, Meek.
Yeah, I mean, we have Mai coming back now, so we're going to see a lot of these teams gravitate back to the Mai pick. I mean, man, everyone thought Mai was done for when she got those initial nerfs, but she's been balanced back out since then, and as you can see, she's fully operational and back to the mainstay of competitive play. I mean, for both groups to have this character getting banned pretty consistently is definitely a statement to how powerful this character is.
Exactly. And a lot of people, might be thinking about the fact that, hey, didn't she get nerfed recently, especially her exclusive range and all that stuff? Yes, absolutely. But I think Mai is a character that is very similar to Heart, where there is a reason why she's played so much in competitive. In these coordinated environments, exclusive, no matter how short the range is going to be, as long as it's not crazy short, right?
Yeah.
It's still going to be useful because you can actually coordinate with your teammates when you actually need it. Mai's transitions are also as strong as ever. And we've seen a lot of teams actually being able to secure those transitions from Mai items relatively consistently tonight. Kotie, Aoyai, even the Mai getting Phantom Jacket, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, those Mai items can never be underestimated, especially Aoyai. I mean, it's truly a one-of-a-kind item. I mean, it's Omerta with attack speed, and I mean, all these backline carries definitely want something like Omerta. That's the highest AP item in the game, but they don't want to sacrifice any other quintessential stats to their DPS, such as attack speed or crit. So, yeah, it really is just the perfect item for any backline carry.
Indeed. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 3, character selections are a go, and that's the pick that you wanted to see from the looks of it. Meek, it is going to be G-Work on the Adela because the Elena is banned. Didn't notice it, but the Heart is also banned in this game on top of it. Am I still up and online though? This should give a lot more leniency, and are we seeing... Hold up a second, wait, whoa. Dina on the Eva, Martina for Revolu, they're locking it in. Oh my god, these are picks I haven't seen in forever.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a throwback. And for Team Heading Dino, they swapped to Sylvia. Onmu wasn't playing the first 2 games, was he? No, he wasn't. I don't think so.
Yeah, it was somebody else.
So yeah, they swapped players and characters here. So yeah, they're going to be shaking things up a bit as well. And actually, we have 2 Martinas in this lobby. Oh my goodness, we almost seen a Martina ban. What is going on?
I think I remember one time that Martina was ever banned in ERM, and it was sometime in either post-release Season 1 or pre-release Season 9. It was somewhere around there. This character has gone through ups and downs in her entire history of Eternal Return. A lot of you guys, if you guys were here during the actual release of Martina, it did not really go well at all, and she's gone through many versions, but now is the point where it's a lot easier for her to actually get her stacks and go to the broadcast form. Your entire idea is to just get the transitions once you actually get there, right? Now, the biggest power spike isn't actually going into broadcast form, but it's getting the transitions after that. Although I will say, it's a little bit awkward now for the Martina because Vision Flex has changed a little bit. The Crimson upgrade does not give you the attack range buff anymore.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, without the attack range, Martina's kind of... She's not really a backline carry. I mean, a lot of them have gravitated towards this accelerator build where you try to dive in and just kill someone with your E and then, snap back without dying. And that's generally the strategy I've been seeing personally on Martina, where she plays almost more like an assassin.
You're just looking for the big burst of damage with your cameras. A lot of the items and transitions she really wanted to go for in the past tended to be things where it was on hit, right? You get crit, you get on hit. I believe it was the blaster helmet where you do get the little bit of the electrified effect on top of the accelerator. Just get all of your attacks out as soon as possible. Either kill somebody or just chunk them out enough to the point where no one's going to be able to fight you anymore and try to capitalize on that to continue the chase. Will we see that here, or is it going to be a bit more of a standard type of Martina gameplay where she'll be played slightly half and half between the assassin plus the backline? I don't know. We'll have to see. This is not a character we see all too often in ERM after all.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really not a character we see in competitive period all that often. And we touched on it earlier with the little mini game she has and how it's less important now and more transitions is getting more important. But she also has a pretty easy access to finishing her mini game, I guess we'll call it. With the quick respawn timers, we actually see strategies like Martina's not finishing their build so they can stay under level 8 for the fast respawn timers, that giving them information on the map on where multiple people is to help stack her passive even faster. It's a little wacky to think that a strategy like that is the meta for her.
It's one of the reasons why Martina is able to excel so well. It's one of the reasons why Martina is able to kind of speed through her earlier stages of the game. We'll see if that's actually going to be a mechanic that any of these players are going to go through, because it's something that is accessible. It's something that is available for these players, but they don't have to do it. You can just get all of your items up and then start to look for your post transitions. Maybe just kind of bank on the fact that you're not really going to die once you hit level 8. And there is the Koreans.
Hello, this is our Korean casters paying a visit to the North American broadcast. We are here now.
Hello.
I don't know what happened. G-Work landed a really cool combo there, but yeah, guess we're out of game now. Any idea on what's going on?
I'm trying to look through it. It is 8:57. No, I do not see anything right now. I'll let you guys know if there is any updates on it. Let's see. Somebody is typing something right now, and I'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, it seems like there is a remake, which is a little bit unfortunate because some teams already did pick up kills, but
yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, if you're gonna remake, you gotta do it. What's going on here, man?
I don't know. I don't know what is going on at all. But
Oh.
they are, I guess, back in the
We're
game.
like, what's going on, man? Like,
Was it just production?
it was just production. I guess they had something they really needed to talk about. Maybe they were trying to sell more fried chicken to the viewers at home.
What?
But
To the viewers and not us?
back in game. Yeah, to the viewer, not us. I know they need to hook us up with some free fried chicken, that Korean goodness. I need that street meat, baby. Hook me up.
Yeah, I was talking about how because they apparently managed to get AMD and what is it? I think it was WD Black again. We could get free SSDs as well as the graphics card.
I'm running out of memory. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like I'm running dangerously low. But, anyways, enough about my computer memory. Team Cartel just barely gonna miss out on this kill. Is Jungi gonna be able to? No, he's not gonna be able to find the angle. And yeah, but they did still manage to get. No, they didn't even. No, they managed to get this bear. That's what they managed to get.
Hey, maybe a couple extra stacks of what is it? Maybe a couple extra stacks of William if he is opting to run the. Gosh, Anima Reaper, because I know some people tend to do that still.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Anima Reaper, I mean, that used to be the king of sub-augments, but now with all the changes that have undergone, a lot of people have gravitated over towards that purple tree. Just a lot more damage value out of it. And we are on pre-patch, so Power Crescendo is still at full power. It has not been nerfed yet. Same with this Adela character. This little demon here is still quite powerful, so we'll see what G-Work's able to cook up with it.
Yeah, they're sitting on 5 kills right now. I saw G-Work on 4 stacks of Anima Reaper. He is accelerated right now as much as he can. Team High, beautiful double taunt coming in from Pang. This should pretty much signify the Priya dying. Yep, you can see Blaster immediately running away. Almost a kill over onto Jengi, not going to happen. Blaster back on the Tanzia. They're just going to be chilling in the earlier stages of the game. As 2 members down, 15 seconds to go until we're going to see that Priya back up and alive.
Yeah, and another 20 seconds until we see these objectives spawn. I mean, Cartel's already going to have control over the Vision and Temple and be, postured best for this hotel or Temple tree. Meanwhile, over in Factory, I guess a fight breaking out over these wolves. The Yuki parry is good here, but it's not going to be enough. This Chiara is just far too low for anything to really be done as far as a follow-up outside of the stasis. So yes, Team yes, is going to find the wolves. But another fight, breaking out the Martina, accessing broadcast finally, so the damage is going to be online for her. Is she going to try and make any sort of play with her ultimate here? We'll have to see. No, a huge flip actually coming out from Junbong. Blaster actually getting chunked out really hard here, and here comes the Martina ult, the blink to try and commit, but the stasis is going to be the outplay they need. But
the timing!
The timing was immaculate from Junbong, and they are going to get this meteorite with 2 kills to boot and the wolf rotation. Huge win.
That is so big. I think the timing from the Marcus genuinely saved the fight, because if Blaster was even given maybe even a frame to get another dash off, that fight could have gone a little bit differently. Yeojun getting the broadcast in that fight right before it began was also really good. Everything just working out in favor of Team Lacey. I thought it was going to be a bit more awkward because the broadcast wasn't there yet, but since it was close, again, not that bad. It is a slow one. If I'm going to be nitpicky about it, but it was perfectly on time to pick themselves up a couple additional kills. 3 kills strong for Team Lacey.
Yeah, I mean, accessing broadcast at the pivotal oh. Goodbye. Heading Dino, finding their way to a kill into Akari here, so that's pretty good. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Team Lacey is just getting blown up. I mean, Sparkle Esports just... It's so hard to play into them, because if you funnel together, you're going to get Celine, and if somebody dives alone, they're going to get polymorphed and just targeted down. So teams are going to have to find a way to find proper engages into this triple backline composition.
Yeah, Martina needs to get way stronger if they want to play something like that. Team Lacey, I saw what they were going for. Maybe try knocking both the Chloe and the Nina down at the same time, but I think the angle on Q was a little bit different. On the Martina, she missed the Chloe, and it's either she missed the Chloe or she missed the Nina. It didn't allow her to get the kill on either one of them, so really unfortunate for that team. Again, though, they're pretty accelerated. If I'm gonna be pretty honest, they should be able to utilize that, although, whoa, that's not a good way to keep that pace up. There goes Gong, he's gonna get taken down. An easy kill pickup for Team Sparkle Esports. But here we go. Battle zone has begun. Team they're only... Oh no, they're 3-man strong. G is holding the back lines. Gong is a little bit in the backside. Nope, that's not Gong. Sorry, Peng. Oh, Kachu stuck in the backside too. He is trying to juke out everything as much as possible. The fight is already over. G's gonna get taken down. Battle zone 1 for Team Cartel.
Meanwhile, over in Dock, we have the alpha contest going on for Hai and Daejong Cybers. The pre-ult is used on air, but it was able to find Blaster a ticket out of this corner in Dock, and it does look like yeah, it does look like the Priya is going to go down here. Blaster trying to find some sort of angle here on the tail end of this, but nothing's really going to be done. Revolut just barely staying alive. Daejong Cyber is winning the fight 2-0.
We're seeing the value of the exclusive coming through in these fights. G looking to get a kill over onto Jengi. He's got the fastballs up. The Mutant Bear is stacking up, but the Felix is there. He's going to get the kill. Everybody else from Cartel joining a little bit late, trying to get a couple kills on top of it. G using the catwalk. He's going to be out. Ghostfire activated, but I think that Mai is out. Isana trying to get the kill secure. There it is. Jengi taken down. There's a third party coming in. G is dead. Kachu now the last one alive on this team. Never mind. The Felix is back up. What the heck? He's going to be running for himself and should be safe. We're going to probably see another full 8 teams going into day number 3. Very, very unusual cases. It's a unique situation that is happening in Phase 2 specifically today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's causing this. I don't know. In Phase... Well, when was Phase 1? Did Phase 1 have zones reopening? Was that a thing? Yeah, so it's not that. I'm wondering if there was some sort of system change that's making this an easier occurrence for teams to have.
Yeah, I think it was just before the mid-season patch, right? Because this right now, 1.32 is the mid-season patch right here.
Yes.
And we did have the zones reopening, I think, right before the mid-season patch, if I remember correctly, so we did have that. It's just, even with all the aggression that is actually happening, because, as I mentioned earlier, none of them are actually catastrophic, teams can actually recover from that one. And up until day number 3, it is free. At the cost of a few extra seconds of your time, you are going to be able to come back alive. Although Junbong, there's the Smash to Smithereens, but he's completely isolated. Force Field is going to keep him alive a little bit longer, especially with the healing drone. But he's going to get taken down eventually. That is a very late reaction coming from the rest of his team. Down goes to Marcus.
Yeah, Team Lacey just completely split off, and we touched on it earlier. Positioning, not just in fights, but how you position as you move around the map is so important, and that's exactly why. If you're left alone like that, isolated, you never know where a team could be lurking. Why would a team be hiding over there in hospital? Well, to kill you, that's why.
They were also thinking of the same thing too. We want that tree, but they didn't make a single noise. You gotta always check. Recon drones save lives. I preach this every single time I see teams falling down to a bush cheese like that. You always see it, and you don't believe it until it happens to you. Starting from there, it might be a bit too late to come back from that one. For now, the Marcus is going to come back alive. Minus 250 is going to be set for Team Lacey, although here we go, the jump in is going to happen. Kachu getting pulled back with the exclusive. Nothing really invested from Team Asher just yet, though. Look at Isana's timer, 4, 3, and that's going to be it. His timer is really, really low at the moment. This Felix really not getting that much leniency on where he can go on the map anymore.
But Team Sparkle Esports also in forest, so yeah, I'm seeing that. They definitely want to get out of this forest. They do not want any more action here. Asher, still on the chase a little bit, being aggressive but cautious. G-Work checking every sort of angle he can with pawns and queens, so yeah, they're not overcommitting to anything in particular. Team Daejong Cybers has a little bit of an angle here. Magnani looking for the taunt. It lands onto the Marcus, but nothing really of substance coming out here.
Broadcast from both of the Martinez not getting anything done. It's just a disengage. It's not a bad situation to be in for both of these teams. Just getting a bit of control over the zones, maybe looking for at least a little bit of breathing room for both of these teams. Although Magnani is not going to let that happen at all. The fight's going to be forced out back on the backside. Dina getting chunked down heavily by Yeojun, but the positioning on this Martina is just not good. Revolut pulled back by his own back. It's not resulting in anything. Maybe a disengage, I'm not sure. Kachu is dead though. Isana, he's in... Wasn't he in red? Oh, there's the pullback. Oh, no. Omega gets taken down by G-Work. The fight's going to begin again. Never mind.
Team High, yeah, they're not actually going to be able to find an angle on this. Yeah. This is so interesting because now Daejeon Cybers is in prime position to get this box, but Team Lacey's not too far away either, and Team High is above them, so there's a realistic possibility that they could get pincered.
Doesn't seem
In a-
like them.
in a
Whoa, Isana, you did not want to take that.
Well, Isana goes down. Interesting. That is also interesting. Gee, on the run here, it just seems like Team is split up very often. I don't know if they're trying to. This chicken is aggressive. If they're trying any sort of split farming strategies, or how they keep getting split off like this. It almost seems like it's just based on circumstance that they get split off this frequently.
Oh,
the
nice
drone's gonna come down. They are
check.
Team Lacey sitting in the bush. The smash to smithereens not going to equal anything. The radar gun is going to equalize the Sissela a little bit as well. So now Onmu on the bike, on the chase, but the fuel is going to negate them from chasing any further.
You can sniff something with that telephoto being just placed. That it's such an awkward spot. Just trying to fish for maybe a pull from the Sicilla. They catch on to it, and the recon drone is placed immediately. Wonderfully done from Team Heading Dino. And what do I say all the time, Meek? Recon drone saves lives. Indeed, and just did. I think the Sylvia would have gotten annihilated if it wasn't for that recon drone. So good check from them. G's gonna get caught out. That is gonna be Team obliterated and gone from game number 3. Night number 3 is where their resting time is going to stop. Day number 4 begins. They're not gonna make it there.
Yeah, no, they are definitely not. But things seem to have slowed down for the time. Never mind, another fight breaking out. This Yuki on the sheer aggression. The parry is going to be invested. And Revolu's on the run. He is going to get brought down here. He is going to get brought down here. He is going to get brought down here. Okay, it was just a matter of time before the Chiara was able to land her E. But it should be a quick, swift revive on the side of Daejeon Cybers to get Revolu back up. So, yeah. We may see them have a little repeat fight.
That's unfortunate though, because I think Dina was waiting for a blood sample. I saw about 440 crits on that Ava. She's probably looking for a blood sample, whether it's for Vision Flex or the Chaser. That's a big source of damage that's going to be gone. Another fight begins as Fauna not going to eat the coup de grace, luckily for him, and I think the Emma only ate it through a totem, so nothing really being done. Down goes the Kiara, that means Onmu and the Purboon gonna have to run away. Scarlet on the chase, of course she's not gonna find anything with the Sylvia and the Yuki running away, although Team Lacey might. Looking for Cecilia on the chase, but Sylvia gets on her bike, Yuki just runs away and says see ya.
Yeah, I mean, the disengage of these characters is really good. I mean, Junbong might be able to catch them eventually, but guess who will catch them? Daejeon Cybers as Onmu on the bike. He's actually gonna get out, but now,
it never ends.
He's not gonna get out. It never ends. Oh my god, it's 5 nights at it's 5 nights at Meiji's right now as Onmu is just trapped and just getting jump scared every corner he turns.
Still alive, that's good. They have the credits to resurrect the Kiara, just needs to find a console for that, and I don't think Team Heading Dino has access to a portable console because they would have brought back the Kiara at this point. I see the swords flashing on the Yuki. He's going to just be able to get on out of there. Level 2 Soul Stealer. He gets just barely enough movement speed to leave. Oh, this is tragic. Look at the minimap. All around them there are people. No consoles that are going to be free. Uptown is also going to be definitely tough to get into with Team Asher, who just picked up Wick sitting inside of there. I don't know. I think Team Heading Dino's kind of stuck.
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere for them to really go. They're in the middle of all these teams. They want to get to some sort of revive. They are going to test their luck with Chapel here, but Daejeon Cybers is over there. They are going to spot them out, maybe try to go down to Warehouse, but how do they get down here without being seen on Vision? It's just seemingly impossible. And with Asher just kind of waiting down here as well, I mean, yeah, Asher is going to take Vision of Warehouse as well. And yeah, they just don't have anywhere to go.
They might have found themselves a bit of a window. There we go. Nice.
They are going to be seen on Vision by Daejeon Cybers here, who are just going to kind of control the CCTV area. They don't want to really do anything committal with this many teams alive. Speaking of committal, another fight breaking out, the taunt landing. Oh, the Martina barely lives. No, she's going to go down. No, the view from the rewind is massive. It's going to keep her alive.
Okay, pretty huge. Cartel trying to heal up a little bit with the Sedina, but you cannot let up anymore because there's so many teams, still 7 alive with about 3 to 4 zones that are open left. Sparkle Esports not taking advantage of the Martina that was pretty low. I don't think they saw that. G-Work looking to fish for an opportunity, not going to find it. The Night Fork goes wide. And now we have come to the point where one small misstep, one small fight that you lose might turn into a third party, fourth party, fifth party. The alphabet soup begins.
Yeah, when you get to this stage of the game where there's, less zones than teams, you pretty much guaranteed to have more than one team in every zone. Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Magnani is going to just catwalk on out of there. They see Asher sitting there with the Wickline buff online. They are definitely very strong. Team High sitting in this bush trying to find some sort of angle, but they are going to get spotted out by the recon drone. The vision from above, how heavenly it is. And yeah, Hikasi is going to use these plants to try and get them away. Plants, that's what's making teams survive more. They added more white lilies, which means more people escape. Okay, that's what I'll chalk it up to. Anyways, now that my brain reverted to that conversation somehow, Team High trying to push through team heading Dino, but Daejong Cybers is above them, and Team Cartel is above Team Dino, so everybody's surrounded here. Yeah, Dino sees what's going on. They don't want any of it. They pop the Soul Stealer and get on out. Team High sitting on the bottom here. We have a little bit of a... Oh no. We have 5 teams in Factory? Am I seeing this correct?
Oh my god, indeed. But the teams in Chapel were the ones that had to deal with everything. Down goes Brubung, down goes Midog, and down goes the Sylvia. Almu getting taken down too. Third party sandwich, exactly as I said. Alphabet Soup has begun. The first ones to fall is going to be Heading Dino. Only 2 kills on their side. Team Asher just wipes out one, wipes out the other, and everybody else just piles on in for the last one. We're down to 6. Temp zones have been set.
Asher's positioning here is great because they have full vision over warehouse. They haven't seen any pings. They know nobody's in warehouse, so they're trying to kind of posture inside Chapel to see if anybody's going to run in. They could pick anybody off, but for now they've actually went back to warehouse. I'm a little surprised. I thought they might try to play for a little more kills here, but the rest of our team's all in Factory. I mean, we have a 5-man Factory. This is just going to be chaotic.
We'll see what ends up happening. Fauna, Songharang, and Scarlet position pretty well. They have a corner to themselves, whereas Team Lacey, they're going to have to push into that corner. And even if they do, there are so many teams inside of this area that you have a lot of work to do if you want any resemblance of control. Lumi's sitting inside of this area. Somebody calls something. Lumi's just going to be dashing on out of there. Nobody really being able to take advantage of that objective anymore. And here we go, 5 teams sitting inside a factory. We saw this earlier in Group A too, right? Where one team just was sitting inside of a free zone, everybody else was sitting in the other one. We know Team Asher is extremely strong because they had sole control over the bottom side of the map for such a long time. But depending on which team actually ends up taking the temporary zone away in factory, that top power dynamic might honestly change with how many credits can be on the field. But here we go, jump from Fauna, not going to work. The Marcus decides to go in, but he's just going to walk it back on out of there. A huge amount of damage taken by Cecilia herself with the Freya Last. But he's just backing away. It's another reset. Time's going to start ticking in just a moment, though, Meek.
Yeah, I mean, Team Lacey's cornered here, which is honestly the better position when you think of how many teams are here, but none of these teams are rotating. All the other teams are on the bottom side of the map. They're just kind of messing with each other. Meanwhile, on the top side, Team Lacey is fighting. Yeah, in the final zone, we have Team High taking control over the circle. Meanwhile, Team Lacey is getting wiped by Team Sparkle or Sparkle Esports, circling back to the controlled zone. Daejong Cybers is now taking control of the zone as the other 2 teams are forced out. Nobody has died between these 3 teams yet, but everyone's timer is ticking away. And now we will also have Sparkle Esports starting to funnel in as well. Scarlet sees what's going on, sees that there's fighting, and Scarlet actually has more timer than anybody here since they were the team that managed to get kills. And now the timer's ticking 1 second onto Blaster as he uses stasis, and now he goes down. Team High eliminated with 1 kill. Daejong Cybers trying to find a ticket into the zone. Team Cartel is in control now. The timer's ticking for Team Sparkle. And they are going to find their way to a kill and get a little bit more timer back. And now, this is just chaotic. Daejong Cybers now takes control of the circle. Team Cartel completely injured with only Bunghwa left. Bunghwa is going to get the revive onto the William. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight is happening. Daejong Cybers is going to eliminate Team Sparkle. And they have a man
Oh,
advantage here.
God.
The revive is going to happen. The timers are really low on Team Cartel. 4 seconds left on the Boomwa. And yeah, it's just not going to be enough. Too much resources invested by that point. Daejong Cyber is winning the absolute madman zone.
This is so big too. A portable console is there on the side of Team Daejeon Cybers. They just called a blood pack for the Ava. There's going to be the Chaser online if they want to go for that route. It could be a Vision Flex for the Martina, but of course it's just going to be the Chaser built up and ready to go for Dina. Revolu sitting on still the regular camera for himself, VICG up and online, but he does have the Aoyai, G-Work looking for a flank opportunity. They need to smell this now. If they don't smell this, they're going to get obliterated. Walking into Chapel is such a pain coming in from Factory. We'll see. He sees it. Nobody on the side of Daejeon Cybers knows about this. They see the camera now, but they don't know about G-Work just yet. Now they do.
And yeah, it looks like they are gonna just push up towards G-Work. They saw the other two members of Asher on the opposite side, so they know G-Work's alone here, but they are gonna rotate back. And look at Chapel. Look at trying to push through those pawns. It's impossible. They have to take another avenue, but by the time they walk around to another avenue, he can set up more pawns again. And then if they try to walk through, the Night Fork comes down and everybody gets knocked up and blown up. The Night Fork invested now. They are going to try and take this opportunity to push forward. Daejong Cybers pushing up. Magnani trying to find the taunt to G-Work. G-Work, ooh, big checkmate. Does half of Magnani's health, but it's not big enough as Revolu is actually going to be taken down by this Razi here. And the knock-up hits, and now two members of Daejong Cybers eliminated. Pied pushing forward into Dina is going to find the knock-up, is going to dodge Dina's knock-up as well, and that is going to be the end of the game. Asher, with just, despite Daejong Cybers being able to call in all those items, they lost out on the very more important positioning of Chapel.
The power dynamic was sent all the way to the Ava, but she didn't do a single thing in that fight until it was already over and done with. Really well done from Team Asher, splitting everybody apart. Pied with a perfect flank coming in. G-Work coming in with a perfect timing on his knockups as well. Perfect checkmate. It didn't land onto anyone important, but it was just enough to split the fight, even more so than that. Dina just couldn't do anything in that fight.
Yeah.
He saw the Yan coming in from the flank and understood what the situation was like, so he went to the left side trying to enter in the Chapel building from where the console is. But by the time he comes back into the fight, it's already over. Everybody's dead.
Yeah, it's too far gone at that point. And Chapel is one of those zones where having control over the final square is instrumental to winning. I mean, it's so hard to push through any of those corridors. And conversely, had the other team had control, it's so hard to push through an EVA laser in those corridors as well, right? It really came down to just having control over that zone. And as you said, G-Work with that checkmate, while it didn't hit any priority targets, it did chunk half of Magnani's health, and pretty much split the rest of Daejong Cybers apart.
It sucks. It really does suck. They did manage to pick up a lot of kills inside of Factory, so that's a bit of a sigh of relief, I should say, for Team Daejeon Cybers. But that's all they really get out of it. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Nice game from Team Asher. They played it slow. They got their objectives. They got the Wicca line, got the control of the game, and managed to make it into the final zone. That camera inside of Factory was also perfect because they understood exactly where the entirety of Daejeon Cybers was, but they didn't know where G-Work was until it was a little bit too late. And starting from there, full control goes over into Team Asher, since Daejeon Cybers now has to spend so much time getting more control over Chapel. Resources being invested with recon drones, those also have cooldowns. You don't have an infinite amount of them. It just sucked.
Yeah, they got control over not even just the square of Chapel, but they kind of pushed forward and zoned them into Factory. And as you said, Daejong Cybers had to invest a lot of time and a lot of resources into checking every single angle to push forward. I mean, initially they tried to push forward on the top side of Chapel, used some drones, tried to push forward through that corridor, but it wasn't possible. They saw G-Work on the bottom side, tried to go for there instead. And then while they did manage to gain some ground, it just wasn't enough. But Team Asher playing phenomenally, and yeah, we're going to get into the scores here.
Yeah, let's take a look at what it is. Ooh, okay, look at that. Team Asher is actually going to be able to overtake Team High. 39 points. It's only by 1. I think I see 38 for Team High right now, unless it's pixelated and I can't see it. Daejeon Cybers in third place with 33, tied with Sparkle Esports and Cartel. They are all sitting on 33 points, although Daejeon Cybers is ahead in terms of kills, so if we ever do get to see a point where we're seeing a tiebreaker between some of these teams for second place, Tejon Cybers is actually sitting in a very, very solid spot right now. Really, really good number of kills ahead of Team Sparkle Esports and Cartel. Team High is tied with them, which means if Tejon Cybers wants to go up above Team High, they gotta pull their weight for Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at these scores, I mean, 1st through 5th is a toss-up entirely on this final game, which is incredibly exciting. But meanwhile, on the bottom side of things, 6th through 8th, I mean, these 3 teams are fighting for this wildcard position, and they're all relatively close in points. I mean, Heading Dino is 10 points behind Team Lacey, but that's not insurmountable.
It absolutely isn't. What is unfortunate, though, is that these are the 3 new teams that I was talking about coming into our phase 2. And this is to be anticipated, right? This is to be expected.
Yeah.
You talked about how earlier the tournament scene, especially once you get into ERM, is a whole different story. We always talk about how qualifiers is an absolute beast to come through, and then getting into the group stages to begin with is a really big feat in and of itself. But starting from here, it is the real deal.
It's a different beast because now you're playing against these seeded teams that all have competitive experience from the previous season. It's so hard to compete.
They've done pretty well, though. Team Lacey holds their own every now and then, but it's been inconsistent. You can tell by the amount of points they have, and that's okay. It's okay. All you have to do is just make it to tomorrow, and then maybe tomorrow there's a whole new different story, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you make it in tomorrow, clean slate on the wild cards, and you can start fresh, and you have things you can think about too. Like if you make it past this group stage, you can review what happened in group stage and figure out where you went wrong and iron out those mistakes for the wild cards. So, yeah, a lot can change over the course of a day.
Indeed. Something you guys have to remember is that it is Friday night right now in Korea, which means for tomorrow, a lot of people aren't going to be going to classes or anything like that. They have plenty of time to review things before the evening ERM session for the wildcard stages tomorrow. So give them plenty of time to think about what kind of strategies they can come up with, what kind of maybe even composition changes they could come up with. Although I highly do discourage that, right? If you're going to play something, you might as well play something that you're comfortable with unless you're forced into a situation to pick something else. But you do need to rethink your strategy, especially if you're one of our 3 new teams. Even if you get into the wildcards tomorrow, that is not the end of your story. You have to do more in order to improve, and maybe then you'll be able to make it into the finals.
Especially if you're one of these new teams too, you don't want to be switching up your composition haphazardly because you just don't have that competitive experience and flexibility that these other teams have access to. But anyways, we are getting into our next game. The weather looking like, what is that? Windy sandstorm?
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be pretty weird.
Yeah, that will be very weird. The storms will be blowing. Scarlet hovering Yuki, hello? Is Scarlet a Meek Speedy fan?
Ain't no way. Maybe he knows you're watching, but I don't think he's gonna be enough to the point. Nice try, guy.
Yeah, hey, look, man can dream. But looks like everything seems pretty standard from how the last My Ban game went. Had we been going to a game 5, we would have seen an Elena ban here. So that's intriguing.
And it's all from our qualifier teams as well. No, none of our seeded teams are opting to play that. 2 Estelles on the seeded teams, though. Don't think there's 2 Hearts. I see that, and I think that's it for repeat picks. Not too many on Group B side. There are pretty unique character slots coming in, thanks to the work of our new teams coming in into play. Very unique compositions, as I said. Very new teams being bolstered. I love to see that, and we'll see which one of the 3 is going to make it out of the group stages and go into the wildcards tomorrow.
Yeah, we actually see Laura coming out from Team as well. I don't think we've seen Laura in this group. We saw it in the previous group. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was one circle playing Laura.
I remember seeing some big Twilight heist, although I can't remember if that was game 4 of Group A or if it was an earlier game of Group B.
Oh, was there? Yeah, I think One Circle played Laura in one of the games. Was it One Circle? Or was it? Yeah,
it was One Circle. I just don't remember if there was another one in Group B, because again, I could have sworn I remember seeing a big Twilight heist from somebody. I just don't remember how early or late in the night it was.
Yeah. Oh. Anyways, we'll be getting into this game shortly. Is there anything else that's really standing out? I mean, High's back to their usual nonsense, up to no
Wow.
good per usual.
It's even more nonsensical. They don't have a tank this time. They're just playing it with an
Yeah,
IRM.
they're just it's a little nonsensical, and especially in a final game like this where the point spread is so close, right? I mean, yeah, Team High is one of the top 2 teams right now in the placements, but these teams that are trailing behind them, I mean, we have 3 teams at 33 points. Any one of these teams could all pop off and just float into the top 2 spots.
Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening. Score sheets are pretty close, which is interesting. Complete different side of what we see usually in ERM, where a couple teams tend to do really, really good. Everybody else tends to just fight for the middle of the pack. But no, you can see the leaderboard on to the right. Team Asher sitting in first place with 39. Team High in second place with 38. Everybody else in the top 5 sitting at 33. Very, very close. It's exactly as you said, Meek. We do not know what is going to happen until the end of the game actually comes through and the final score sheets are shown to us.
So do you have any predictions?
I don't know. The top 5 teams have been playing their own game for the most part, I think, throughout the course of the night, to the point where it's really difficult for me to say that one team has an edge over the other. It just comes down to how their macro play is going to be like and how lucky they are with some of these transitions. I think that's been a big factor today, where one team that always controls that one big section of the final few zones at the end of the game are always the ones that gets the wick line objective. No one wants to fight that team, and they get so much control over it, but because of that control, they don't get kills.
Yeah, it's a debuff.
Yeah.
Wick team, stay away. And it's a logical thing to do. You don't want to fight the Wick team. You have a clear disadvantage. They have the Wick buff. But, yeah, I mean, it's almost like disincentivized, that's a difficult word to say, getting Wick line, because, I mean, you get it, yeah, you get a blood, and you get this buff, and another random RNG alongside it, but you don't get any kills, and if you're already a team that has low kills going into that, I mean, it's tough.
It absolutely is. Gong, he blinks straight into Piet, is going to get taken down. Yejun getting ran down by Char, but this is an Elena. There's the Semtex landing. Don's Macabre also going to be dodged out. There's a freeze coming through. Very difficult character to chase in the earlier stages, might I add.
Yeah.
Blaster trying to run. Nope, he actually doesn't need to run because Fauna is going to get taken down. Revolu's down on the ground somewhere over there. Song Harang is going to get taken down too. Not going to be able to find that 4-stack bomb before he goes down. Blaster stays alive. A team fight potentially brewing inside a forest as Cartel trying to duke it out up against Tejan Cybers. Peng soaking up a lot of damage with the shield. He's going to have to back away in just a moment. There's a nice Moon Dorito going over onto Jay, but he just gets himself on out of there. It's a disengage.
Yeah, but they're still posturing for more. I mean, Magnati's trying to push forward despite being at half health. I mean, we'll see if he just gets blown up here. The healing drone with the shield, it's going to be enough to keep him safe for now, but Cartel, it's weird because they have the health advantage, but it feels like they'd have no footing in this fight.
Yeah, it's the Adina versus Estelle duo matchup where you both have so much sustain on each other that the fight really doesn't get decided until somebody makes a mistake, and no one really has. As of right now, both of our Estelles are just kind of holding their ground. They're never using the shield to enter in, although Scarlet might be a bit of an X-Factor. That could have been a big Moon Dorito. There's the Heli-Tac stat being invested, but Peng is on the backside. They want the kill. Down goes both of our Estelles. Now Revolu stuck in a really awkward situation. Sparkle Esports trying to find an angle in. Not going to find it as Cartel and Team Ditch on Esports both get on out of there.
Yeah, Sparkle... Okay, I'll talk about that in a second, as Kasi is getting engaged on by Yeonjun. And the freeze is going to connect. Are they going to find the kill? Yes, they do manage to find it. Blaster now... Whoa. The teleport happening from this IRM is actually going to manage to find them a return kill here. Meanwhile, on the backside of things, how's Blaster holding up? The wall blocking the skate, immaculately placed. Where am I going? Ooh. Blaster is going to be able to the auto attack.
No!
Not enough. Yeonjun stays alive.
Wow, the adventures of the Elena. Another fight on the north side of things. 1 second to go. Oh my god, that could have been scary. Kiara using Last Judgment. She's not going to get tagged by the meteorite, luckily for her. Gonna take down, gonna get G taken down, whereas on the side, team, Heading Dino, they're going to get their Yuki taken down. It's a 1-for-2 trade now, but Team Sparkle Esports, pulling everybody away. Isana sacrificing their life so that the Laura can pick up the meteorite. They're going to at least pick up the objective and a couple of kills on top of it. Because on the flip side, heli tech stat being invested by Team Cartel just to group up with the rest of their team.
Yeah, and that Last Judgment also managing to dodge out the coup de grace, so a little 2-for-1 action between the meteorite and the coup de grace. Very good timing. Yeah, because the meteorite would have just been certain death,
Yep.
right? That's what, 1,000 true damage slapped onto your head, and he was already at half. Yeah, that's definitely a dead Chara. But the teleport coming through for Daejeon Cybers, they're kind of in an awkward position. Cartel trying to find damage, but this shield from Magnati is just soaking up everything. He's just not going down. This front-to-back fight is going completely in favor of Daejeon Cybers, and as you said earlier, that Adina Estelle combination, it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Oh yeah, unfortunate for Team Cartel. It looked good for a second, but I think the Twins rush was a little bit too late. The heart was caught out by some of the skills from the Adina. If the moon actually landed, then I think it would have been a really good time for the Twins rush. But Jang ended up using it without guaranteeing the fact that it was going to land over onto the heart. If it doesn't, then you're stuck in the middle of nowhere. You're bound to take a huge amount of damage because of how predictable it is. You can see the Twins rush coming, so not the greatest of situation. Team Asher trying to duke it out up against Team High. Heading Dino, that's a huge amount of damage coming through from the coup de grace. Yuki stuck in the middle of nowhere though. Razi is nearly untouched through the fight. She's going to rip through the health bar of that Yuki. Down they go. 2-for-1.
The coup de grace looking pretty good. I mean, the roundhouse kick actually pushing the coup de grace backwards into G-Work and getting him killed. Kind of a little silly oopsie, but Team Lacey looking for a little vision play onto Bunghwa. They are going to find an angle onto him. The freeze is going to happen here.
Okay.
And yeah, Bunghwa is somehow alive?
Wait.
What is going on? Why is he not dying? What?
Oh!
How weak is Leon? What? I don't know what to say here. Bunghwa somehow managing to survive, and the Cartel is actually going to be the one who wins this fight despite being the team that gets vision checked.
You hate to see it, you really do. That's just what happens when you deal with an Adina and you don't lock her down in one go. Her skill rotations give her shields, her skill rotations give her heals, her skill rotation stuns you. It is insane. Really brutal for Team Lacey. They're going to miss out on a single kill, which means it's a 2-for-0 win over that team from Team Daejeon Cybers, I think. No, maybe it was Cartel. Either one of them, the Adina just plays so well. Really nicely done. Everybody else just doing what they need to do during night number 2. Objectives are abound. We saw battle zones being contested. We're seeing animals being contested now. Temple has 2 teams in it. Team Asher versus Team Scarlet. Or, no, not Team Scarlet. Sparkle Esports. G-Work's just sending it. And...
yeah, in trademark G-Work fashion, you just rape your skills in, tries to find a freeze angle, but with no follow-up from his team and the disengage being quite powerful, yeah, they're just gonna back out.
At least he's tanky enough to take some of the punishment.
Yeah, right? A little glutton for punishment, if you ask me, of going in on that angle, but
okay.
I digress. Team Lacey, Jumbong is gonna get caught out here, but the duck dive is just barely gonna get them out, but it's not gonna be enough. Yeah, the kill going over to Daejeon Cybers. Lacey is struggling to find their footing in this final game, and with the scoreboards looking the way it was, Team having so many kills is not good for Lacey.
What did I say? Recon drone save lives. If you had a recon drone, then maybe you could have checked it, but nope. And even with Leon, I think Waterway also gives you vision on top of that too.
Yeah.
So maybe you should have used it.
They have multiple ways to check this bush, so... But it is what it is. It's all history now. Daejeon Cybers finding their way to more kills and trying to find their way into one of those top 2 slots. And Team High as well, also having a lot of kills. I mean, their top 5 teams are all racking them up. So for now, I mean, things are relatively even between these top 5 teams. Sparkle Esports and Cartel falling a little behind in the kill department, but still lots of game to go.
Essentially, just split it up like this. Team 5, 6, and 7 are duking it out to get out of relegations. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 are trying to get into the top 2. That is pretty much the split that we are looking at as of right now. 6 kills for Team Asher, 6 kills for Team High, and we're seeing 5 for Daejeon Cybers, 3 for each Sparkle Esports and Team Cartel. It's still going to be a very close top 5. I I just don't really know what the math is adding up to just yet. There's still more points to go around in this game. 8 teams, 24 players all alive once again in game number 4. The pattern continues as here we go. Fauna looking for kills, not going to find it up against Kachu. G trying to run. What is it? Recon drones coming down from everybody. But I think it's just a disengage as nobody really able to close the gap.
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to be one of the weaknesses of Sparkle Esports that's going to show in this final game is when you run triple backline, you don't have strong engage tools. You can't create fights or even really force fights to happen. So even if they get a huge advantage in items, they might not be able to push those advantages the way they want to. But Dejunk Cyber's disengaging a little bit, holding back. The dogs are angry, kind of nibbling at Magnani's ankles here. But yeah, with this little corridor here being something that one of these two teams has to push through, we more or less just have a stalemate between Dejunk Cybers and Cartel. I mean, neither team can push forward.
Yeah, I don't think you really fight here for any one of these teams. Whether it's one team trying to walk up, whether it's one team trying to walk down, you're going to have to deal with an Adina regardless. And that right there is the reason why you don't. Those Doritos are going to control so much. Double melee. Oh wait, whoa. Cartel's actually trying to push it on through. They got to push through way far ahead of this choke point, and they are going to get it. Adina, a little bit split apart. Doritos are going to land a little bit, but at least Cartel manages to make their way in towards Hotel. They've gotten through one big adversary. If they want to continue pushing on in towards Dejunk Cybers, that's not going to happen. Good blink coming in from Punwa, but he's still at half HP. Ghostfire is going to be activated. Cartel still trying to recover as much as possible. Revolut going in, nothing going to be done. Healing drone popped, and that's about it. Cartel just backs away, and I think that's the great choice.
Yeah, they managed to push through that tiny corridor. They saw the double Dorito got dropped, and Peng was like, okay, that's all I need to see to step forward, and step forward he did. And they managed to find a foothold, but to no fruition. Boomwell being forced to use the blink, and with that invested, they're going to back out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, I mean, Heading Dino is just kind of heading over to Temple. They want to not deal with Team Lacey here. Or Team Lacey, rather, doesn't want to deal with Dino. Sorry, I got it backwards. They want to get this revive off first. They have enough credits. So, yeah, we should see the revive here. Team Lacey is going to... Team Heading Dino... I don't know why I keep getting them mixed up. It's late, early, man. Team Heading Dino is going to see that ping and is going to take control over Temple Vision. But nothing in particular is going to happen here. Yeah, Lacey's just going to kind of hang out in the bush and hope they find some sort of vision check. But meanwhile, speaking of vision checks, Team looking at high.
Uh-oh.
Full engage, and Blaster is caught out here with nobody nearby. He does manage to get the dash out and find a way to a knockback on the G, but it's too little too late. Hikasi is going to go down. Blaster dropping the Caltrops and the dash. Is it going to be enough to get away from Kachu? Kachu on the chase. Once the dash up for Blaster, it's back up, but with no glass shards out, he's not able to get the reset on the dash, so it's only going to be singular dashes. And yeah, Blaster is going to make it out, but a huge chunk of timer burn. He's kind of debating between gold buff and Hyperloop or walk to Chapel.
He ends up making the decision to get the cube and go to the Hyperloop. Another fight on the north side, though. Team Heading Dino duking it out up against Team Lacey. There's a beautiful play with us coming through from Gong. He's going to keep himself safe. Beautiful duck dive coming in from the Leon. The water, the cannonball comes through. He keeps himself alive for a little bit longer, but now the Leon is down. Can this still actually do enough damage to knock everybody down? I think that totem was bad. There's the lockdown damage. No, Gong just doesn't have enough. Onmu sitting on 26 seconds. He's just going to head pop himself. One more auto attack should do it, but they don't get it. This is the pay to play Cecilia sometimes, man. You just don't have the damage to finish people off.
You just, like, you do damage, but, like, you just run out of steam before somebody goes down. And that's exactly what happened. Cartel and Asher now posturing for this box. Cartel is going to pick it up. It looks like, I'm not sure what they picked up. I did not quite catch that. But Heading Dino is going to lose their Tiara now. And yeah, they have enough to get one revive off, but they're just short for the second one.
Team is slowly doing it. They have 7 kills. As of right now, I do believe they are above Team Lacey.
Oh, no.
It could be wrong. It could be completely flipped still. But for now, Team is in an okay spot. Dejunk Cybers and Team Asher are now looking for control over the fire station. This is where Wick will spawn in about 50 seconds. And with school plus archery range and police station closing in, we might see 3 of our top 5 teams trying to fight for that huge objective. But no, I guess Team Asher just completely bypassing it. They're going to look for an opportunity up against Team Lacey, who's just going to immediately hightail it on out of there. Doesn't want a single piece of that team at all. Yeah, they are quite far behind right now.
Oh no. And yeah, this is going to be the end of Heading Dino. He has to pick one direction to go to, or is it?
Oh!
Excellently played. The mobility showing its stripes. But is it going to be enough? The chase is still on. G is still looking, but with no more meter left, the skating has ended there. And yeah, he's going to get out.
No one's in Chapel towards the console either. We should see Team Heading Dino actually coming back alive. That means we're going to have full 24 players going into night number 4. This is probably the most amount of players that we have seen so far at this stage in the game. They should get the res off. They have the crutch for it. But here we go. The fight begins. Wickeline going to be secured by the Celine of Sparkle Esports. Fight on the north side of this zone. Cartel going in. The Twins are actually tags. Piet, I didn't expect that to happen. Char's in a whole heap of trouble. He's going to get taken down as well. Gyeonggi, no, not Gyeonggi. Daejeon Cyber is getting a perfect third party. G-Work now potentially looking for a res. Does he have the credits for everybody? Yes, he does. Just barely enough. Asher fully back alive. We are up to 24 players again. It's still night number 4. There are teams everywhere, but it's 24 players it is. That is crazy.
I can't believe we have 24 people alive going into day 5. Like,
How
this
do you
is
play this?
this is just madness. Like, the amount of people who are congested into each zone makes it nigh impossible to try and find a clean fight without a third party happening. Asher on the run, but they're just running right into Daejeon Cybers and no resources to check the bush, no agency to do anything. Yeah, Piet's gonna go down. The remaining members of Asher forced to run around, but G-Work's timer is dangerously low. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one. 4 seconds, 3. Yeah, he's going to go down here, and yeah, this poor Rozzy is going to be left on their lonesome as Lacey is on the other side of this bridge here. Yeah, it's going to be forced into running into Pond, but meanwhile over in Pond, Sparkle Esports is over here as well. There's nowhere to run, and that's what happens when you have all these teams still alive.
Suppose it's a we'll see you tomorrow. Team Asher, 6 kills, 8th place. They're probably not going to have enough to get into top 2, which means we will see the rest of those members in the wildcard stages tomorrow. At least they made it. In comparison to a certain team that couldn't make it from Group A.
Oh no, don't remind me. History was made today. But speaking of history, whoa!
Oh, nice.
Because we got this one going on. The coup de grace already invested after the hard ult. The knockup's going to find its way. 1 for 1 after the hard ult, but oh, the Yuki is not going to be able to do much more. Heading Dino is going to have to walk out of this one. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Daejeon Cybers getting injured, maybe even eliminated here. No, it looks like their heart was able to find their way out of there into Pond. But the damage has been done now. Daejeon Cyber is completely injured after day 5. Heading Dino is going to get eliminated. Meanwhile, back in Chapel. Yeah, that fight over... both fights were kind of wild, to be honest. I don't even know what to say.
With that, I think there is a big possibility Team Heading Dino may have made a Kingmaker, may have been the Kingmaker. Team now sitting on 10 kills. It almost seems like an impossible task now for Team Lacey. They are completely isolated by themselves on the north side of the map. A ton of other teams are sitting inside of that region. Cemetery is not safe, in my opinion. There are too many teams that are sitting around here. They only have 2 kills, spent a ton of credits, rezzing each other throughout the course of the game. Their power spikes are really not at the optimum level you want it to be at night number 5. There's still so many teams they got to go through if they want to make it out of qualifier group stages into the wildcard stages. Lacey has to find some kills, but there's another one gone. Revolu eliminated by the members of Team Sparkle Esports. They are looking for something. Lacey running away from Team High, not going to find any kills here. Are you going to go down to Cemetery? Are you going to go down to Chapel? Well, Team waiting there, and these guys are actually strong this time around. What does Team Lacey do?
I don't know. It feels like they're just running out of options. They have no credits, nothing they can buy to power spike or anything. They're just kind of stuck in their current game state, and with nowhere to really go, it's tough if you're Team Lacey. Meanwhile, Team has got to be feeling fantastic about this game. I mean, they're slated to make it out of groups if they can just keep this game going. Team Sparkle waiting on the end of that jump pad. I mean, if anybody takes that jump pad, it's going to spell certain death. Okay, a fight breaking out. The Twins rush not finding
they gotta
its
fight.
mark.
They have to.
They keep pushing forward. The Hell Attack stat coming out. No knockup is going to happen. Oh man, Lacey, what do you do here? Do you try and turn this fight? I mean,
I think
Cartel's
they
already
have
invested
to.
so much. They have to try and turn this here, but no, the Leon is
Oh,
going to get brought down, the sacrificial lamb, and with that, I mean, they're not going to be able to find a revive, or they'd rather be very hard pressed to get a revive off at this point. So Team Lacey, I mean, going into this final circle with all these teams here, there is hope, but it's very slim.
I think they had it. I really think they did, but they hesitated. This is one of the problems with some of the newer teams not having enough competitive experience. They don't know which fights they can win in a lot of cases. The damage return onto Jingy was really good from the Leon. They just never capitalized on it. And down goes the Elena also as a result. It's going to be a sandwich between Team and Team Cartel. Unfortunately, Team is the one to pick that up, and the lead widens even further. Lacey is going completely isolated by himself. 10 seconds left on his
the
timer. It is just not going to work. I think this is going to secure it. Team will be one of our new teams moving on into the wildcard stages, but it doesn't mean the game is over just yet. Cartel and High looking for control over the final zone at the moment. 15 seconds left for Blaster. He's got to make something happen, and he's got to make it now.
But meanwhile, is sitting inside the chapel. I mean, oh no, the freebie is going to go over to Team Cartel, and that's going to buy them a lot of timer here. Meanwhile, Team trying to scrap it out against Team High, and High is going to have one of their teammates injured here. Finding their way to the kill, buying a little bit more time. G is going to be able to rest up on the top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Cartel does finish off the rest of Team High. Now, coming in, taking control of the square. Cartel with a slight timer advantage. Oh, G is going to try and take down Boom while on the backside. The freeze happens, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, the 2v2 has gone completely awry, and Cartel does take the square, and now they have to fight against Sparkle Esports. But with Cartel having so many kills, how will this affect the standings? I mean, Sparkle Esports might just shoot up to second if they can win this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Sparkle Esports looking for 9 plus 8 when it comes to their overall number of points. Cartel looking for 17 plus 8 for themselves at 25. That should guarantee them a ticket into the finals. Team Cartel, they can do it. At this point, they are the ones with the most amount of points in this lobby just right now. I don't know what the math is looking like specifically, but with the blood sample called for Pungwa, is this going to be a Queen of Hearts again? He's been prioritizing that a lot more so than the death. No, it is going to be the death. Maybe he already has that item. Do you see the... Oh, that's so bad! Double knockup coming through from Fauna, but they're alive! They're alive! Pang has to get out! Pang has to get out, but no, he's not going to be able to. Sparkle Esports with a beautiful bush check. Twins Rush is going to be forced in, but it doesn't land on anybody. Blastwave pulls everyone back, and there's the tag on over onto Pungwa. Down goes one, and down goes two. Sparkle Esports finds their 9 plus 8. Congratulations, and that is the end of Group B. What a bush cheese.
What a bush cheese indeed, and as you always say, drones save lives, but a lack of them ruins them. Oh my god, and I was just about to mention, if Sparkle Esports can 3-0 clean sweep this fight and win, I'm pretty sure they're going to make it into the finals. Asher is at risk of falling lower. I believe with Cartel's performance there, it's going to be Sparkle and Cartel taking the top 2 spots, but we'll have to see how the scores all pan out. I mean, anything could happen here.
It was so close, man. It was such a close series for both the top 5 and the bottom 3. Really nicely done to Team They finally pulled it out when, you know, when it really mattered for them. 11 kills, was it? Or 10 kills, somewhere around there. Either way,
11, yeah.
Yeah, it was enough for them to most likely make it out of the group stages, so congratulations to them for now. I don't know the actual results just yet, but the ones that we're really caring about now is the top 5. Who's making it into the finals and who is going to be sent to the wildcard stages. We should know that Team Asher didn't make it
Team
with
Asher
a question mark.
Daejeon Cybers as well also didn't make it. It's going to be between Cartel, Asher, and Sparkle Esports. Sparkle Esports winning that game, they were at 33, so they got 8 plus 9, so that's 17 plus their 33. They're going to be sitting at 50 points, quite hefty. And then, what was the other team? Team Cartel, they got second, so they got 5 plus 14, so that's 19. So that's a huge amount of point scores going over to those two teams. But Team High got third with 6 kills, but they had like 6 more points than everybody else.
Yeah, it's
So
super close.
they're gonna have 6-12 plus what is it 4? 6-12 4. So I don't know.
See-
It's really really close between these 3 teams.
See, here's the thing. I don't wake up at 5 in the morning on ERM day to do math.
Me, I'm a numbers guy. I like doing math. It's very fun. I enjoy it a lot. But yeah, we'll see what happens once they have the scores ready.
Indeed. And after the scores, if they keep it consistent with how Phase 1 ended for the group stages, we should also get an idea of which teams are actually going to be playing tomorrow. So we'll give them a few minutes here. But guys, as soon as the score sheets are done, like Phase 1, we're going to call it a night, of course. I will show you guys the buy screen for the group stages. Actually, that's the group stages, because I forgot they sent us the new version. Let me see if I can grab that one real quick before we go into our score sheets. At least be the wrong one again. Let's see. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Live scene editing. Haha.
Yeah, I'm witnessing it before my very eyes. It's quite enamoring.
There we go.
Okay,
Hey.
so here we go.
Wildcards tomorrow, same time as usual, right? It's gonna be 5. You know what? No one really cares about CST apparently.
6
so...
Eastern. For all my East Coast hombres out there, 6 Eastern, wake on up. For all the West Coast people, you guys will be up all night playing ranked anyways. 3 a.m. your time.
Exactly, it's a Saturday, so you guys don't have anything to do anyways, right? So
Yep.
show up for the wild cards. It's gonna be a banger, especially with the teams from Group A that is gonna be playing, and I wouldn't be surprised if the teams from Group B is also gonna be a banger. Plus Team most likely. I will really keep an eye on them to see how well they're going to be able to handle themselves in the upcoming stage. So, score sheets are going to be out in just a second. Let us take a look at what it's going to look like. Ba-da-dang, bi-di-ding, ba-ba-ba-bum. It is Cartel and Sparkle Esports to make it through into the finals. A score difference of 3 compared to Team High. They managed to take, I think it was first place in the standings for the first 2 games. But in the final 2, they unfortunately faltered and will drop into the wildcard stages. But we'll still see them tomorrow, so that is something.
Like I said, until that final game is done, you just don't know where things are going to go if there's not too big of a point deficit. Cartel and Sparkle were, third and fifth or something? And now they've just shot up to first and second.
Yeah,
High
Sparkle
and Asher
Esports was
were
eighth,
first
man.
and second. I believe Asher was first and High was second coming after game 3. And now they finish in third and fourth. And it's just like, man, like Asher dropped from first to fourth within the span of a game.
Yeah.
But yeah, and look at the points. Like they're even still, they're so close. If they played another game, it could shake up again. Like
Yeah.
it's, but there's only 4 games for the group stage, and Cartel, Sparkle Esports, you will be joining us on the finals come Sunday. But for Team High, Asher, Daejong Cybers, and we will see you tomorrow. And Team Lacey and Heading Dino, thank you so much for playing.
Indeed. I will say, if anything, the teams that usually show up to ERM have definitely shown us why they show up to ERM pretty consistently.
Yes.
The seeded teams plus Asher definitely demolishing our newcomers, 3 different teams to date. So this should be a statement on how prepared you need to be for ERM, even for the group stages. There is a lot at stake. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the end of the group stages again. Come to the wildcard stages tomorrow because we will see our 8 teams tomorrow duke it out for the final 4 spots in the grand finals of Season 5 Phase 2 ERM. And other than that, that is going to be it from us today. If you guys still need drops, go over to the JP channel or the TPE channel. You guys can pick up some over there since they'll probably be streaming until the clean feed itself is over. I, on the other hand, have to go. I have an exam, so...
Good luck in your exam and your classes, and to everybody at home, enjoy your Friday.
Yep, we will see you guys tomorrow for the wildcard stages. Do not go anywhere. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye!